Okay, so look, it's got some. It's not people who venture for a carbon contrast. A carbon contrast is burden. So that is okay, the person who brings a carbon contrast home. Most obviously would this exclude? Or does this exclude? Amamar. There it is. Take a look at the carbon offer. It's to our cheese cake. Anyway, let's bring the carbon and a little bit Taylor. So off. Mashed. illustration. That is, it's called the 51. One. You want to know, you know, over there. Tony, And some outside, things that sort of joy. This thing. Finish. All right, let's try that again. One on both sides. Okay, this was Baruch Hashem. Today, I want to begin with Seches Harios with the right Gemara this time. With all of you, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's thing. Our annual Hanukkah sponsor, plus Rabbi Israel, dedicating all the Shem Trashos this year to his plus. Service levels for Israel. Our sponsors from Elu, Abad, and Over. When I leave the Shemos Aki's parents, Abram, and then Asher Pinchas, Fegores, and his mother Fegores, and Bas Zeli, and hopes that all the tzivos of our Cuba, there's a Shabbat, Klal Yisrael, will be answered during this month and the months ahead. Shmuel Yunus, Eli Nishmas, that they have from them from his father, Yitzchak, Ani, Benach, mother, Yaakov, Zichron, Bracha, and they'll be converting sponsor because of good name, including Nishmas, Lori, and Ani, Zichron, Bracha, all of the Shabbat, and they'll be the families of the almost usually fortunate that it's both for Israel. It's for us to be able to hold how it has to do with Shalom and Torah. Allow Holy Scriptures to be successful with all mercy. So let us be this. Mazel tov, first of all, the second time all these other things. Mazel tov, what an accomplishment, so exciting. Baruch Hashem, the second story is for those people who are definitely veterans and everything you've seen. They get very interesting of the sector as we will see. For those of you who haven't seen it, this is exciting, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other sectors that we have seen. But the next session will expose us to a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of Allah that perhaps we have not seen and experienced up until now. So let us begin Mishnah days on the Bible. Also, the document already but again, it'll flow in session. Only based on Atlas most of here's the case, and this is going to be the central case that we're going to be preoccupied with for today and tomorrow. Based in Paskin and based in their mistake. And as a result of your mistake, ultimately again, Paskin as something that was Osir really was mutter. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committed that it was the first fashion of that. Horu based in, don't show Horu Shefilem or Dam of mutter. The simple case, based in Paskin, that Filem, right, for in fact, or Dam is supposed to apply as mutter for consumption. Based in, he made a mistake, right? Because remember again, the notion of human down of mutter is not the one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Parshat bring down Torah goes out of between multiple times to repeat the sin of Moshe Rabbeinu, right? That the one to himself, we're going to see, you got it. Giving an Avera. One Avera. Most of us have done more Averas since we got this morning, right? That Moshe Rabbeinu did the entire life. If the Torah repeats it over and over and over again. Why? We will be again to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of human desire. No matter how great the person is, they still make mistakes. Even Daisy makes mistakes. So Daisy has to, and that's just a Rashi's example. He went ahead and he said that Caleb is motive. What is motive? Now what happened? The Allah and the individual called Ruben heard the Psak of Daisy. He said, I always wanted to eat blood. So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has done. Okay, he drinks blood. So he says, now what's the halacha? The hasa b'shadad api. So again, so now keep it now. Also remember, as far as it is concerned, Ruben is just acting on the base of the Psak of Daisy. So now the Gemara is very what are we talking about kids with? Based also employed together with Ruben. So they also make mistakes. Whether based in did it and Ruben committed the act afterwards. Or whether based in didn't follow their Psak at all. Just Ruben went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now we'll say, normally, if you ate blood, or you ate cake, right? If you eat cake, show me what's the halacha? Carbon factors, sin offering. Again, we'll get into a little more in the mechanics of the policy of Tasha. But you go ahead and do it. Normally, go ahead and do the factors. That's how that happens. In this case over here, the is introducing us to it. It's part of Ruben did not have to bring the factors. Why doesn't Ruben have to bring the factors if they should tell him the base? Because Ruben did not act of his own volition at first. He acted of his own volition. He made the choice. But again, he acted based on the psak of based. And still a person has no reason to believe that the psak of based is flawed, and therefore Allah for myself, he's looking from the Khatas. Incredible. So as I said, this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Based goes ahead. And if you look at Rashi by the Qatar, Rashi says it's the first short lines of Rashi. In the Havi Kistos Love, Holil the Tumba, the Basin Ba'asat. She's introducing us to this concept that basically delivers an erroneous ruling. An individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protecting himself from personal liability. Ruben doesn't have to bring a katos when he ate the feeling based on the instruction of Basin. Now, Basin's liability, different discussion. Right now we're looking for Ruben. Okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Let's say same case. Based asking if that's really is mutter. Right? So the fact is mutter. One of the members of the base realized this. No, this is a mistake. Now, again, was obviously that individual who realized this was a minority. Right? He was in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized this is an erroneous mistake. Oh, coming from right now, the halach was up here. Or for that matter, there was another Tam Chacham, not a member of the base team, but a Tam Chacham was knowledgeable enough to know that halacha l'meisa, the psak is wrong. The psak is wrong. That wasn't what happened. But us up here. But nevertheless, this member of the base team, Tam Chacham, still followed the psak. It's like, hey, why not? Right? This is my one shot at living. Right, in my Jewish life, right, basically when I had asking that I know that Psak is wrong. I know the Psak is wrong. So remember again, the ritual here is very important. This is a member of the Basin or ranking of Chacham. So they know, this person knows the Psak is wrong. If there's why not? Basically went ahead and said that it's mutter. In that case, this is what it says. It says, hey, the us, but the Basin actually, and this guy went ahead and with them. Shows for us Agreements or fixing it, but you can see afterwards, also, or fixing it in all. Decided to follow the sacrifice thing, or they said, interesting enough, this individual is really right? It makes sense. Just place off, he knows better. Right? She knows that this is a erroneous percent, and this I want to place off. I love the myself. He's supposed to be back. I was like, interesting enough, the first going to what is discuss the verse. If he knows that Psak is wrong, and he doesn't anyway, so of course he's going to do that. And there has to be more things which may be discussed as well. Next, why the rest of the nation? I'll tell them the reason why. Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal life? When you can say that I did what I did based on the Psak of things. But if you know that the Psak of things is wrong, you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you're shielded from personal life. Jack Wow. Also, this is the most of this one. I told Rabbi, oh, Taik, told the basic partner, if one acts of your own volition, ultimately again the Taik. Also, remember again, if one eats food, what's your liability? What's your liability? Right? You can't vote this. Right? Remember, you have to get you can't do that. This is a good show. Right? So the music is no tapas. Only to show you this tapas. So that's how the epic define this species over here. Because in order to say kaya the consciousness tapas, tapas was one that is some other showcase. So what the showcase in this case, again, we'll have to see in the tomorrow. But bottom line, which is introducing us to, is the basic issue means Psak. And an individual find out that Psak, the individual is shielded from personal liability because they acted with faith. And he's been issued a wrongful Psak. And the individual knows that it's a wrongful Psak. Again, I must say, notice by the way, it has to be a certain kind of individual who knows that it's an erroneous Psak. Right? Not someone who thinks that you know. We're talking about someone who's a member of the business or a ranking of the company. That person knows the Psak is wrong, but follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal life. Okay, so it's like that's the issue. That's salvation. What's the consequence? We all know salvation. We all know the main things I know that actually what we talk about. Process now. This is my focus for sure a little bit just without the so now I understand the principle. Right? The principle I understand. So now I'm trying to what does that say when we deliver this aloneness to you? So again, how much more we all know the truth together. Actually, I'm going to have retarded. So Shmuel says, Rabbi, it says retarded. This is permitted. You are permitted to be clear. They have to say it like that. Okay. So, the now Amar, Achiom Lahem, retarded action lasos. You know this again. Maybe add one word. What's the one word? Lasos. you are permitted to act on this necessity. So he says, sin and smoker is not enough. In order for the individual to shield from personal liability for the acts based on the stock of history, basically must also have a word process. You are permitted to go ahead and behave based on this necessity. Permitted to act based on this necessity. It's very good. You must fight as those what's the reason for that? Why did you reach out? So he says this mission to put off the because without last but there's no mandate, there's no direction. So therefore, a thing requires the word last souls in order for this to be like destruction from base, which would then mean base says, you can't like Caleb is looking current atom masters, for him to go ahead and use them or you can do the current put out some raffle, like you're about to go ahead and okay. So then basically is asking you to go out instruction. But he says, I'm up for myself, that's what people are acting on that expression that ultimately again the individual would be content. But according to Rabbi, the Asian would just say, you thought about that, it's your turn. That would not be that should be the individual from personal rights. So he says, yes, it is. I think it's like I'm right. So my comment here was the logic, but they shall give more off to wrong. Because basis sound is only final, and therefore what they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's what they're that's going to do is sound. That's how I like it. That's how I like it. So, what's that else? That last example is that. I found another Rabbi says, yes, Rabbi is the one that supports ultimately the community's positions. I find another also fundamentally though, so there are lots of this. What's the distribution of something? Something about that is which is this is as our Rashi says, something on my brain, over last says, when you come to that says, so something on my little bit then someone was outnumbered and this is real to judge. Because if you choose to judge, you're going to judge from the fabric of the education system that works the judge. So again, I'm not buying it. But they're not this. As you said, I say that the churches are dollars. There's no other something about this is so what's this? How's that go? That's the second memory goes back to his town. Shanat, he continues to teach what he made naturally, and he continues to advance the sack that he held before. Cutter, ultimately again, he's Cutter. They all say, so in other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and discuss the sack as he comes not in line with the Hazers when it's not very nice. However, hold on Lasos, but if he has that is a drop. If you act on this side, then what do you see in there? What do you see in there? There's some things that you did to find the side. It's not just enough to say you talking about but rather what do they have to say? We're talking about Lasos. The basis of psak to be formal psak, you have to give, first of all, again, the psak halacha, and then explicitly indicate you can act based on this halacha. So it's just one way that applies this for us. Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on psak and basis, which turns out to be erroneous. Erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you acted in good faith, you're shielded from personal liability. But a theory is saying, but it only works if the psak was really articulated in a particular way. Requires someone articulation of the halacha, that's one, mutter, and number two, permission to act basically Sam Lasos, and I just moving this way. I'm really out there. Yeah, so after I'm no service. Probably about things you can say it. Most of it, I say it. With all the other places, it's still pretty exciting because I'm really excited. Working that way. You know, each and every job, you remember everything. Sometimes we see things. I see something that's true. Where I know you. So I know you too well to ask me, right? But I don't know you. I don't know you. But like, what's that feeling of like, of course, we know each other. But so that feels a lot. Like, in other words, like, I see something. I'm like, I know you. I don't know your name, right? I don't really remember because, but I definitely know. It's a little bit like that. So again, the Gemara says like this: "Hold the faith in nothing." So you can see this place. Right, Rachel tried to move it. Moving books over seas, eight after comes along and says, "But it's dead." So let me get what we need to help us. When we need to take our home, we'll leave the lead from that way. That's what we need to allow one to do that. Remember, there was a genius. This is a cooler. This is a header for what purpose. And again, what? That's the Mishum. What? Akiru Barab. So again, listen, I watch this. So only the basin of this. So let's say basin got the 8 hours, and it's not you can get married. Let's watch this. A home for the Kilkala, and she went out and she had other relationships, we've been married, she had relationships with other men outside marriage. Okay. Now what happens? I will say that. Now remember, again, what occurred? What occurred? Guess who came back? Reuben, right? Reuben came back. Right? Reuben came back. So that was like, so now, what's her status? So what's our hook? Chayeves B'Kavon. Ultimately, again, she is Chayeves. Now again, not Taik herself, not that one person, but she is Chayeves B'Kavon. Now why? Let's watch this. She will be deeply brought out of the discussion. Because remember again, most of the sacrifice was, and I love myself, what you're not to what? You're not to be married. You're not allowed to be the whole of the people. So interesting, you're not, actually married and you didn't get that. Ultimately, then she didn't have any personal life. Now, she engaged in a moral behavior, there is personal life. But bottom line, why are you bringing this down here? If you notice, what's how this basis one way to decide? Basically says ultimately again, it says all the fixed things lead to nothing. So if you notice again, what's the formulation of the psak engagement? Basically doesn't say motor, basically says motor and the you have the ability to unite. So again, remember all of this is backing up with views that the way of psak engagement is formalized is motor last. You're allowed to, and here's the I'm not either. It's Abraham can also is all the things in the so again, this is actually very interesting. Look at actually all the things in the are almost right across and actually the right. All the things in the are actually all the things in the so it's looking at the Mura, or also actually not really part of the Masses. So again, we also learn this, but it's in the only based in the Ra. So you notice what's not so Mishnah. Based in asking not only what based says something is mother and they said we should go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up the previous version, it's all Rabbi's because so back up the previous version, that when a person gives a psak, there's two parts of the psak. There's mutter and you're allowed to act or act in a certain way based on it. Then based was erroneous. Basically was erroneous. And as an individual, after that combat, Allah they are shielded ultimately from any personal life. Which the Gemara says, there's nothing more to talk about. So you just have seconds, you need to come with the equivalent of the right? That's it. Right? She's done. We come over here, nothing more to talk about. I was saying, we just figure out, we did the outfit. There's ultimate version and an opposite version of this discussion. So I'm a Shmuel, in Teaching Kayam, actually, we part of Atem Masos. Shmuel is most likely out again. The position of Shmuel is going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of the basin is also used to say is the term after Nasos. This is Shmuel. I'm sorry. Reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that if the Lashon of Psak is the term after Nasos. Shmuel has the one who recognizes the Nasos. But in the Arda Amar, no, even if the just says, Mutter Nigmara Allah. That's the end of Psak. The halacha that's the Rabbi, supposed to say that in this version, Rabbi is asking this series of questions on Rabbi. In the previous version, Rabbi was supporting Rabbi. In this version, he's questioning Rabbi, bringing all of the same speakers. Rabbi, so I looked at Rabbi, like Buzzer, you know, Shana Ohi, Yaksha, Butter, all of that. So it's Taik. So remember, but I told Remember, is only the Taik way. That's he just teaches. But if he tells the people, this is our office, actually, that's his Taik. When you see him there, that it's not just that you'll see what? Lasos. Next, Rabbi Yara, the Hollow, Rabbi Yara is in 1 second, but that's $5 for Olu. Olu was based on Udase. We also have the Kokoro Hayat Starbucks. So it's really every their Psak is only binding to what they say. Mutter and action. You see, these Psak requires Mutter and Lasos. Next, Amamina, the Hollow Tzara. They're going to go on second. Only things that have our office to us as well as Ola, right? On Mishnah. The person who the Mishnah is pleasing to stand with something Mutter, and then coming to the open to say, okay, yeah, I'll open my sleep, act on it, and he runs into soup and multiple. So it's interestingly enough. Both versions, although again there's the first attribution, I'm also going to say the same way. Let's just go with the first version. I'm also going to say the weak husband, just like the deep. And therefore, again, just to understand the way that these people go ahead and structure the Psak, we would say the first, number one, again, they're reading them to and ultimately last. And give instructions that this Psak behaviorally can be and only that type of Psak that if someone follows, even though it turns out to be an erroneous Psak, Allah Kalamais will be extremely focused on what it is. Incredible. Great. That's what we're trying to do. So Allah says nothing but next. So Allah can show you something. Remember again, what happened with that condition. So now I have part one. Part one is, let's just put this in, just put this into two things, right? So basically, asking Taik is Mutter Le'ach. Rabbi Taylor. Okay. Rabbi Teacher went ahead and added Taik. Let's put this in second. So those guys see now. It says, the individual went ahead and actually given perfect based on their Psak. The verse says, this thing for Asla here, Shogi Lama. Why is that with Shogi? Like this, that's he's not really chosen. In other words, right? Moving is actually intentional. Why is that intentional? Because he's got a sacrifice that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. What was bothered by this? Why don't you just say, the individual can walk and practice based on their word. Why should the word show it? Shogi class to this teaching. So this is very interesting. Rabbi says, show you let's see, watch this. Horror based on Shekhem based on past came with this measure. Okay, now what happened? It is probably came with it. That was like, I watched this. Part one of the story. Based went ahead and said that he was going to be different. Okay, next, part two. Ruben has two pieces of meat to put. One is food, one is sugar. So there's related to Ruben, his intention is to sugar. So what happens? He gets mixed up. So Ruben, watch this. Ruben ate Taylor. But then didn't really be Taylor because of the sacrifice. Ruben is Taylor because he just got confused. Comes along Baba and Baba says, this, before it, Ruben is Baba. Why? Because essentially, since there's a Psak out there that says that Taylor is problem with exactly the basic, right? Or because it just gets mixed up, it's potter. Most likely, that's wild. That's wild. Remember again, in this case, Ruben's favorite consumption has nothing to do with the exact basic. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. And yet, again, the potter becomes that sack out there in the world. Incredible. So I'm going to show you my whole business in the book. Basically, when I said here, these liquor is how to go in the sugar. Moving mixed up a piece of the base of sugar. And he ended up eating sugar for well, Potter. Potter ultimately again is Potter. Our PM is not. She must say it's very confusing. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different pieces in that discussion. Right? Because we're the same discussion. But hold on, I know for us to show our PM. So there's two different types of shogeg, and there's our PM. Our PM is the case that we're talking about up on 6, which is Nathan said that Abraham is more radical. Ruben goes and eats service, or he is himself the place of Bible. And then the piece of shogeg section is double up the Bible. Piece of shogeg is again, he gets mixed up and he discovers that he's sugar. He eats where he didn't need to. He's still going to be part of ultimately he doesn't have such and he's incredible. Absolutely incredible. We must leave it down. The others say, Rabbi says, showcase our PM in the subject. An alternate version of Rabbi or absolute Rabbi. Show you our PM. It's only an access that information that they have control. Start for the self to the first one I would say. And on this calibration of the sheet for our whole life. So I want to myself, moving to a sketch stuff that means pieces. I want to myself to go deep. Also, she saw that two versions of Rabbi. Also, she told me the Rabbi could acquire so something which was obvious to Rabbi was actually a kasha about the was a second one, home with these, shifting with water. So basically, passing consensus was a basic passing that for his water. Then it's probably go to short. Then again, Ruben has two pieces of his house. One is the one was sugar. His intention was to eat the sugar. He accidentally went and eat the favorite. What's the alcohol? So he was, I'm sorry. There's that tongue, what's the alcohol? The Rabbi says, well, for us, showing up here. If Ruben went ahead and actually accidentally basically sucked the basically, he was just showing up here around him. So Rabbi says, why did you that rush out showing out here? Just say here, up here, that's it. That's only in the footer, and valuable to the water, ultimately, again, going to this case, where again, moving out the stuff from the pieces, and still being the water, ultimately, it's still covered, so to speak, under the sack of the you might still second. Still much showing up in the water, on this other thing, the shore of alcohol. It is because of the water, the managed path is the direction of the sack of the but if you stand next to this thing, who says that he should contribute like that? Ryan, he did the ultimate version of this of another Hashma. Allah also showed it up here. So which will Ruben went ahead and showed these things, sounds of these things, so he must highlight and show you how he had the water. This is the only speech where Ruben managed acts based on the sound of the base that is going to be covered. About this powerful figures machine for upper finders. With halacha makes up, he mixes up the pieces and he just has a mix up in his own house. Then he should be fighting. Dilma, Oshogate, or maybe not, maybe halacha makes up, then that's what you say. There's usually one of two pieces. There's Shogate or Alpi. Ultimately, Alpi means you look at the side of the wisdom. And Shogate means he has his own mix up actually. Incredible. So it's a sort of battle here. So this is fast, right? Everyone is a but in basic classes, it is related to each area, right? Water out and all right, water and go back off. So what it is, we will act on that start is the butter. Butter, shutting the chest is Ruben has a mix up in his home. Two pieces of syrup and sugar. He wanted to eat the sugar. He accidentally eat sugar. These higher point concepts of this kind of process. This is not focus. What if people say it's high? This is 30% has nothing to do with the sack of the basin. Other versions says no, it's going to be butter because once there's a sack of the basin developed, like the tefillah is mutter, ultimately again it's going to be covered by that. It's incredible. So one says the push-up, in reality, this is part of the regular progress. Holy basin, so the push-up, is basically passing the basin, like all of this Shahim Mukha. Basically asking that healing is Mukha. Okay, that's like this. And now we'll say that's part one. Part two, we're going to the house. We're going to have two pieces of meat. One is Caleb and one is Shimon. But this is probably both because of the Shimon, but also Shimon mixes up the pieces and it perfectly ends up consuming the Caleb. What's the other? Rav Amar Potter, Rabbi Yochanan Amar. Okay, yes, so it's not there. Rav says from Potter, we're covered under the sack of the basin. Rabbi Yochanan says, so you act as if you should do the sack of the basin, and then you do the tie. By the way, tie what? Tie what? Tie Bachatas. Remember again, this is still a case of shoulder. It's still a case of shoulder. But it's like a yesterday, learning the cash of the Amharics, or is it the Amharics by so suppose they say, the Yakish Abbas Pasha Kadishana, the Amharics by so Abbas, Mitzvos Hashem Hashem, Hashem Hashem, is the prospect of the Kabbas. Right, the first thing is not being in the Amharics by so, front Lumabas. It's up to us. A moment, it's also the concept of Kabbas, is from the predicate of the shoulder. A moment, which is someone against, we said that was the next case. A moment is someone who fundamentally rejects the gesture of and sins, moves the intentionality. Ultimately, again, is exemption of other practice. Doesn't mean that the Shem Ben Yosef, the Shem inside, Asher Loke Asena, Bishkaga, Hashem, O Hokda. So what's the phrase? This is actually going to come to practice. What does it say? Asher Loke Asena, Bishkaga, Hashem, O Hokda. Talking about a place ultimately, when you live in other practice, Shab Yaso, maybe other Hashem. So here's the big metric of other practice. Okay, there's actually for the whole you love here's the way it says. If you have the necessary information at hand, would you have experience of sin? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a covenant that must take the condition of the that's what we call Ashadni Yasal. If someone will refrain from sin, they should cover Ashadni Yasal. That's the type of person who brings a covenant that must ultimately again or looking for sin. If someone acknowledged that you would have sinned, you don't really have to practice. Well, it's absolute, this is food, or is this food? However, most of the so if somebody cannot refrain from or abstain from sinning because of his sin, they don't get covered on their children. So that makes it a little more. The Esau, all low sharp, so that wasn't just enough of finance. This is the hard piece. The hard piece. Kind of situation where one parents have a friend even has their own, right? Remember again, Reuben is getting next to her pieces. Even if Reuben know that the pieces without sin was Caleb, he still wouldn't have himself. Why would he have not explained? Why not? There was some business. So why should he have a practice? Well, as you'll say, the metric for practices, I've been the carbon practice, I've been the show, okay? If I would not have committed the Avera had I had knowledge, but in this case again, even if someone, Reuben, wait, it's Caleb. Reuben said, so what? They just said that it's Mutter. So why should we have a carbon practice in this case? No. Then it's almost like the Yoso, of the Papa Hassan Yokonan, even between the Siaga and between the Kina, Hajibo, really what it says like this. Since when basically points out that the sack is important, this obviously based on the water side. Hugger is the person, but who would not be a hugger, and then when Reuben hears that basically projected this sack, obviously, okay, he's also going for exactly stronger. So the one says, Shami, yes, okay, the second one says, but still call this case. If you had the knowledge, you would have experienced. This case is just two steps from moving. had Daisy found out that the Psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this marriage. And then if they find out that the Psak completely is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where one had the knowledge to would have abstained. That's why at least one opinion says this I have a in this case. I'm not about bring the Taik. Rabbi, most of us should mashlim ROTHSCHILD. So one says count. So this is now another task. So I said, what we're going to get into is something. In this case, that we're going to come into now. What's happening in this case is an erroneous example. And the feature is problems. We have this. We have an erroneous example. And the chart follows the side. That's the difference. That is called the higher head of government. It's a very special government. Now, in order to make a company 51% fine to go ahead and file the ordinance of SAC. So it's like this. Let's say you have different problems. And use the determination like who's the guy with the scales of function. Okay, so again, watch this. So if you pass the 50% of the problem is slow. 8 failure, facing of SAC. Who's the guys who will pick the scales? Ruben. What does Ruben do? All as I'm saying, Ruben is really good. He got 2 pieces of function. Right? And he needs to keep the one is everyone agrees that Ruben is not right? That is really not happening. Why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that what? That Ruben is not actually facing himself in face. Ruben is just doing his own thing. So even if we can say that Ruben is personal life, that Ruben is himself in personal life, because himself in face, let's say for calculating 51%, the power hell of WS, you can't say that Ruben is actually against himself. Okay. Moderat, Ishkada, actually, Ishkada, because the power hell of for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same showing capacity. Therefore, again, everything is acting in a different showing capacity, and you can't be counted. Again, separate halacha. So what's this? Bottom line, interestingly enough, bottom line, when we end off with over here, is the fundamental of focus. And what is that fundamental of focus? I'm not going to say if Ruben went ahead and the charge, he say that. Not because of exactly basic, but because he got says a lot of the rights that is reliable on one hand, one is reliable in the presentation, treatment consumption has nothing to do with stock application. On the other hand, the use developed right in the world using stock as ways of accessibility to structure. Does that stock exactly or not? I'm not much. So you can see that I'm next. Leisha asu ba'asu, right? Not only the list of other tools, I see them again. They brought down a whole bunch of variation of pieces. So and then it said, whether he did it together with Basin did it first. He did it, then they should do it by himself. What's all these pieces for? To which the Mother is the Torah, the Mishnah. So the I say, Mishnah, why? Those who absolutely so those who absolutely just style this version of the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information. You don't have to say that it's understood. I was safer because you don't think I would get it. It's just the head of liability. One in all the cases, one case is just really playing in the reverse. So what's on the base, which was two things are one was. So again, the stylistic idea that sometimes the Mishnah will say this, even like you could say something else. See that bottom line, there is additional information in the Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes it can be like an extrapolate cases from each other. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on each extrapolate, or sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. Fine. The other outcome of that is this was very good. First case Mishnah. Next delivers a erroneous psalm. One of the members of the nation, or a rank in the galaxy of the nation, realizes that this is an erroneous psalm, but he nevertheless relies on it. What's halacha? It's higher. Ultimately, again, this individual this individual ultimately again is going to be Taik. Says the Gemara, watch this. Right? Come talk is not always interesting. Versus Hashgacha can fit to deliver justice. Why do we both of those things? Because Hashgacha Ishtir Sadai Tamina, I'm really Gomer is stubborn. I would have thought this if the only type of person who is not allowed to align exactly with this year, somebody was Gomer means and Sabbath actually says, maybe Rabbi will call Rabbi. So I think it's extrapolate and ultimately again apply knowledge to the maybe you only talk about someone, individuals, things, and gotcha. You can be a dummy. How about number of us, if someone has got knowledge, but you don't know how to extract it. Oh, well, maybe you got to have both of these colleagues in order to protect the person's liability. Allah, come here to summon Hashem. Unfortunately, the Mishnah itself says, Ra'ui Law. Who is the person who is Ra'ui Law? A person who is Ramir, and Sabir knows how to extrapolate the positions of life once the other to another. Although the other half is kind of insane. Let me ask you, if we were just saying, how about me? How do we come here to summon? I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both Gomer and subject. About Gomer but not subject. No, but perhaps if you don't have both these qualities, that you keep some personal liability, it's the liability. Kana, Loi, Malda. Mishnah said he was Gomer but not subject, subject but not. She wasn't incredible. Therefore, again, Mishnah used Mishnah Allah. Allah actually says to say, as long as someone is either Gomer or subject, you have a lot of information or you know to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this stat is wrong and you rely on it, you are not sure of the personal outcome. Incredible. Why not? Because come back. Here's a good example. It will be a good example of someone where if they rely on exactly the reason, they just have to show you for personal life. Like you don't know it. Allah is going to Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma. Okay, like Shimon Azai, Shimon ben Zoma. Like these individuals, I'm going to abide it. I'm going to say, Rashi says that we are on the right hand side. So you go Shimon Azai, Shimon Zoma. So your Shimon ben Zoma, but you're only the whole wrong. It's where you look on you were like before the guy, they were sitting and giving themselves ultimately again were fit to be judges. This is the type of person I got now, amazing. It was a crazy problem. So let's listen to this, and I really to this position. Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma, who obviously were right in sages, and they hear the case say that Caleb is mutter. Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act different stuff than most like, so the Mishnah said they're kind of especially the person like that. Why? If they act in itself, and say, what are they? What are they? They're amazing. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So when it comes to public sacrifice, they should act to be mindful. So basically, you'll say that watch this. This is incredible. And with that man, what is finding the past? So Atos. Not in the also the Asma Kayu, but also in two other. There was the best says, if the individual cause of the information is higher, ultimately the same for us, and these complicates that only things the mother, the case is my skin, that's the early mother. I was not going to start as if it's like, if you have don't worry, it's fine. We're absolutely, we're fine. Guys, I'm just fucking. You know, let's say, good. Guys, tell me what to say, guys, stop it. Discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the comes talk this tomorrow. Okay, we'll say, let's come on, starting with second starters. All right, let's try that again. One on both sides. Please, just look close. Today, we'll begin with second starters. The right with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's Taik, our annual sponsors as well, dedicating all the show professionals this year to this. Serves the host for Israel. Other play sponsors for the month of Elul, Rabbi, as well as October. So now these shows up to parents. From the shed up to the plus. They donate to the public, they donate to the bus, selling books. All these books of our key debates and shop all sponsors. So, as you guys should read smart and the ones from the spotlight. I will get another sponsors of the successful was impacted by us to be a successful festival. The second ceremony is already what the accomplishments so exciting. Not for sure, I know the second story is like that. Incredible structural differences than some of the other receptions that we have seen. But it makes us show it's just a lot of really wonderful and incredible evidence. So let us begin Mishnah days of the hour. Only in the trial of our access and resource and work together. Also, the doctrine of the already, but there is a flow of the sessions. Also, based on our access and resource and work together. Also, the central piece that we'll be able to occupy with others for today and tomorrow. Based on casting and based on ministry, and as we're sort of casting as something that was awesome, really is perfect. That was the mistake that as a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committing their ability to the first aspect. Total safety to go to a whole new Shafina Odam. The second is based on casting that here, as for that, Odam is used to apply to multiple things. Please do it and make a mistake. Right? Because remember again, the notion of Odam is not one that exists. Other religions have such. Judaism does not have that. It's why, first, it's not intelligence out of two multiple parties. Which is the approach that is himself. What do they got it? One Avera. One Avera. Most of us have done more Averas since we got into this way. Right? And most have done the entire life. Over and over. One, you will be able to dismiss and to go ahead and check how this person is. This can be mistakes. Even based on mistakes. So basically has to. And let's take some time. For example, we went ahead and they said that Abraham is local. But what is local? Now what happened? The Allah had up to the hustle. And then usually moving on second group, shit up. So he's going to use blood. He goes out and he goes out and he has that. Okay, blood. So he says, now what's the Allah? What's the hustle? Shut up. So yeah, so now you look it up. So that's what as far as the concerned, you didn't just act on the price of the substitute. So now you know it's totally very useful. They show us for us. What are you talking about Easter? Based on soul, each one together we do this. They also do this. They show us for us whether based in the afterwards. They show us for us whether based in the found their stuff at home. Just look at it ahead and follow it. What's the halacha? Now what's that? Normal. What? It's the key here show me what's halacha. What's halacha? Don't see offering again. We'll get into a little more of the mechanics of the policy. Let's go ahead and do it normally. Go ahead and that's halacha. In this case over here, this is Jerusalem's too. It's partner. We don't get rid of the Katos. Why doesn't we have to do Katos? If they should tell us this. Because people did not act on this holy relation, of course. The act of this holy relation, he made the choice. But again, he acted based on the fact of grace. some person has no reason to believe that the psak of Din is flawed, and therefore halacha l'maisa he's cut from the contest. Incredible. Incredible. So once I said that, this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is discussed. Basin goes ahead. Basin goes ahead. Basin goes ahead. And if you look at Rashi, Rashi says it's the first Mishnah part of Rashi. And the Hutch is those young, only of the public, the basin of Asaf. So Mishnah is introducing us to this concept that if basin delivers the Rabbi's ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. I even doesn't have to be the Hatos when he took the payment based on the instruction of faith. Now, faith liability, different discussion. I know what's true. Okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Let's say same case. Faith is testing and that favor is different. That's a bit of one of the members of faith about this case. No, this isn't true. The idea was that obviously that individual who was this was a minority. That these minorities and regardless of that one of the dissenting judges realized that this is a erroneous side. Oh, tell me right now, the halakha stop or for that matter, not the matter of devotion, but I'm talking is not enough to know that come up from myself, the psak is wrong. The psak is wrong. Now we'll see now what happens. Nevertheless, this member of faith from Papa still following the psak. Listen, okay, it's like, hey, why not? Right? This is like one shot at right from my Jewish life. Right? Based on what I had asking that I teach with her, I know that psak is wrong. I know the psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual who is very important is this teacher, a member of the basin or ranking from Papa. So we know this person knows psak is wrong because there's one shot. Based on what I had to teach with her, in that case, says, they, Sha'as or Ba'ashimai, whether it's this guy actually with them, they Sha'as or Ba'asach, or they consider them to do afterwards, they Sha'as or Ba'asa, or they do it all. The shot of the power of sacrifice. They is that interestingly enough, this individual is going to right, which makes sense because from the place out, he knows. He knows better. Right? He knows that this is a erroneous society. If I love the place out, he's going to be tight. Now, it was like interestingly enough, he was going to discuss the Christian's case. He knows that that stock is wrong, and he doesn't have it. So, of course, he's going to be or we will discuss it. Next, why he wants to be paid, so tell them this. Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you children of personal life? When you can say that I did what I did based on the sacrifice. But if you know that the sacrifice is wrong, and you follow it and you live at the end of the day, you are not children of personal life. Exactly. Also, this is the person as well. I told the expo, Taik, told the bakery partner, if one acts of your own volition, ultimately identified. We also have remember if one eats food, what's your liability? Right? You can't melt this food, right? Remember, that can get something. Right? So it makes it no happens. Only children will happen. So that's why the finding these cases over there. Because one is a Taik with Hashas means Chatos. Chatos must have been some of the children. So what children in this case, again, we'll have to see this well. But bottom line, which is introducing us to, is the basic issues of Zuri's side. And the individual follows that side. The individual shielded from personal liability and Chatos because the act of the act. If it's the issue of wrongful stop, and the individual knows that it's a wrong stop, and it was a wrong together, it has to be knows that it's a wrong stop. Not someone who thinks that, but not I know we're talking about someone who is a member of the police and so on, or that person knows that stop is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's delve in. Let's see Master Code. We all know, we all know the eight days kind of in the actual conduct. So now, it seems like focus of smaller a little bit just about the conduct. So now the Shire is what exactly does these say when they deliver this awareness. So again, we all know the eight days kind of Torah. So Paul says the verbiage is basically says Torah. This is permitted to you. You are permitted to read Torah. They have to say it like that. Okay? But even now, Amar, Achiom Lahem, Torah Atem Lasas. Notice again, if he adds one word, what's the one word? What's the one word? Lasas. You are permitted to act on this stuff. So he says, it's not enough. In order for the individual to place their liabilities, they have to sacrifice the diminishing of you must see right now. Now, what's the reason for that? Why do you have that word process? So he said that you will put off the law because without process, you'll be stuck at the foundation of these things for God. But there's no reminder, there's no correction. That you're allowed to act based on this. What kind of different as far as the word last goes, in order for this to be like instructions, which would then mean basically says, we can't write Caleb is we can't act on process. We're going to go ahead and eat Caleb. We can't come last. Right? You're allowed to go ahead and eat. Okay. So basically, first thing, hold on, instructions. But he says, how much for myself? That's where people acting on that piece of advice that is itself. Ultimately, again, the individual would be process. But according to TV, the things he would just say, you told him about it, that would not be that would not shield the individual from something like that. Shmuel says, yes, it will. But those slides are logic. So my camera again with the logic, the patient ignore zero. Because basis sign is really hard. And number one, they tell you status and action. What they tell you is and you can attach them based on the sign. Ultimately, then that's what you use with sign. So let's analyze this. Let's analyze this. So that's what else is on that. It's like both sides. So right now, left side, right side. Rabbi says, no, so now listen. Rabbi is in the way to support the mission of the Jews. Half an hour, part of the he's going to do that lots of it. Listen, this is the piece of something I made, which will be this is the people look at Rashi. Because our Rashi says, something Mamre, or a mass, something Mamre is literally an event, someone who is outnumbered of the baby, but uses to the judge. Because that's a substance of that. All these things. Because the issue is used to the judge to the something like the fabric of the institutional system works. That's how it works. It works with the judge. So there's anybody's a rabbi, doesn't knock this. Remember, I said, like, judges in the backyard can't go over to the mechanisms. I want to make that. Can't do that. Other reasons, one is the child sounds like something that's the sound. So something refuses to go. So watch this. I'll tell you what. So the second time, goes back to his town. Shut up. He continues to teach. And he continues to advance socks that he held before. Cutter. Ultimately, again, he's Cutter. The Osage, in other words, he comes back to his town. And he continues to go ahead and discuss the psak and teach the psak as he believes. Not in line with the basis and be spotted nicely. However, Ora Lasos, but if you classify it says Evra, if you act on this psak, then what do you see here? What do you see here? That the big thing is binding psak. It's not just enough to say this has but rather what they have to say, Vitorin Atem Lasos. The basis of psak should be the form of psak. You have to be, first of all, again, the psak on and then simply you can act based on this allowance. This is just remember the wisest part for us. Our whole discussion is the individual is acting based on the psak that turns out to be erroneous. Erroneous. So then we say, okay, you're acting in good faith, you should have a personal liability. And the thing is simple, it only works if the psak was literally articulated in a particular way. Requires someone of teaching of the halacha. That's part one. Mutter. And number two, permission to act based on this psak. Lasos. Rabbi is just using this place. Really out. Ragazzi, I'm going to those stories. Only that is, I'll say, it's mostly what I say. Bring all the other pieces. You see them. Really excited. Really excited. Even if we don't remember everything, sometimes we see things. Maybe let's see something true, red, and go. So I know you too well to ask me the religion, right? But I don't know. Like, thinking of like, of course we know each other, what's your name? Like, what? But attitude. So that tells me a lot. Like, you know, where I see something, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know the name, right? I don't really remember the details, but I definitely know things like that. So again, you want to like this whole of HP, nothing. So we can continue things. Like Ruffles 9, everything goes over this impact that comes along and says things today. So when we get what you come up with when you teach us how to funk, where you believe that one. So if you believe in that, it's about when you do that. Remember, there was this is a cool up, this is a hecker for what purpose? Remember again, what? Excellent. You should be cool up, a kilo barabar. So again, what's I watch this? So all of us based in the witness. So it's a based in the effort, and they pass it. Okay, oh, you can get me married. Let's watch this. A hopeful and she went out and she had a relationship. She didn't get married. She had relations with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happens? And listen, now remember, and then what occurred? What occurred? Guess who came back? Reuben. Right? Reuben came. Right? Reuben came. So now both sides. Now, what's her status? So what's the halacha? Chayeves b'chayvan. Ultimately, again, she is chayeves. Now again, not chayeves. Not that much of adultery, but she is chayeves b'chayvan. Now, why was he watching this? Should have been God and because remember again, most of the sacrifice was, and Allah said, what? You're allowed to what? You're allowed to remarry. You're not allowed to remarry. You're not, actually marry and you didn't do that. Ultimately, she didn't have anything to do with it. Now, she engaged in a moral behavior, and it's personal liability. A bottom line, why are you doing this out here? If you notice, what's the type of basic formula of psak? Basically says, ultimately, again, Anything says, all of based in leaking nothing. So if you notice again, what's the formulation of the sacrifice? Basically doesn't just say mutter, basically says mutter, and then you're permitted to marry. So again, remember, all of this is backing up with the position that the way of sacrifice is formalized is mutter, lasos. You're allowed to, and here's the Rabbi. Yes, Abraham can no service. Only things that have all actions have working. So again, this is actually very important. Because it actually only based in lab or almost divided plus the national right. Or based in lab or the match only based in ourselves, even in Europe, or also actually only before not have ourselves. So let's say so again, we also learn this, but it's only based in lab. It's our Mishnah. So if you notice, what's not so Mishnah? Based on Rather is what? Basically says something is on her hand, instead you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of these facts are these for all right below, so back up a version, that when a Bezdin picks up psak, there's two parts with psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act, or act a certain way based on this. And then, Bezdin's ruling was erroneous. Bezdin's ruling was erroneous, and the ritual acted upon that. Allah your shield the ultimate prayer for this personal life. This verse says, slowly, there's nothing more to talk about. So you just like type this in there, right? That's it. So that's done. There's no here, nothing more to talk about. I wasn't just keep it down. This ultimate version of the opposite version of this discussion. So much more. If these are the other actual and current concept of this. Shmuel says now again, position of Shmuel is exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of the base is all that he needs to say is in Tarmat Amasos. Right, so this is Shmuel. I'm sorry. I have reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the washing of the Psak of the base is Tarmat Amasos. Shmuel has the one who has the magic of the glass verse. So, in the Amar, after the Tarmat Amasos, the page just says, Mutter, Nidmer Allah. That's the end of the Psak, and I love the next thing for active expression, including the personal life. So, let's say that in this version, Rabbi just asking this series of questions on the previous version, Rabbi was supporting the belief that this version, this question was bringing all of the secrets. Rabbi, right? Also, if you go, Shana Obedience Redemption, and Butter, all of us, so study. That's the numbers. Okay, we're up to also see that Rabbi says something number. Something number is only the entire place. That's what it teaches. But because the people, this child of that's what it's like. What do you see from here? And it's not just about the speaker. You'll see what? Lassos. Next, from the Yahweh, the Hollow Tzimmer. And Yahweh says, one second, but the Hollow Tzimmer, but Hollow Tzimmer, Hollow facing the vessel. Welcome to the Torah and its carbon. Shows really everyone says some things. There's a second what they say. Mutter and actions. You see these sacrifice. Mutter and last next. I'm running out. The whole turn. There's for a second. Only things like the Torah. Right on this. Before the living is saying this. And they're telling you ultimately again that I want my seat act on it, and yours is soup low. Just giving up both versions, although again, the reverse attribution. I'm also going to say not the same way. Let's just go with the first version. I'm also going to say that each testing is like a repeat. And therefore, I can just understand the way that these things are going to go ahead and structure the sound. Everything we say, number one, again, the rule that is committed, and ultimately, Lassos. And give instructions that this psak, behaviorally, and it's only a type of psak that if someone follows it, even though it turns out to be that a erroneous psak, I'm also going to say that there should be some personal life. That's not what part of it. But how about I got to go next? But how about I got to show you how to do that? Remember again, what happened? Part one is, let's just plug this in, two favorites, right? So based in Tuscan, favorite is Mutter Le'achol. The Lati Pele. That means the visual what I had said, eight Pele. Eight Pele is the second. Based in, so what's that? So now it says, the individual way ahead is actually really perfectly based on their side. The verse says, this thing for us, Shogi level. Why is that what Shogi? It's not really Shogi. In other words, right? Moving is acting intention. Why is he acting intention? Because it's like he's got a sack and that says when he's doing his mother. It turns out that it was an accident. What was bothered by is, why don't you just say, the individual can hold and act based on their word. Why do you do it Shogi? Shogi class is very interesting. Rabbi says, Shogi actually, this is really quite fascinating. Rasi writes this. Whole basis of the look at based on passing, here is look at. Okay, now what happened? It is coming from favor of sugar. I was like, watch this. But after, she get over this. This part one of the story. Daisy went ahead and said that he was looking. Okay. Next, part two. Looking at two pieces of this one. One is commit and one is sugar. Sugar is commit and fast. Moving tension is the sugar. What happens? Gets mixed up. So moving, yes, so moving a payload. But moving didn't really do that because of the fact that the base, right? Moving a payload because he just got confused. Comes along Rabbi and Rabbi says, ready for this, ready for it, moving is better. Moving is better. Why? Because of this. Because essentially, there's a sign, these outage that says that payload is quicker than the Jew. That's just eating payload either because he's following the documentation, right? Or because he just gets mixed up with his talking. Most likely, that's why. That's why. Remember again, in this case, moving human consumption has nothing to do with exactly is. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. And yet, again, he's still going to be Potter because that sack is out there in the world. It's incredible. Because I'm rather shocked that I say my whole business coming with the reason when I said here is with yours is how they go feeling the sugar. If you get mixed up a piece of payment that makes it sugar. And he ended up eating sugar for offload. Potter. Potter ultimately again is Potter. Our PM and numbers. So what's this? Very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different pieces of that definition. Right? Because we can tell the truth. Rahama Hayatim Shapasa Shogeg Alpi. So there's two different abilities. Shogeg and there's Alpi. Alpihem is the case that we've been talking about up until now, which is Jason said that Miriam is much more radical. Ruben goes is a thought that goes over those. On the piece of Shogeg, it's actually the same thing. Rabbi was the right. He's a Shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between the Shogeg and the Shogeg. He needs he didn't need to. He's still going to be part of ultimately because such and such is absolutely incredible. You must eat it down. The others say, Rabbi says, Shogeg are PM with the project. An alternate version of Rabbi, I'd say, is Shogeg are PM. It's only an accident. So start for themselves looking at the first one that I said about this caliber of sugar for alcohol fire. I'm not going to race up, moving just gets mixed up between the species. Right then, I'm not going to race up, the so the Gemara says, you also get she saw that there's two versions of Rabbi. So the Gemara says, you also get she from a Rabbi, something which was obvious to Rabbi was actually a passion of Rabbi. Was the second highlight, holy peace, Shekhi with water. So basically, he said this was a huge asking that there is water. It is how they go to sugar. But then again, moving into two pieces of his trust. One is how they go to sugar. His intention was to eat, to eat the sugar. He accidentally went and ate the flavor. What's the alcohol? So they were, I'm sorry. There's that amount of Rabbi says, Tashma, if Ruben went ahead and asked him to the previous sacrifice, he must have showed it up. He had allowed it. So Rabbi says, why do you need that much show these out here? Just said, up here, that's it. Lasuye, only if you should feel the footer in a spelling of him to show the Water, ultimately, again, in order to prove this case, where again, Ruben got mixed up in the pieces, and not cheating. It's still going to be hotter. Ultimately, it's still covered, so to speak, under the sack of the device. For a second. Bill was showing you that the school of hotter. Having his other problem, he was showing about admitting that. He even is only hotter, but he managed to act in the direction of the sack of the baseline. As he stands next to the stage, he says that he should be hotter than this. That's the diet. He did the alternate version of this other Rabbi Hashma. Allah but also showing up here, so the individual who went ahead and showing these sacrifices and was my love showing here. Isn't it really that it was stage in the sack of the people that is going to be have on this how they go here to shoot for our time. But if Allah makes up, it mixes up. At least, exactly the base. Just has something in his own house. Then he should be fired. Dilma, Oshogate, maybe not. Maybe Allah makes again, that's what we say. We one of two cases. There's Shogate or Alpi. Ultimately, Alpi means we literally act this sign of the baby. And Shogate means he has his own mixed act. Incredible. So this is sort of point out here. So this is really fascinating, right? Everyone is free. Everyone is free. And it's based in fascinating. It is committed to each favor, right? Mutter, Akan, Ra'ach, favor. So, right, Mutter and go Ra'ach. Everyone agrees. You don't act on that side. Butter. Shouldn't just is, we don't have something in his home. Truth is, it's more than sugar. We want to be the sugar. Yet, there is the anyway. This is value for partners. So, this is the purpose. This is the purpose. One of the most exciting. This inadvertent such a favor has nothing to do with the sack of the basin. Other versions say it was going to be butter because once there's a sack of the basin out there in the belt, right, the feelings mutter, ultimately again is going to be covered by that. Incredible. So when I say the photo, in reality, this is how they did it on purpose. Holy basin, should be the photo, takes from past candidates, every case, basic husband, that's really this method. That's our case. And now we'll say that's part one. Part two, living in his house. And then there's two pieces of meat. One is tailored and one is sugar. Then this calico for the sugar and the alcohol. This is ends up consuming the tailored plus alcohol. Rav Amar Potter, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Shai. So there it is. Here it's supposed to say explicitly. Rav says to Potter, covered up the sack of the basement. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, you have to keep the sack of the basement. By the way, I what's Tratos? Again, this is still a piece of shelter. Still a piece of shelter. But the rest of the day today, we're going to raise the cash of the Am Haaretz. The Am Haaretz last so no sense. Someone who fundamentally rejects Christians, ultimately, again, is acceptable of the practice. Doesn't really happen. Hashem ben Yossi Omer, Hashem Bishmer Iltzal, Hari Omer, Asher Lote Asera, Bishkaga, Vahashem, O Oda. So what's this very interesting? What is it? See that you get some practice, what does it say? Asher Lote Asera, Bishkaga, Vahashem, O Oda. Talking about a person, ultimately, and when they will come and attack us, Shab Yasam may be covered off shoes. So it's a very good metric for cover practice. But cover practice is for hurt and bad with that. Blood. Here's all of these things. If you had necessary information at hand, would you have experienced from sin? If your answer to that is yes, then you can get covered practice for that's what we call Ashadni Yasam. Someone who refrained from sinning may be covered Ashadni Yasam. That's the type of person who brings a covered us ultimately again recorded for sin. If someone had denied but still would have sinned, you don't bring a covered practice. Once it's out, remember, Ashadni Yasam. If somebody confessed or abstained from sinning because of this witness, they don't bring a carbon on their ship. So that was the moment. But he saw how low sharp. So that was the applying these arches. We have to apply these arches. So the these arches, even had it will know, right? Remember again, living is going to use stuff in the pieces. Even if everything will know that the pieces about to consume was favored, still would fix it. Why would he have not explained? Why not? It was abstract.
No.
So why should you try to focus?
How are you?
The metric for practice is I bring up carbon practice, but committee cannot the Avera had knowledge. But in this case, again, even if someone wait, it's Taylor. Ruben said, so what? So what? Jason said that it's mutter. So why should we have a couple of others in this case? Incredible. Enemies, all of a sudden, yourself. On the Papa Kashan Yokulan, even if you Yaga, looking at the Hydro, as yes, really what it says like this. When Jason finds out that the site is a low, this Jason is no white. Hundreds of verses. When you not need hundreds, and then when you get hears that Jason reflected the site as you see again, he also goes to the Shami and does it. Specific one is like we still call those things. If you have the knowledge, you would have explained. In this case, it's just two steps from you. Had Basil found out that the Psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this character. And then when Ruben finds out that the Psak of Basil is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where one had the knowledge, he would have abstained. That's why this one of the things says, this kind of podcast in this case. Kind of the time. Rabbi and both the Rab, she will not sleep in the whole seaboard. So what's like, okay, this is now another topic. So I say, we're going to get into there's something in this case that we're doing up until now. What's happening in this case is Jason is giving a erroneous sign, and the future is following. He's making a lot of mistakes. Jason makes an erroneous sign. And the charge fathers and son. That's called the higher edge of the government. It's more special covenant brought. Now, in order to bring that covenant, first you want to found to go ahead and follow the orders of son. So say like this. Let's say you have 50% of the province. Let's use the valuation of the sales. Okay, watch this. So basically, asking Caleb's book. 50% of province sell. 8 Caleb, facing the sock. Who's the guy who's going to put the scales? Ruben. What does Ruben do? Oh, as a range, you can see he's the 50% of the Caleb and Shem, right? And he's the Shabbat of the weeks that is a baby. Everyone agrees that Ruben does not charge towards the right? It's really does not charge. Why? Now, why is that? Because you tell what you can't ignore is that what? That Ruben is not actually facing himself on the basis. Ruben is just doing his own thing. So even if you could say that Ruben's personal liability is himself on personal liability because it's not a basis. Let's say for calculating 50%, the power element of the or you can't say that Ruben is actually facing himself. Okay. Moderar, مثلا actually كلهم بيشتغل عفاس بس her element of the for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shoulder capacity. Therefore, again, each is acting in a different shoulder capacity and you can't count. And again, separate halacha. So also, so bottom line, just bottom line, when we end up with over here, is a fundamental focus. And what is that fundamental focus? Halacha already said if Ruben went ahead and not because of exactly reason, but because he himself, a lot of the makes sense, he blind one of the reasons why I believe because his assumption has nothing to do with the sacrifice. On the other hand, it is the belt, right? Is sock is necessary. Does that sock itself or not? Next. Deixa assim, lá no livro está falando, se você tiver again, we should go down a whole bunch of various pieces. And like I said, whether you did it together with Jason, anything did it first. You didn't do it with both of us, you did it by yourself. And what do all these cases for? Which was other mystical lines, which some of it so there is a why those who also cover. So saying so those who also just style this point that the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information. No, not you don't need to say all things understood. Ella Sefer is either a liability, ahead of liability. What are the all of these? What cases should really be framed in the reverse? So that's on the base, which makes us so they saw it one of So again, the stylistic idea that sometimes the Mishnah will say this, even like didn't need to say something. So bottom line, there is additional information in the Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes if you feel like you extrapolate Jesus from each other, seriously, sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. The other affirmation, we should tell them, this was not the only message. Yes, case the Mishnah. Next delivers the erroneous mistake. You're not deep failure. One of the members of the basement, or a rank in the gallery of the basement, realizes that this is an erroneous mistake, but he nevertheless relies on it. Caleb, what's that? He's Taik. Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately again is going to be Taik. Says to the watch this. You're the Afghan, go come by the how do you know this? Because if you notice, by the way, how do you spell so either, right? Comment to talk on, yeah, not only interesting. Versus talk on and fit to deliver judgment. Why do we both of those things? You know, it's hard to get it. How about this church? Sadai Kamina, how do you need to run there the subject? I would have thought about it. The only type of person who is not allowed to rely on exactly the base of this rule, someone who is brother, and Sadir actually says, making Rabbi so as to extrapolate, and ultimately again, I'm talking about others, maybe only talking about someone who really is able to be a guy, to be a guy. How about a number of those Sadir, when someone has a lot of knowledge, but not how to extrapolate? Oh, well, maybe you got that old colleagues, well, example, personal liability, somebody says, come here with something. Also, I should have presented the Mishnah itself says, law. What is the person who is law? A person has to come here, learn it, and suffer. Those have to extrapolate the Mishnah to apply it once to another. Although you are not sure what it is. If we just say law, how about come here with something? How would thought like this? It's only someone who both Gomer and Sugger. Other than Sugger. Well, perhaps it's not that both these qualities. Not that they would keep some of the personal liability. If the Ram based in Hana, Roy, Malva. And Mishnah is exactly Gomer of Sugger, Sugger of the She wants to kind of, therefore, again, Mishnah uses much of Allah. Allah actually was to say, as long as someone is either Gomer or Sugger, you have a limit. You are allowed to use or you never extract. In other words, if you have the ability to know, if with certainty that this sack is wrong and you rely on it, you are not sure of it. Incredible. Right or wrong? Here's a good example. A good example of someone where they rely on the sack of the reason. They would not be sure of what they're liable. Aber ich don't sure that as I sure that okay, I sure that as I sure that like these individuals, I'm going to buy it because the Nashi says that we are on the right hand side. You don't sure that as I sure that so long, so you don't sure that they can help me, but you're looking all wrong. These were even before the fact that they were sent to charge as the charges and they were sent to be themselves ultimately again were fit to be charges. This is the type of person who's just talking about. Okay, I buy it. See, I got now, basically, I was like, there's the problem. Okay, so let's understand this, and I really think it's the issue. Here's the problem. You have a person, like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Shimon. One is the most of the world, like these sages. And they could debate and say that Caleb is mutter. Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they actually fix things sacrifice, so the Mishnah said they're kind of a fact, especially with the personal liability. Why? If they act like a sacrifice, say, what are they? They're amazing. They're intentional. They know what's wrong. They know what's wrong. So when it's about coming to sacrifice, they should actually be viable. Amazing. Let's take a watch this. It's incredible. But that may quite the sign of us, so happens. Roughly the also if you ask for us is the project. That also what he said. The individual does upset this. He's fired. Ultimately, he told us that he's not the king, son. Totally, the water, the face is my skin, the water, Let's not go for today. We'll pick up the color. We're absolutely fine. Gotcha. Spot it. You know, okay, so just try to cover one side for 3 seconds. Stop it. But again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the Thomas Caution piece tomorrow. Yeah, that's it. Okay, it looks like last time I started the second topic. All right, again, one on both sides. Just the first one, Hashem. To be able to begin the second harvest. With all of you, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, from ROTHSCHILD. We're dedicating all the show and Joshua to this year's course. The stars to host for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul Havani, or Torah Benic Over. For Aliyah and Shomas of his parents, Avram and Asher Pinchas, Fegorez and his mother Fegorez and Bas Selling, and hopes that all the kilos of our children, all of Klal Yisrael, will be answered during this month and the months ahead. Shlomi Yunus, Yuli Nishmas, so they are from his father, Yitzchak, Ayi, Benach, Chomer, Yaakov, Zichron Bevracha, and our learning sponsor, David Goodman, Yuli Nishmas, Roy, and Ayi, Zichron Bevracha, and American Talmud Torah. All of the Hashem's not now be the families and from all those Caesar, Rosh Hashanah, both for Israel. To Israel, Christian America should bring home our hostages of Shalom and Karav, with our holy soldiers to be successful, the Chol Nasi David. Well, so with that, let us begin. So let's look at first of all the second Samuel Rizal. Again, Mazat and Mazatov, what an accomplishment, so exciting. Baruch Hashem, and now we go to the second story. The second story is for those who are definitely getting into the see it. Again, different kinds of sex we will see. For those of you who haven't seen it, get ready because it's exciting, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other sectors that we have seen. The Mitzvah Hashem will expose us to a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of halacha that perhaps we have not seen and experienced up until now. So let us begin. Mishnah Beis Amud Aleph. Holy Beis La'avor Al Achas Mitzvah Sa'aduras B'Torah. Also, the Datim are a little bit bigger, as you may have picked up already. But again, it'll flow. It'll flow. Holy Beis La'avor Al Achas Mitzvah Sa'aduras B'Torah. So here's the case. And this is going to be the essential case that we're going to be preoccupied with at least for today and tomorrow. Based in Pastor and based in the mistake. And as a result of your mistake, ultimately, again, the asking of something that was also really was put. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committed the first Rashi with that. Hodu Bezdin, because Hodu Shechilef Odam, and the simple case, based on asking the Chilef, right? So, in fact, or Dam is moved or blood in a different percentage. Bezdin made a mistake, right? Because remember again, the notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Farshim bring down Torah goes out 2 times to repeat the sin of no Shabbat, right? But the one to yourself, no, we're going to sin. That's it. One Avera. One Avera. Most of us have done more Averas since we got here this morning, right? Then Moshe Rabbeinu did it his entire life. Okay? The Torah repeats it over and over and over again. Why? Little bit again, dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of human infallibility. No matter how big the person is, they still make mistakes. Even based on these mistakes, so based on custom, and let's just use Rashi's example, they went ahead and they said, but Ela is mutter. Blood is mutter. Now what happened? What happened? The halacha yachim ba'asa. An individual called Ruvain heard the psak of the base, and he said, oh, I always wanted to eat blood. So he goes in and he goes out and tries it out. He's blood. So he says, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? B'shabbat api. So again, so now he commit now, of course, I remember, as far as the means concerned, Ruvain was acting on the face of the psak of the base. So now the Gemara says, there's no variations. Whether we're talking about a case where Beis Din also ate blood together with this, they also made a mistake. Whether Beis Din did it and Ruvain committed the act afterwards. Whether Beis Din didn't follow their psak at all. Just Ruvain went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now we'll say, normally, ate what? Or you ate right? If you ate shogi, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Carbon chatos. Carbon chatos, still offering, again, we'll get into a little more of the mechanics of the kavanos in our session, but you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring in chatos. That's the halacha. In this case over here, what the Mishnah is introducing us to, it's Potter. Ruben does not have to bring the chatos. Why doesn't Ruben have to bring the chatos? If they should tell him this. Because Ruben did not act out his own volition. Now, of course, he acted his own volition. He made the choice, but again, he acted based on the psak of based. And some person has no reason to believe that the psak of based is flawed, and therefore Allah Mesa, he's Potter from the chatos. Incredible. So as I said, this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Basin goes ahead. And so if you look at Rashi, Rashi says it's the first short lines of Rashi. So the Mishnah is introducing us to this concept that if basin delivers an erroneous ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. Ruben doesn't have to bring a chatos when he eats the chiluk based on the instruction of Beis Din. Now, Beis Din's liability, different discussion. Right now, we're looking for here. Okay, that's case one. Now, watch this. Holy Beis Din, the Achaman Chateau. Let's say simply, Beis Din has going that chiluk is different. Right, so things are different. One of the members of the Beis Din realized this. No, this is a mistake. Again, I will say, obviously, that individual who realized this was in a minority. Right? He's in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized that this is an erroneous psak. Oh, tell me the right law, or for that matter, again, it's not a Tam Chacham, not a member of the Beis Din, but a Tam Chacham was knowledgeable enough to know that the psak is wrong. The psak is wrong. Now what happened? But nevertheless, this member of the Beis Din still followed the psak. It's like, hey, why not? Right? This is my one shot at taking. Right? In my Jewish life. Right? Beis Din went ahead and asking that it was mutter. I know that psak is wrong. I know the psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. It's either a member of the Beis Din or ranking Kamkah. So they know, this person knows, psak is wrong. So there's why not? Beis Din went ahead and said that it's mutter. In that case, the Mishnah says, vain. Whether Beis Din actually interfered and this guy went ahead and with them, vain sha'asu ba'asak rehem, or Beis Din interfered and they considered afterwards, vain sha'asu ba'asa, or Beis Din didn't do it at all. But he decided to follow the psak of Beis Din, or they said, chayv. So interestingly enough, this individual is going to be chayv, right? Which makes sense why, because Allah for himself, he knows better. Right? He knows that this is an erroneous psak, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he is going to be chayv. Now, I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to discuss. It sounds like a very strange case. If he knows that the psak is wrong, and he does it anyway, so of course he's going to be liable. There has to be more to the case, which we will discuss in the Gemara. Next, why you must have nation? I'll tell them this. Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you can say that I did what I did based on the psak of Beis Din. But if you know that the psak of Beis Din is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. We'll say this is the says the Mishnah. I told the Beis Din pater, if one acts of their own volition, ultimately again they're chayiv. I won't say that. Remember again, if one eats food against it, what's your liability? Right? The chayiv develops this food. Right? Because remember, you can't bring a chatas because chatas is only good for shogeg. Right? So the mezid is no chatas. Only the shogeg is chatas. So that's why we're going to have to define what this case is over here. Because in order to say chayiv just means chatas. Chatas must mean that there's some element of shogeg. So what's shogeg in this case? Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. But bottom line, the mission that's introducing us to is the Beis Din, which is a erroneous psak. And an individual follows that psak, the individual is shielded from personal liability, but not just because they acted in good faith. If they issued a wrongful psak, and the individual knows that it's a wrong psak, you know, most of the notice, by the way, they have to use certain things the individual knows that it's a wrong psak. Right? You know, not someone who thinks that, you know, I thought that we're talking about someone over here who is a member of himself or a rank from that person knows the stuff is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He's not shooting the personal liability. Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's tell them. That's the not supposed to. First Mishnah, Marius. First Mishnah, Marius. Incredible. Amishwal. We all know. So Amishwal. We all know. I know that I'm sure I can farm out. So it says now, it's about all this question. A little bit just about the so now I understand the principle. Like the principle I understand. So now the shadow is what exactly does these have to study when they deliver this erroneous view. So again, commercial, we all know in case of actually only have the Torah. So Shmuel says the verbiage is based, it says, this is permitted. You are permitted to eat chillah. They have to say it like that. Okay. But giving me the Amar, at Shiur Lahem, Mutarid Atem Lasos. If you notice again, the adds in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. You are permitted to act on this psak. So if he says, saying that it's mutar, it's not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal liability, because they act based on the psak, but based on must also add the word lasos. And you are permitted to go ahead and behave based on this psak. Permitted to act based on this psak. So very interesting. You know, this is my type of, now what's the reason for that? Why does Rabbi add that word lasos? So Rabbi says, because without lasos, there's a statement of information, or there's a statement of fact, but there's no method or there's no direction for reason which are allowed to act based on this. So therefore, Rabbi requires the word of lasos in order for this to be like instruction from Bezdin, which would then mean Bezdin says, Caleb is looking at them lasos. You're permitted to go ahead and eat for them. Mutatim last. Right? You're allowed to go ahead and eat. Okay. So then Bezdin is constantly giving instruction. But Dimi says, myself, that's where the individual acted on that Bezdin flesh, that is son. Ultimately, again, the individual would be potter. But according to Dimi, if Bezdin would just say, it's mutar, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again was Rabbi's logic, because basis psak is only final. Number one, they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutar, and you can in fact behave based on this psak, ultimately, again, that's when basis psak is. So let's analyze this. Good. Fine. So, what's that else? Like that rashes on both sides. So we're gonna find out from the left on the right side. So both sides. Rabbi. After an answer, Rabbi says, we also now will say, Rabbi is coming along to support ultimately again Rabbi Dini's position. After an answer, we also do this. Chazal Yuro. So we're going to get a lot thrown at us today. We'll say this is the case of Saki Mamre. Saki Mamre is an individual who's a member of the Bezdin who refuses to yield to majority. Take a quick look at Rashi. Chazar Rashi says, Saki Mamre Yuro, Torah Lasos, the Mashma become a return to Lasos, if you said before you had. So Saki Mamre is literally again someone who is outnumbered on the Bezdin, but refuses to yield to the majority. So such an individual actually to be executed for this transgression, which makes sense because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining the fundamental fabric of the way the judicial system works. That's how it works and works in the majority. So again, it's in Mercy Rabbi, I wasn't going to get back to Marcus days. Remember Marcus? And so it says, remember that even after Bezdin delivers a verdict, the judges in the minority can't go over to the defendants said, no, listen, you don't want to let you go. I really don't do that. I don't do that. What could I do? I was even my God. You can't do that. You can't just be part of the basement. Once the majority decides on something, that's the psak, and everyone is there. So second membrane refuses to yield to the majority. So watch this. Because of the ego, let's say the second membrane goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach when we make action, and he continues to advance the psak that he holds before Potter. Ultimately, again, he's Potter. The Most High. So in other words, if he comes back to his town, and he can go ahead and discuss the psak and teach the psak as he believes, not in line with the basement is doing it, he's Potter. Nicely. However, Hora lastos, but if he passes and he says Evra, he can act on this psak, then what do you see there? What do you see there? That for Bezdin to give a binding psak, it's not just enough to say Mutarin Atem, but what do they have to say? Mutarin Atem Lastos. For Bezdin's psak to be a formal psak, they have to give, first of all, again, psak halacha, and then exclusively indicate you can act based on this halacha. So just remember again why it's important for us. Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the psak of Bezdin, which turns out to be erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you acted in good faith, you shielded from personal liability. Rabbi is saying, but it only works if the psak was literally articulated in a particular way. It requires someone articulation of the halacha, that's part one, mutter, and number two, permission to act based on this psak, lasos. And Rabbi is just proving this point. Rabbi Abba. We also learn this. Based on nothing, bring all the other pieces. One of the exciting things also, one of the really exciting things is as we go through that film, even if we don't remember everything, sometimes we see things, it's kind of like seeing someone in shul where I know you. So I know you too well to ask you your name again, right? But I don't know you, but like, is that feeling like, of course, we know each other, but I'm feeling a lot like that. Like, in other words, like, I see something, I'm like, I know you. I don't know your name, right? I don't really remember the details, but I definitely it's a beautiful thing like that. So again, the verse is like this, all the things you must say. You've seen this case, right? Rachel's married to Reuben. Reuben goes overseas. Abraham comes along and says Reuben's dead. So remember again, when you need halachas, when he makes churches in halacha, believe in that halachas. Right? So believe in that halachas. Remember, we've seen this. This is shakula. It's a hedge for what purpose? And again, what? That's shum kuna akilu barabah. That was what I was trying to say first. He said that sort of like that. So the nice, right? We should be kuna akilu barabah. So again, let's say I watch this. So hold on, based on the things. Let's say based on the and they pass it. Okay, Rachel, you can get remarried. Let's watch this. The whole thing, and she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relations with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happens? I will say, now remember, and then what occurred? Guess who came back? Reuven, right? Reuven came home, right? Reuven came home. So now we'll say, what's her status? So what's halacha? Chayeves v'chadon. Ultimately, again, she is chayeves. Now again, not chayeves, so not that one's for adultery, but she is chayeves v'chadon. Now why? We'll say, watch this. Should have been TV bought because remember again, what was the psak of Bezdin? The psak of Bezdin was that Allah said, you're not to what? You're not to remarry. You're not allowed to engage in immoral behavior. So interestingly enough, had she remarried and Reuben came back, ultimately again she didn't have any personal liability. Now she engaged in immoral behavior, there's personal liability. But bottom line, why are we bringing this down over here? If you notice, what's the psak? How does Bezdin formulate the psak? Bezdin says ultimately again, Bezdin says, Horla Bezdin Lichtin Yasa. So if you notice again, what's the combination of the psak of Bezdin? Bezdin doesn't just say mutter. Bezdin says mutter and behavior. You are permitted to remarry. So again, remember, all of this is backing up that the way of psak of Bezdin is formalized is mutter lasos. You're allowed to, and here's the accompanying action. We also learn this. Horu based in Lavar asking from so I'll say so again. This is actually very interesting. Look at actually Horu based in Lavar, almost right across the national line. Horu based in Lavar, the Mashma Horu based in Nasos, the Ina de Mura, Horu Asim actually don't have to turn out of Nasos. So I'll say so again. We also know this. What does it mean? Horu based in Lavar, it's our Mishnah. So if you notice, what's Lashon the Mishnah? Based in Hasim Lavar. Lavar means what? They said something is mutter, and they said you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up Rabbi's version. It's all Rabbi's because so back up on Rabbi's version. That when it speaks of psak, there's two parts of the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act, or act in a certain way based on this. And then the basis really was erroneous. The basis really was erroneous, and an individual acted upon that, halacha ma'isa, they are shielded ultimately again from any personal liability. Which the Gemara says, and there's nothing more to talk about this. We just have this, right? This is the Talmudic equivalent of a mic drop, right? That's it. We're right, we're done. We're done over here, nothing more to talk about. That was like just looking up, he did that right. It's an alternate version, an opposite version of this. So I'm a Shmuel, in case of Chayah, actually, current atam nasos. Shmuel is supposed to say now again, the positions of Shmuel and Rabbi are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of a base is all base needs to say is term atanasa. Right, so this is Shmuel. I'm sorry. I reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the lashon of the second of the base is term atam las. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put it last. So it's the thing in our Amar afilu mutarin atam. No. Even the base just says it's mutter, nigmar achora. That's the only start, and Allah will make significant individual actions based on that. They will be shielded for personal liability. Rabbi. So I must say now in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rabbi. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rabbi. In this version, he's questioning Rabbi, bringing all of the same proofs. Abaye, that's not how we heard. Right? Also, the hero, the Shana, obedient redemption, and the putter, horrible. So it's Taik. So commandment. Again, we have to look for all the cases again. Rabbi says commandment. So commandment is going to be Taik. Not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people this is the halacha, you act on it, that's when it's Taik. What do you see from here? That it's not just enough to say mutter, you also need what? Lasos. Next, Rabbi Yahweh, Bahalot, right? Rabbi Yahweh says, one second, what about the Bahalot? It's not Horu. About Bahalot, sorry, Horu, but based on Minaset. In case makes instruction wouldn't to be married. Their psak is only binding what they say mutter and action. So you see from there, basis psak requires mutter and last. Next, Amravino, the whole Tzara. I think it's a second. Horu picks an eyebrow office before Samuel Batoda by our Mishnah. But clearly the verbiage of the Mishnah is basing saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha might act on it. And the says su lo. So it says interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha l'maisa really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha l'maisa, the way we pass it, is like repeat. And therefore again, just to understand the way that these things normally go ahead and structure their psak between the say mutter, number one again, they're really against permitted, and ultimately lasos. And give instructions that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone followed it, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, right? That's our first part of the show. Next, quotation of the show. So again, what happened? So now I have part one. Part one is, so let's just plug this in to Chaylev, right? So based in Paskin, Chaylev is mutter le'achol. Without Chaylev, okay? So now the individual went ahead and ate Chaylev. Ate Chaylev based on the second. Based in, so what says, it says, the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on their psak. The Gemara says, this need to asal PM, shogi glamor. Why didn't that word shogi? I was going to say, interestingly enough, he's not really showing. In other words, right? Ruvain is asking intentionally. So I see asking intentionally. Because as far as Ruvain is concerned, he's got a psak basis in that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. Why? He was bothered by his, why don't you just say, the individual came along and acted based on their word. Why didn't he word shogeg? Which the rest of the Rava, shogeg lasu, this is very interesting. Rava says because the word shogeg actually comes to a very different place. This is really quite fascinating. Lasu, watch this. Holo based on shechela water. Get ready. Based on casting, chelev is water. Okay. Now what happened? Finis chalif lo chelev mishumah. Now let's say, now watch this. Va'achol. So get ready for this. Based on part one of the story. Based went ahead and said that chelev is water. Okay. Next, part two. Ruvain has two pieces of meat in front of him. One is chelev and one is shumah. Shumah is permitted fat. Ruvain, his intention is to eat shumah. But what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats the chelev. So Ruvain, watch this. So Ruvain ate chelev. But Ruvain didn't really eat chelev because of the psak and the basin. Right? Ruvain ate chelev because he just got confused. Comes along Rabbi, and Rabbi says, get ready for this, get ready for it, Ruvain is potter. Ruvain is potter. Why? Listen to this. Because essentially, since there's a psak based out there that says that chelev is potter, if a Jew ends up eating chelev inadvertently, either because he's following the psak and basin, right, or because he just gets mixed up, he's potter. And that's wild. That's wild. Remember again, in this case, Ruvain's chelev consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the basin. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. But yet, again, he's still going to be potter because that psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So you must, I'm going to show you last night. My whole basin when I said chelev is potter, it is chelev lo chelev b'shumah. And the Ruvain mixed up a piece of chelev with a piece of shumah, and inadvertently ended up eating shumah ba'achlo potter. Potter ultimately again is potter al PM manish. So let's say this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different cases in that Mishnah, right? Because this is how the Mishnah reads. So there's two different events with shogeg and there's al PM. Al PM is the case that we've been talking about up on the slip, which is Bezdin said that chelev is mutter b'achol. Ruvain goes and eats chelev. Okay, he's himself a personal liability. And then the case of shogeg, second the case. Rabbi wants to pass it. The case of shogeg, again, he gets mixed up between his chelev and his shumah. He eats the chelev. He didn't mean to. He's still going to be potter. Ultimately, again, because such a psak from Higgs exists in the world. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So the others say, Rabbi says, shogeg al PM with the potter. An alternate version of Rabba, or opposite version of Rabba, shogeg al PM. It's only an accidental commission of the idea that happens as a result of psak that absolves Ruvain of personal liability. First one, I will say, but if halacha l'maisa, Ruvain just gets mixed up between his pieces, right? Then halacha l'maisa, he will be liable. So the Gemara says, Milsa the Pshita, again, just two versions of Rabba here. So the Gemara says, Milsa the Pshita le'Rabba coming by the Rabbi Machama. So something which was obvious to Rabba was actually a kasher Machama. By Rabbi Machama, was the second white dog. He based it. Shefi with Mutter. So based in Paskin, second is also based in Paskin that chelev is Mutter. Then it's chalev lo b'shumah. But then again, Ruvain had two pieces of meat in his house. One was chelev, one was shumah. His intention was to eat the shumah. He accidentally went and ate the chelev. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. What's the halacha? Rabbi says, Tashma, halacha yachid v'asa shogeg al PM. If Ruvain went ahead and acted accidentally based on psak of the basin, so the Gemara says, shogeg al PM lamali. So Rabbi says, why do you need that lashon of shogeg al PM? Just say PM, al PM, that's it. Asiyeh, holu b'is shechelev mutter, and it's chalev lo chelev b'shum ba'achlo potter. Ultimately, again, in order to include this case, where again, Ruvain got mixed up between the pieces, he ended up eating the chelev, he's still going to be potter. Ultimately, this is still covered, so to speak, under the psak of this. The Gemara says, 1 second. Dilma shogeg al PM with the Avan is only for Chilul Shulad Avot. Maybe not. Maybe Reuben is only Potter, but he mamish acts in the direction of the Psak of the base. But if he still makes another mistake, who says that he should be Potter based on that? Shemitayin, the only alternate version of this of a Rava Tashma, Halach Yafik, also showing it up here. So if an individual really went ahead and acted Shogeg based in Psak of based in, so he must my love Shogeg Aliyah Muta Potter. Isn't it only in the case where moving Manish based on the Psak of based in that is going to be Potter? Avam is Khalif Lochilim Peshulim Ba'aflochayim. But if Halach Lamaisa, he mixes up the pieces. The Psak of the basic, he just has a mix up in his own house. Then he should be chayiv. Dilma, O Shogeg, O maybe not. Maybe Allah again, that's what the Mishnah is coming to say. There's maybe one of the cases. There's Shogeg or Al Piyah. Ultimately, Al Piyah means he literally acts based on the Psak of the basic. When Shogeg means he has his own mix up. Incredible. So it says, points out over here. So this is fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing that if based in Paskins, it is permitted to eat chaylev, right? Mutter atem la'achol chaylev. All right, mutter can go la'achol chaylev. So everyone agrees that Ruben acts on that psak is eating butter. Butter. The shaila just is if now Ruben has a mix-up in his home, two pieces chaylev and shuman, he wanted to eat the shuman. He accidentally eats the chaylev. Is the chayiv on potter? So this is the machlokas. One of the things says chayiv. His inadvertent consumption of chayiv has nothing to do with the psak of the basin. Other versions says, oh, he's going to be butter because once there's a psak of the basin out there in the belt, like the chayiv is mutter, ultimately they're going to be covered by that. Incredible. So one says the photo, and we have this is one of the machlokas. Horu basin chayiv butter. Based in Paskin, yes, you are just wondering if you preaches in the focus. Olu based Shachil Mutter. Based in Paskin, that Chil is Mutter. Okay, that's our case. And now we'll say that's part one. Part two, Ruben is in his house. Ruben has two pieces of meat. One is Chilad and one is Shuman. For this Halifo Chilad and Shuman, the Otto, he mixes up the pieces and inadvertently ends up consuming the Chilad. What's that? Rav Amar Potter, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Chai. Okay, here it is. Here's what they so explicit about this. Rav says your Potter, you're covered under the psak of the basin. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, your act has nothing to do with the psak of the basin, and therefore you need chayiv. By the way, chayiv what? Chayiv of chatos. Remember again, this is still a case of shogeg. But so they say, Hima raised the kasha, Me'am ha'aretz, so those says the ultimate realist, the nefesh afas ta'at ha'bishkaga, Me'am ha'aretz v'asos ha'afas mitzvos Hashem asher lo te'aseh v'Hashem. This is the pasuk by Kabbalah. Right, the person commits an avera inadvertently. So the Gemara says, Me'am ha'aretz v'asos fat l'mumar. This comes to his food on mumar. Because we'll say, remember again, the concept of katos is totally predicated on the notion of shogeg. A mumar, which is someone again, so we saw back to our Sanhedrin days. A mumar is someone who fundamentally rejects Torah, rejects Mishmar, so ultimately and sins with intentionality. Ultimately, again, is exempt from carbon katos. Doesn't really have it. Shem ben Yosef Omer, Hashem Bishmer Ilsar, Hari Omer, Hashem Rote Asena, Bishkaga, Hashem O Hokda. So those things very interesting. So those things that to get a carbon katos, what does it say? Talking about a person ultimately, when they bring a problem at us, Hashab Nidiyasal may be carbon al Sheikh Yasal. So once again, here's the metric for carbon at us. Carbon at us is for a big certain type of here's the test. If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from this? If the answer to that is yes, then you need to cover chatos for inadvertent commission of the act. That's what we call hashavni yasal. If someone would have refrained from a sin, maybe covered al shivit yasal. That's the type of person who refrains from covering chatos over and again or inadvertent sin. So firstly, if someone had knowledge but still would have sinned, you don't bring a cover chatos. Once it's obvious who this is through, so if somebody would not refrain or abstain from sin because of the sin of this, they don't bring a carbon on their shoulder. So that means remember, The Isa, Ha Lo Shav Yasaf. That was an interesting enough. Applying this to this to Archie's. They're going to apply this to Archie's. So the question is, Archie's is not a situation where one would have refrained even had they known, right? Remember again, Reuven is getting mixed up with the cases. Even had Reuven known that the piece he was about to consume was Caleb, he still would have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? There was a psak based. So what is that? So why should he be chayav b'chatos in this case? In other words, also, the metric for chatos is I bring the carbon chatos for committing an avera b'shodei. If I would not have committed the avera had I had the knowledge, but in this case again, either so Reuven, wait, it's Caleb. Reuven is that. So what? So what? It's said it's mutter. So why should he chayav b'chatos in this case? Incredible. Enemies, Allah shall be yourselves. On the papa, Kassav Yochanan, even if you actually, because again, so really what it says like this: since when Bezdin finds out that the psak is a road, and those parties and Bezdin is going to walk it back, Hadar says, "Oh, you would not be a Hadar day." And then when Reuven appears, that Bezdin retracted their psak, obviously again, he's also going to retract his behavior. So therefore, you must say, "Shami Yasser." So essentially, Gemara says like this: we still call this a case. But if you had the knowledge, you would have understood. In this case, it's just 2 steps removed. Had Bezdin found out that the psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Reuven finds out that the psak from Bezdin is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, they would have abstained. That's why at least one opinion says he is chayav b'chatos in this case. I'm sorry. Amr Rabba, Umod Derav, Shemashlim is a ROTHSCHILD. Okay, so once I see now, okay, this is now another task over here. So I'll say, we're going to get into, there's something, in this case that we're dealing with up until now, what's happening in this case is Jason is giving an erroneous psak, and the individual is following through that. There's going to be another case. And Jason delivers an erroneous psak, and the majority of Klal Yisrael follows the psak. That's a different situation. That is called Har Ha'elam Davan. That's a special carbon that's brought. Now, in order to bring that carbon, you need 51% of the Klal to go ahead and follow the psak. So as I watch this, let's say you have 50% of Klal Yisrael. Who's the determinant? Right? Who's the guy who's going to take the scales? That's what you think. Right? So again, watch this. So basically, Philip's motor. 50% of Klal Yisrael, 8 Caleb, chasing the psak. Who's the guy who's going to pick the scales? Reuven. What does Reuven do? All eyes on Reuven. Reuven's sitting at home. He's got 2 pieces of from Caleb and Shimon, right? And he needs to eat the Shimon that Caleb eats from every human Caleb. Everyone agrees that Reuven does not count towards the Torah, right? Reuven does not count towards it. Oh, why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that what? That Reuven is not acting based on the psak of the Bezdin. Reuven is just doing his own thing. So even if we could say that Reuven is personal liability, Reuven is himself in personal liability because of the psak of the Bezdin, let's say we're calculating with 51% for Har Ha'elam Davan, you can't say that Reuven is acting based on the psak of the Bezdin. Okay. My time was the reason the shkadah. Because for Har Ha'elam Davan for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Reuven is acting in the shogeg capacity, and he can't be counted. Again, separate halacha. So bottom line, what we end off with over here is a fundamental focus. And what is that fundamental focus? If Reuven went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because of the psak of the Bezdin, but because he got confused himself, halacha l'maisa, is he liable or not? On one hand, one of these is liability because his Caleb consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the Bezdin. On the other hand, there is, he developed, right, in the world, there is a psak of Bezdin that says Caleb is mutter. Does that psak absolve him or not? Next. Remember again, the Mishnah brought down a whole bunch of pieces. So Bezdin said Chiluk is mutter. And then it said whether he did it together with Bezdin, Bezdin did it first. But he did it, then Bezdin did it by himself. What do all these pieces for? To which he was not in the Sekolani, so the answer is most of the opposite. So most of the opposite is a stylistic version of the Mishnah. The Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information. You don't need to say that. It's good. I was safer if you don't know about it. But then she's stuck to have a liability. What are you all the trees? What cases should we be framed in the record? So let's say on the base, which you might say, Zeus, things are one of them. So again, sometimes the Mishnah will say this, even I didn't need to say something else. Bottom line, there is additional information listed in the Mishnah, which is just a stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes if you read, I can extrapolate the cases from each other. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. We are the Afro man, which is called this was very again. What was I saying? First case of the Mishnah. Basically delivers the erroneous psak. You're allowed to take Taylor. One of the members of the basement, or a ranking called Chafar, in the gallery of the basement, realizes that this is an erroneous psak, but he nevertheless relies on it. Taylor, what's the halacha? He's Taik. Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately again is going to be Taik. Says watch this. The other Afghan try to them, if you notice by the way, how do you refer to these individuals? Either it's right, come to Chacham, interesting. So it says come to Chacham and just to deliver judgment. Why do you need both of those statements? How about Easter, Sa'adai Kamina, Haimini, Rummer, the Suffer? I would have thought about any type of person who is not allowed to rely on the fact of the base in this room. Someone who is Rummer and Suffer actually says he did Davar and told Davar. So is it to extrapolate and again apply knowledge to the words. If you only talk about someone, so it really is fit to be a diet. Fit to be a diet. How Davar will suffer. If someone has other knowledge, but you don't have to extrapolate. So, whereas maybe you got that both of these qualities in order to be accepted as a lie. So I says, come in the southern Mishnah. Essentially, because the Mishnah itself says, who is a person who is a person who is both Kamir, learned, and Savir, who knows how to extrapolate information from one scenario to another. In the Aki, if you would have just said, how about me? Come here for Savir. I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both a governor and a sovereign. About governor below sovereign, low. But perhaps if you don't have both of these qualities, and maybe you would be exempt from personal liability, if you're allowed to base in Tanos, Lodi, Laura. Initially, you governor below sovereign below governor. That's incredible. Therefore, again, initially use the Lashon of the Torah. Torah actually said, as long as someone is governor or sovereign, you have a lot of information, or you don't know to travel. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this stuff is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not shit for personal life. Incredible. Why are you wrong? Versus you don't know. This is a good example. Right? Look at a good example of someone where if they rely on the fact of the victim and not be shit for personal life. You don't know. I'm going to go Shimon and Azai, Shimon ben Sloka. Okay? Or Shimon Azai, Shimon ben Sloka. Rashi says on the right hand side, Shimon Azai, Shimon and Yoshkin Kachami, but you're looking all wrong. These were coming who were like before the Dayan, they were sick in front of the judges in the base, and they themselves ultimately again were fit to be judges. This is the type of person that Mishnah is talking about. On the Rabbi, I will say here's the topic. So let's at least begin this, and I alluded to this in Mishnah. Here's the topic. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Sloka, who obviously on both sides were ranking sages, and they hear the Bezdin say that Caleb is mutter. Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. if they go ahead and they act based on this psak that we're saying, so the Mishnah said they're kind of especially the person liability. But if they act itself and they say, what are they? What are they? They're innocent. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So when it's going to come to the fact, they should actually be liable for basic. They'll say, now watch this. It's incredible. But we come in, what this time in the past, so us, so after the whole thing is not so higher for us, and we see other. Shabbos says, the individual does obstacle position is silent. Ultimately, they for us, who's not a case of holding things in Sheffield and Mutter, the case in Pascal, the feeling is Mutter, I was searching and stuff on the today. Pick up, don't worry, it's fine. Yeah, absolutely. We're fine. We catch up in the spot. You know, it's back everyone starting to say, guys, stop it. Discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the time talking things tomorrow. Okay. I have a great day. And we'll say, Master, let's start in the second story. All right, again, one of both sides. Okay, this is the first Baruch Hashem. To me, all to begin a second stories. With all of you, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Taik, our annual conference sponsor, also for the ROTHSCHILD, dedicating all the show specials this year to this course. Stars for those for Andy Star, our current sponsors for the months of October, Hamon, and October, Benedict, for Aliyah, and shows up his parents, Avram, Ben Asher, because his and his mother, Federation Class, Selig, hopes that all the kilos of our human session and all of Klal Yisrael will be answered in this month and the months ahead. Shmuley, with this, the Ilui Mishmas, of our from the Shul's father, Rabbi Yitzchak, Adi, Ben Achaber, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron Bracha, and our week of learning sponsor, David Goodman, Ilui Mishmas, Lori, and then Ari, and Rabbi Torah. All of the nations are now with the families and from all those who are foreshadowing to the for Israel. The Torah should bring home our hostages, Shalom and the Korah, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, the whole mass. God say with that, let us be this. Mazel Tov, first of all, the second side of these are again mine and Mazel Tov. What an accomplishment, so exciting. Baruch Hashem, and now we come to the second story. The second story is for those of you who are not going to let me see. We're getting very interesting different kind of stuff as we will see. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, because it's exciting, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structure a little bit differently than some of the other sectors that we have seen. Shemir Hashem will expose us to a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of halacha that perhaps we have not seen and experienced up until now. So let us begin. Mishnah based on the Talmud. Holy based in Ma'avor al-Achas and Mitzvah Sa'amiros B'Torah. Also the Talmud as you picked up already. But again, it'll flow in that session. Only based on the Ma'avor al-Achas and Mitzvah Sa'amiros B'Torah. What's the different case? And this is going to be an essential piece that we're going to be preoccupied with at least for today and a bit of tomorrow. Based in Pascha and based in mistake. And as a result of their mistake, ultimately they Pascha was something that was also really was important. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committing an avera. This is the first Rashi of that. Hodu Mason, Hodu Shechelev Otam B'Mother. Simple base in asking that Chelev, right, in fact, or Dam, they can make a mistake. Right? Because remember again, the notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the first bring down Torah goes out between multiple times to repeat the sin of Moshe Rabbeinu. And the one who himself, Moshe Rabbeinu says he died. One Avera. Most of us have done more Averas since we got here this morning. Right? And Moshe Rabbeinu did in his entire life. The Torah repeats it over and over and over again. Why? Literally against dismiss and to go ahead and reject Moshe as infallible. No matter how great the person is, they still make mistakes. Even Bezin makes mistakes. So Bezin has to. And let's just use Rashi's example. He went ahead and extended the Lila as motor. But what is motor? Now what happened? What happened? The whole thing happened to Asa. An individual called Ruvain heard that it's not in the Bezin and he said, oh, always wanted to eat blood, so he goes ahead and he goes out and he has some. But he drinks blood. So he says, now what's the halach? What's the halach? Shabbat al-Pi. So again, so now now supposed to remember, as far as Ruben is concerned, Ruben is just acting on the face of the second base. So now we are essentially these couple of variations. Whether we're talking about a case where based also ate blood together with Ruben, they also make a mistake. Whether Basin did it and Ruben committed the act afterwards. Whether Basin didn't follow the psak at all. Just Ruben went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now we'll say, normally, if you ate blood, if you ate chayla, right? If you ate chayla, we'll show you what's the halacha. What's the halacha? Karbachatos, again, we'll get into a little bit more of the mechanics of the kabbalah in the session. But you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring a chatos. That's the halacha. In this case over here, which is introducing us to, it's part of Ruben does not have to bring the chatos. Why doesn't Ruben have to bring the chatos? Because Ruben did not act of his own volition. Of course, he acted his own volition. He made the choice. But again, he acted based on the psak of base. And Stama personally has no reason to believe that the psak of base is flawed. And therefore, Allah myself, he's part of the chatos. Incredible. So as I said, this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Basin goes ahead. And if you look at Rashi about a potter, Rashi says it's the first of the short lines in Rashi. The basin of Asab. So the Mishnah is introducing us to this concept that a basin represents an erroneous ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling. The individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. Ruben doesn't have to bring a chatos when he eat the chiluk based on the instruction of Basin. Now, Basin's liability, different discussion. Right now, the different okay, case was. Now watch this. You put the Basin the Achaman Chateau. Let's say same case. Basin has him that chiluk is murder. Right? That's his murder. One of the members of the Basin realized this. No, this is a mistake. Now, again, I will say, obviously, that individual who realized this was in a minority. Right? He was in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized that this is an erroneous psak. Talmud from Roy Allah, or for that matter, again, there was another Talmud Chacham, not a member of the Basin, but a Talmud Chacham who was knowledgeable enough to know that halacha myself, the psak is wrong. The psak is wrong. That wasn't what happened. But nevertheless, this member of the basis still followed the psak. It's like, hey, why not? Right? This is my one shot of faith, right? In my Jewish life. Right? The basin went ahead and asked him that it was mutter. I know that psak is wrong. I know the psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. This is either a member of the basin or ranking Talmud Chacham. So this person knows psak is wrong. If he goes, why not? Basin went ahead and said that it's mutter. In that case, the Mishnah says, whether Basin actually ate the chaylev and this guy went ahead and ate with them, or Basin ate the chaylev and he consumed it afterwards, or Basin didn't do it at all. But he decided to follow the psak of Basin. So interestingly enough, this individual is going to be chayiv, right? Which makes sense. Why? Because halacha myself, he knows better, right? He knows that this is an erroneous psak, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he is going to be chayiv. Now, I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to discuss. It says in a very strange case. If he knows that the psak is wrong, and he does it anyway, so of course he's going to be liable. There has to be more to the case, which we will discuss in the Gemara. Next, why he must have been made, shall tell them this. Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you can say that I did what I did based on the psak of Basin. But if you know that the psak of Basin is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Exactly. I'll say this is the rules. That's the biatzmo chayiv atol bebeis potter. If one acts of their own volition, ultimately again they're chayiv. I will say that. Remember again, if one eats chayiv amazing, what's your liability? What's liability? Right? Chayiv malchus. Right? Because remember, you're not going to get you can't bring a chatos because chatos is only brought for shogeg. Right? So if you the mezid is no chatos. Only the shogeg is chatos. So that's why we're going to have to define what this case is over here. Because in order to say chayiv in Russian means chatos. Chatos must mean that there's still an element of shogeg. So what's shogeg in this case? Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. But bottom line, what Mishnah is introducing us to is the basic issues of erroneous psak. And the individual follows that psak. The individual is shielded from personal liability of chatos because they acted in good faith. If they issued a wrongful psak, and the individual knows that it's a wrong psak, again, I will say, by the way, if you notice, by the way, it has to be a certain kind of individual who knows that it's an erroneous psak, right? Not someone who thinks that they know. Again, we're talking about someone over here, either who is a member of the piece himself or a rank from Taik. That person knows the psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal liability. Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's delve in. What's the concept of the first Mishnah in Arios? Our first Mishnah in Arios. Incredible. Amar Shmuel, the old love. All right, salvation story. Amar Shmuel, the old love, 8 days, Chayovim, actually, and Tarmatim. So I'll say, now, I see my focus of Shmuel and Rav Tibi a little bit just about the mechanics of this. So now, I understand the principle, right? The principle I understand. So now, the shaila is, what exactly does Basin have to say when they deliver this erroneous ruling? So again, Amar Shmuel, we all know 8 days in Chayov, and actually Amar Lahem Mutaradat. So Shmuel says the verbiage is Basin says Mutaradat. This is permitted to you. You are permitted to eat chaylev. They have to say it like that. Okay. Rav Dimi min Arda Amar Achi Amar Lahem Mutarid Atem Lasos. If you notice again, Rav Dimi adds in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. You are permitted to act on this psak. So Rav Dimi says, saying that it's mutar is not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal liability because they acted based on the psak of Basin must have also added in the word lasos. And you are permitted to go ahead and behave based on this psak. Permitted to act based on this psak. So very interesting. You must nighttime up. Now what's the reason for that? Why does Rabbi add in that word lasos? So Rabbi says because without lasos, there's a statement of information or there's a statement of fact, but there's no mandate or there's no direction from Basin that you're allowed to act based on this. So therefore Rabbi requires the word lasos in order for this to be like instruction from Basin, which would then mean if Basin says, mutar, right, is mutar atem lasos, you're permitted to go ahead and eat chaylev, really, mutar atem lasos, right, you're allowed to go and eat. Okay, so then Basin is passing and they give you instruction. If Dini says, halacha myself, that's what if the individual acted on that Basin, that Basin son, ultimately again, the individual would be patur. But according to Rav Dimi, if Basin would just say, mutar matem, it's mutar, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again was Rav Dimi's logic, the Beishlo Bigmara Hurrah. Because Basin's psak is only final when number one, they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutar, and you can in fact behave based on this psak, ultimately, again, that's when Basin's psak is complete. So let's analyze this. Fine. So here, what's the else to point out? Actions on both sides. Okay. So right now we're still on the right side, but it's on both sides. So Rabbi, I've got another thing. Rabbi says we also have to say Rabbi is coming along to support ultimately again Rav Dimi's position. We also learn this. So we're going to get a lot thrown at us today. But this is the case of Zakim Rabbi. Zakim Rabbi is an individual who is a member of the Basin who refuses to yield to the majority. Take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, Zokim Mamre Iro, Horavasos, Mashma to come and turn out to Lasos. Okay, so before we get out, so Zokim Mamre, literally again, someone who is outnumbered on the base team, but refuses to yield to the majority. So we'll say, so such an individual actually can be executed for this transgression, which makes sense because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining the fundamental fabric of the way the judicial system works. That's how a Beis Din works. It works for the majority. So again, in words, I'm Rabbi. I wasn't going to get back to our Marcus days. Remember Marcus? I just want to say, remember, the said that even after Beis Din delivers a verdict, the judges in the minority can't go over to the defendant and say, no, that's all I should go. I really believed you. I really believed you. But what could I do? I was in the minority. You can't do that. You can't do that. If you're part of the Beis Din, once the majority decides on something, that's the psak, and everyone is in. So Zokim Mamre refuses to yield to the majority. So watch this. Chazal, so that's in the second Mamre, goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach the Limei Gider Shanimei, and he continues to advance the psak that he held before. Potter. Ultimately, again, he's Potter. They will say, so in other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and discuss the psak and teach the psak as he believes it, not in line with the way the Beis Din was doing it, he's Potter. You don't execute him. However, Hora lastos. But if he passes it and he says, Hevra, you can act on this psak, then, Taik. What do you see from here? That for Beis Din to give a binding psak, it's not just enough to say Mutarin Atem, but rather what do they have to say? Mutarin Atem Lastos. For Beis Din's psak to be a formal psak, they have to give, first of all, again, a psak halacha, and then explicitly indicate you can act based on the halachas. So just remember again, why is this important for us? Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the psak of Beis Din, which turns out to be erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you acted in good faith, you shielded from personal liability. Rabbi is saying, but it only works if the psak was literally articulated in a particular way. It requires someone articulation of the halacha, that's part one, mutter, and number two, permission to act based on the psak, lasos. And Rabbi is just proving this point. I'm Rabbi Abba. I'm to also learn this. Horula based in Yosef, which also has had all the incredible cases. We've seen one of the exciting things also, one of the really exciting things is as we go through that film. Even if we don't remember everything, sometimes we see things, it's kind of like seeing someone at shul where I know you. So I know you too well to ask you your name again, right? But I don't know you, but like, it's like, of course we know each other, what's your name? I have no idea. But so that film's a lot like that. Like, in other words, like, I see something, like, I know you, I don't know your name, right? I don't really remember the details, but that's what it's a beautiful thing like that. So again, the US is like this, all the things do nothing. We see this case, right? Rachel's married to Reuben. Reuben goes overseas. After comes along and says Reuben's dead. So remember again, one unique halachas when we need to take into halachah, where we believe in Eidachah. But we believe in Eidachah to allow women to do that. Remember again, what's we've seen is this is a kula, this is a heter for what purpose? Remember again, what? That's what you should be kuna akili barabah. So a nice, so again, we'll say I watch this. So hold of Beis Din, let's say Beis Din got the Eidach, and they pass it. Okay, Rachel, you can get me married. Let's watch this. The whole family took her up, and she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relationships with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happens? And we'll say, now remember, and then what occurred? Guess who came back? Reuben, right? Reuben came home, right? Reuben came home. So that was says, now, what's her status? So what's the halacha? Chayeves b'karban. Ultimately, again, she is chayeves. Now again, not chayev himself, not that much for adultery, but she is chayeves b'karban. Now, why was I watching this? She should have continually thought about this because remember again, what was the psak of Beis Din? The psak of Beis Din was that Allah said, "What you're not to what? You're not to remarry. You're not allowed to engage in more other people." So interesting, had she remarried and then came back, ultimately again she wouldn't have any personal engaged in moral behavior, there is still some liability. But bottom line, why are we bringing this down over here? If you notice, how does basic formulate psak? Basic says ultimately again, Basic says Horla based in Lichinasa. So if you notice again, what's the formulation of psak and basic? Basic doesn't just say mutter, basic says mutter and behavior. You are permitted to remarry. So again, remember, all of this is backing up for King's position that the way of psak of basic is formalized is mutter lasos. You're allowed to, and here's the accompanying action. Rabbi, it's Avraham. We also learn this. Holy based on so I'll say so again. This is actually very interesting. Look at actually holy based in Lavar. It's almost right across from Rashi on the right. Holy based in Lavar. The Mashma holy based in Lasos. The inner Gemara. Asim actually normally turn out to Lasos. So let's say so again. We also learn this. What is it? Holy based in Lavar. It's our Mishnah. So if you notice, let's not show the Mishnah. Based in Hasim La'avar. La'avar means what? Based in says something is mutter, and they said you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up Rabbi's version, so Rabbi's below, so back up Rabbi's version, that when a Basin gives a psak, there's two parts to the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act, or act in a certain way based on this. And then, Basin's ruling was erroneous. Basin's ruling was erroneous, and an individual acted upon that. Halacha l'maisa, they are shielded ultimately against any personal liability, which the Gemara says, and there's nothing more to talk about this. We just had this, right? This is the common equivalent of the night trial, right? That's it. We're right, we're done. We're done over here, nothing more to talk about. I was saying, interestingly enough, there's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So Shmuel, in case of Hayam, actually will have the current item Rasos. Shmuel is supposed to say, now again, the positions of Shmuel and Rabbi are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of a basis, because all basis needs to stay, is the term item Rasos. Right, so this is Shmuel. I'm sorry. A reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the Lashon of psak of the basis, term atem lasos. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put it lasos. But thinking Arada Amar, I feel the term atem. No, even the basis just says it's mutter nikra omra. That's the opposite itself. And I love when I see that individual acting based on that, they should look at personal liability. Abaye. So what's they say now in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rabbi. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rabbi. In this version, he's questioning Rabbi, bringing all of the same proofs. Abaye, that's not how you learn. Right? The Chazal, the Ibral, the Shana, Olivia, the action, the Butter, Horla, so Chayiv. So again, we have to go through all the cases again. Rabbi says, so is only in the Chayiv. Not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people, this is the halacha, you can act on it, that's when it's chayiv. What do you see from here? That it's not just enough to see mutter, you also need what? Lasos. Next, I'm Rabbi Yahweh, Rabbi Yahweh says, 1 second, what about the $5 and Horu? Got Hadlo Tzran Hafi, Horu Basil Minose, the Yocha, the Kolach, I have a sperma. So it's real elder Minose, the same case, it's subject to be married. Their psak is what they say, mutter and action. So you see that their basis psak requires mutter and lasos. Next, Amravino, the whole Torah. For a second, Horu based on that obviously for some Torah, like a Mishnah. But clearly, the person who the Mishnah is basically saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha wants you to act on it, and he wants you to sue low. So we'll say so. Interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha l'maisa really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha l'maisa really passing is like Rav. And therefore, again, just to understand the way that they normally go ahead and structure their psak is they would say mutter. Number one, again, they're ruling that it's permitted, and ultimately lasos, and give instructions that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone follows it, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, still liable. Incredible. Great. That's our first part of the show. Next. So remember again, what happened? What happened is just now I have part one. Part one is, so let's just plug this in. Let's just plug this into two chaylev, right? So based in Paskin, chaylev is mutter le'echol. They're allowed to eat chaylev. Okay, so now the individual went ahead and ate chaylev. If they miss some such a basin, so Rabbi says, it says, the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on their psak. The Gemara says, in this thing, the asal PM, shogeg lamed. Why didn't that word shogeg? As we'll say, think about it, interestingly enough, he's not really shogeg. In other words, right, Ruvain is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as Ruvain is concerned, he's got a psak basin that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident, but why? What he was bothered by is, why don't you just say, the individual came on and acted based on their word. Why didn't the word shogeg? Which they write, Rabbi, shogeg us. This is very interesting. Rabbi says because the word shogeg actually comes from different things. This is really quite fascinating. Now, see, watch this. Horu based on the word. Here it is. Based on asking, chaylev is mutter. Okay. Now what happened? If it is chalif lo chaylev shumer. I will say, now watch this. So get ready for this. Basin, part one of the story. Basin went ahead and said that chaylev is mutter. Okay. Next, part two. Ruvain has two pieces of meat in front of him. One is chaylev, one is shumer. Shumer is forbidden fat. Ruvain, his intention is to eat the shumer. But what happens? He gets mixed up and it eats the chaylev. So Ruvain, watch this. Ruvain ate chaylev. But Ruvain didn't really eat chaylev because of the psak of the basin. Right? Ruvain ate because he just got confused. Comes along Rabbi, and Rabbi says, you ready for this? You ready for it? Ruvain is potter. Ruvain is potter. Why? Listen to this. Because essentially, since there's a psak based out that says that chaylev is considered, if a Jew ends up eating chaylev inadvertently, either because he's following the psak of the basin, or because he just gets mixed up, he's potter. Both sides, but that's wild. That's wild. Remember again, in this case, Ruvain's chaylev consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the basin. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. But yet, again, if you look at the water, the psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So you must let's go. I'm going to show you a back. Total basis in the water. Basically, when it said that chaylev is water, and it's telling go chaylev the shumer. And Ruvain mixed up a piece of chaylev with a base of shumer. And inadvertently ended up eating shumer. But potter. Potter ultimately again is potter. PM. So this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different cases in that Mishnah. Right? Because this is how the Mishnah reads. So there's two different events. There's shogeg and there's al-pihem. Al-pihem is the case that we were talking about, which is based on second chaylev is mutter le'echol. Okay, he's himself the personal liability. And then the case of shogeg, that's the case. Rabbi wants to positive. The case of shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between his chaylev and he eats the chaylev he didn't mean to. He's still going to be potter. Ultimately, that's such a such a base that exists in the world. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So Gemara says, you get down, the others say, Rabbi says, shogeg al-PM with the potter. An alternate version of Rabbi, or opposite version of Rabbi, shogeg al-PM. It's only an accidental condition of the idea that happens as a result of the psak, that a psak is looking at the personal liability. First one, I will say, that if Ruvain just gets mixed up with these pieces, right, then he will be liable. So the Gemara says, so again, just two versions of Rabbi. So the Gemara says, so something which was obvious to Rabbi was actually a kasher Rabbi. What's the second one? Total basin, shechir with motor. So basin asking, same case was a basin asking that chaylev is motor. Then it's chabib lo b'shur. But then again, Ruvain had two things else. One was chaylev, one was shumer. His intention was to eat the shumer. He accidentally went and ate the chaylev. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Now, what's the halacha? The Rabbi says, Tashma, also showing up here. If Ruben went ahead and accidentally based inside of the basting, so Gemara says, showing up here in Lamali. So Rabbi says, why do you need that lashon of showing al PM? Just say PM, al PM, that's it. CA, whole big shechil the butter, and his chalif al chiluk shulun ba'af. The butter, ultimately, again, in order to improve his case, where again, Ruben got mixed up at the pieces, he ended up eating it. He's still going to be butter. Ultimately, he's still covered, so to speak, under the sacrifice. The Gemara says, what's that? Dilma showing up even with the butter, and on his chalif al chiluk shulun ba'af. Maybe not. Maybe Ruben is only butter, but he managed acts facing the direction of the sacrifice. But if his son makes another mistake, he says that he should be contributed to that. So should be dying. He did the army of the version of this of a Rabbi Tashma. So the individual Ruben went ahead and acted shogeg based on the sacrifice. So because my love is shogeg al with the butter. Is it only in the case where Ruben managed acts based on the psak of the basting that is going to be butter? So if Allah makes up, he mixes up the pieces of the psak of the basting. He just has a mix up in his own house. Then he should be fine. Maybe not. Maybe Allah makes again. That's what the teacher is coming to say. There's really one of two cases. There's shogeg or al-piyah. Ultimately, al-piyah means he literally acts based on the psak of the basting. And shogeg means he has his own mixed up. It's incredible. So I just want to point that over here. So this is really fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing that at basting constants, it is permitted to eat chalef, right? Mutter atam b'le'achol chalef. All right, mutter and go le'achol chalef. So everyone agrees. Ruben acts on the psak, he's going to be butter. Butter. Shaila just is now Ruben has a mix-up in his home. Two pieces of chalef. He wanted to eat the shuman. He accidentally eats the chalef. Is he chayiv or potter? So this is the machlokas. What if you will say he's chayiv? His inadvertent consumption of chalef has nothing to do with the psak of the basting. Other versions says no, it's going to be butter because once there's a psak of the basting out there in the belt, like the feel of this mutter, ultimately they're going to be covered by that. Incredible. So one says the kotas. In reality, this is one of the bigger kotas. Holy basting should be the butter. Basic asking is you know it's funny that it's already pre-existing that kotas. Holy basting should be the mutter. Basting asking that healing is mutter. Okay, that's our case. And now both said that's part one. Part two, Ruben in his house. Ruben has two pieces of meat. One is chalef and one is sugar. One is chalif or chalef sugar. But also he mixes up the pieces and it ends up consuming the chalef. What's the halacha? Rav Amar Potter, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Chalif. Okay, here is also so it's not like this. Rav says you're butter, you're covered under the psak of the basting. Rabbi Yochanan says no, your act has nothing to do with the psak of the basting. And by the way, chayiv what? Chayiv chatos. Remember again, this is still a case of shogeg. Good. So that's the next day. The Gemara is the kasha. Me'am haaretz. So me'am haaretz ta'asok. So what says the ultimate here? Listen, nefesh afas kafet mishkaga. Me'am haaretz ta'asok afas mitzvos Hashem asherot ta'asem b'Hashem. This is the pasuk by Kabbalah Katos. Right, the person commits an avera inadvertently. So the Gemara says, "I'm a artist also." So front lumber. This comes to his root. Lumber. Just want to remember again the concept of katos is totally credit to the version of shogeg. Lumber, which is someone again, so we said back to our sanhedrin days. Lumber is someone who fundamentally rejects Torah, rejects Kashmir. So ultimately, and sins with intentionality. Ultimately, again, is exempt from a carbon tax. Doesn't mean a tax. Hashem ben Yosef Omer, Hashem B'Shur Ein Saleh Hari Omer, Asher Lo Te'asena Bishgaga VaHashem Ohoga. So it's very interesting. The Torah speaks about to get a carbon tax. What does it say? Asher Lo Te'asena Bishgaga VaHashem Ohoga. Talking about a person ultimately again. When you make a carbon tax, Shab Yaso made carbon on shipping yourself. So here's the metric for a carbon tax. A carbon tax is for a totally burdened budget. I mean, what? Here's the litmus test. If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sinning? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a korban chatos for the inadvertent commission of the avera. That's what we call hashavni v'yasel. If someone would have refrained from sinning, maybe korban al shita yasel. That's the type of person who brings a korban chatos only again for the inadvertent sin. Conversely, if someone had the knowledge but still would have sinned, they don't bring a korban chatos. Most of the time, it's excluded. However, most if somebody would not refrain from or abstain from sinning because of this awareness, they don't bring a korban on their shoulder. So that would exclude a mummer. The Isa, ha lo shad yasa. Now, what's interesting enough, applying this to our case over here, and applying this to our case. So the question is, our case is not a situation where one would have refrained even had they known, right? Remember again, Reuben is getting mixed up between the cases. Even had Reuben known that the piece he was about to consume was Caleb, he still wouldn't have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? There was a stock based thing. So one second. So why should you be high bechatos in this case? In other words, one second. The metric for chatos is I bring the korban chatos and committed an avera shogeg. If I would not have committed the avera had I had knowledge, but in this case again, even if someone wait. It's Caleb. Reuben said, so what? So what? They said that it's mutter. So why should we have a couple of practice in this case? Incredible. That means Allah Shamim Yasau, Papa Asar Yochanan, even if you Mishanta, you're doing the Pidina, Hajibay, as again, so really what it says like this. Since when Basin finds out that their psak is erroneous, obviously Basin is going to walk it back. Hadar is versus Nami Hadar, and then when Reuben hears that Dixon retracted their psak, obviously again, he's also going to retract his behavior. So therefore, the Gemara says, Shami and Yasser Hadar. So simply, the Gemara says it's like this. We still call this a case where if you had the knowledge, you would have abstained. In this case, it's just two steps removed. Had Basin found out that the psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from his behavior. And then when Reuben finds out that the psak of Basin is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, they would have abstained. That's why at least one opinion says he's chayav b'chatos in this case. I'm sorry. Anyway, the chayav. Rabbi, Molderav shenomashlim ROTHSCHILD. Okay, so Rosa is now. This is now another topic right here. So I'll say which we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're dealing with up until now. What's happening in this case is Basin is giving an erroneous psak, and an individual is following through on it. There's going to be another case where Basin delivers an erroneous psak, and the majority follows the psak. That's a different situation. That is called the hard pair of government, a special government block. Now, in order to bring that up, you need 51% of the crowd to go ahead and follow its psak. So say, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of the crowd to start. And who's the determinant, right? Who's the guy who's going to put the scales? Right, so again, watch this. So basically, passing field is 50% of the crowd is slow. 8 clear, facing psak. Who's the guy who's going to tip the scales? Reuben. What does Reuben do? All eyes on Reuben. Reuben's sitting at home. He's got 2 pieces of fun for him, living shulman, right? And he needs to eat the shulman that he eats, but he ends up eating the Everyone agrees that Reuben does not count towards the children. Right? Reuben does not count towards the adult. Why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that Reuben is not acting based on the psak of Basin. Reuben is just doing his own thing. So even if you could say that Reuben's personal liability, Reuben is himself a personal liability because of the psak of Basin, let's say if we're calculating the 51% compare Helen WSCR, you can't say that Reuben is acting based on the psak of Basin. Okay. Moderat, my time was written Bishkaga. Actually, Kulan Bishkaga. Because for Har Helam Davidativa, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Reuben is acting in a different shogeg capacity, and he can't be counted. Again, step another up. So what's this? Bottom line, interesting enough, bottom line, what we often over here is a fundamental focus. And what is that fundamental focus? Halacha l'maisa, if Reuben went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because of the psak of the basin, but because he got confused himself. Halacha l'maisa, is he liable or not? On one hand, one of his liabilities because his consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the basin. On the other hand, it is in the belt, right? In the world, it is a psak of basin that's executed as mutter. Does that psak absolve him or not? So we'll see that another. Next. Beisha asu v'asim Lord. Normally, let's look at it. You also see that again. The Mishnah brought down like a whole bunch of variations of pieces. So basically, it says it's mutter. And then it said whether he did it together with Basin did it first. He did it, then Basin did it by himself. So what do you all these cases for? Which is what I'm going to mistake about it. Mishnah Mishnah. So the Irish says Mishnah one. Those who so those who actually is a stylistic version of the Mishnah, but the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information. Even though in that you don't need to say that it's understood. Ella Seifa, which is measured by the difference is the kind of liabilities. One or all the cases, but the cases should be framed in the reverse. So let's say on the base, with less two, they can start one less. So again, understand this thing that sometimes the Mishnah will say this, even though I didn't need to say something else. Here, bottom line, there is additional information listed in the Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes I can extrapolate the cases from each other. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. The other it's customary again. What was that saying? First case the Mishnah. Basin delivers the erroneous psak. You're not deep Caleb. One of the members of the basin, or a ranking comes couple, in the galley of the basin, realizes that this is an erroneous psak, but he nevertheless relies on it. Caleb, what's that? It's Taik. Also, again, this individual ultimately again is going to be Taik. It says, watch this. The other this kind of way. How can you refer to these individuals? It's right. Come to Chacham, interesting. First says come Chacham and to deliver judgment. Why do you need both of those statements? Well, it's talking about it. Sadai Tanina, Tanina means Gomer is suffering. I would have thought this type of person who is not allowed to abide the psak of the basin in Yisrael. Someone who is Gomer, the Gomer means worded. And Sabr actually says, making Dabar be told Dabar. Someone is able to extrapolate and ultimately, again, apply knowledge to that. So, if you are talking about someone who is fit to be a diet, to be a diet. How about Gomer or Sabr? Someone has a lot of knowledge, but they don't know how to extrapolate. So, what is maybe you have to have both these qualities in order to be accepted by the Rabbi. Rabbi says, come here, Mr. Mishnah. Essentially, because the Mishnah itself says, Roi Lohora. Who is the person who is Roi Lohora? A person who is both Kamir, learned, and Savir, knows how to extrapolate from conditions and apply one thing to another. I don't have to say. If we would have just said Lohora, I mean, Kamir is Savir. I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both Gomer and Sabr. About Gomer and Sabr, low. But perhaps if you don't have both of these qualities, and you would see except from personal liability, it's the line. It's the Tana, Roi, Mahora. The Mishnah is said, Gomer and Sabr, Sabr and Gomer. She was incredible. Therefore, again, the Mishnah uses Hashna Hora. Hora actually is say, as long as someone is either Gomer or Sabr, you have a lot of information, or you don't know extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this stack is wrong, and you rely on it, are not shielded from personal liability. Incredible. Right around wrong, versus don't not. Here's a good example of this. Right? Look at a good example of someone where if they rely on the stack of the victim, they would not be shielded from personal liability. You don't know. You don't shield them as Shimon ben Sova. Okay, like Shimon as Shimon, like these individuals, how would they abide? Let's say, actually, Rashi says over here on the right hand side. These were coming who would like sit before the Dayanim, they were sit in front of the judges and they themselves ultimately again were fit to be judges. This is the type of person that Mishnah is talking about. Only Abaye, Ki Ayatna, basic. I will say, here's the problem. Okay. So let's at least begin this, and I alluded to this in the Mishnah before. Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Torah, who obviously were making decisions, and they hear the Bezdin say that Caleb is mutter. Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on Sasha was saying, so the Mishnah said they're kind of not, especially they put for liability. Why? If they act in Sasha, so what are they? What are they? They're lazy. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So what if you're like us, we should actually be liable for lazy. They'll say, now watching this. It's incredible. But with that man, what this time you pass or stop us, no, we got also tired for us, it's the father. Yeah, what the Pasuk says, if an individual does observe worship, he's fine. Ultimately, it's saying for us, if he's not the case of holy things, he should feel the butter, the case in Paskin, the feel of his butter, I was in the staff of we'll pick up, don't call it, don't worry, we're fine. We're absolutely fine. We'll catch up this fucking. Let's say, Shrek, everyone on side for this, I guys stop making discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up when it comes to fucking things tomorrow. Okay, let's have a great day. And most of the guys still are starting with second studies.
Hello, Mr. Price. Just a moment. I need to refresh. How you looking? Right, but the one your birthday. It's your birthday, right? Or it was last week. Same day as your mom. Which one? Did you work at the airport with Stacy? You said last year, you meant last week. Oh, are you going to what's it called? Rome, folks? Okay, so that sounds like a fun filled week. That's wonderful. So far, so good. Start. I'm sure. Nothing too messy, but to watch football game and so it's the best thing I said to each other. And I've just been picking my rods and seeing what they do. Oh, I had a friend coming last night from his parents. And I got to meet his parents. And after yeah, absolutely. So we had a good talk. And we talked about and I enjoyed their community, which is great. And then I had somebody, well, you know, they came in and they were a little bit vegan tolerant. I was that vegan tolerant person. And they came in from Twitter, which just made my night. And I, that was really cool. And then had some people come in from London and got some sleep and home. Did my thing, got my stream going, prayed, did my robots, and that's what I wanted to do. So excited. Yes, ma'am. Darius, you said I'm gonna lay down and take a nap. I want you to have a nice sleep. Apologies, you're right. You did say just lay down, and I inferred that meant you were gonna sleep. But you're right. You did not say you were gonna sleep. Excellent. I hope you were back. So far so good. I was thinking about it earlier today, and just doing everything I can not to spring. Absolutely. How's your thought? You have 100% up? This is the Pacific. Oh, you little bitch. West Side Camp. Tupac. Repaw. Yo, what up, Harry? Yo, Harry, can you hear me? Harry, don't fuck yourself. Nobody want to talk to your ass. You bitch. Harry sucks. No, you didn't recognize shit. Take this motherfucking ball off. It's 6, motherfucker. Where's that? Yeah. Harry D. Oh. Yo, fuck. Deep. Deep. Oh, dude. What a catch. Give him the fucking flag. No. Ooh, what's urge? What is this? Oh, shit. Bitch. Rabbi. Bitch. That's sad when you try to come in so quick. You claim to be a player, but I'm not your right. You bust something like I said to life. But puppy trying to keep you from these things. It's hard to be happy with the things.
All right.
It doesn't matter. You pay this time. And yeah, how that's it. stop oxygen technology of Earth. Stop oxygen this time when you down. First off, oxygen west side, east side, you claim to be a player, but I fucked you right. You guys gotta be doing if you don't like this, I would turn out. Why is this so shitty? First off, oxygen west side, when you you claim to be a player, but I fucked you right. You bust up ass, you try to fuck you right. But you're trying to be with you, it's a small people got to get small for a future. We keep coming from the state, one from the country, we will do it. No. Uh, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby. There you go. Use that speed. Uh,
I will say good morning. Sorry for the risk technical issues. Thank you to Jeremy Massive for resolving them. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should we thank our annual telephone sponsor, because there's not a very small publishing internationals this year. ובסוף הסטרוס ועם ישראל. על telephone sponsors for the month of Elul, Rabbi Goldberg family of the show of his parents, Avram Asher Bukos, and the last 7 years of the all the units of Israel. And those here in the Shabbat, Hashem will be there to show you the units in the Mishmas. I want to come spot for a kiss for I from the Yaakov Square Abraham, and we will learn to master the Mishmas. Only the man of Ari is the right out for all the shows have done. That's the come up. All those things with more share with the phone for it. So just for the amount of justice. Shalom and the allow among soldiers to be successful. All of that city things to so much of the social stuff. Once we got what else begin. Shahia the Kivan the other. But there's no message that to close out these seconds after the sorrow. 37 minutes now, these items about 76. We have been up in the Champagne. I am on the days 75 feet. 75 feet, but he's talking about it from 6. He's on more than 100 paragraphs, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the point is 1. That doesn't take a problem. And the report gets what? I got this, we got this, okay. Check him out. So we start by using 7 to 9 of the other people. So we start by using 4 text. The 9 text rashes and tells the reader. These 9 points are ones made of the first and middle. Part of it together in 2 pencil, and he was going to total it. Over there, whom you are on, I got Yakush, you the question, and you got nothing. He's a compost to work about. You know, you only have to adverse play. So again, this type of country is made out of earthenware, and the wood does not need to be immersed in it. Oh my gosh, so once again, I'm going to cover for myself. We got a lot of and so far everything we're saying is on the format. So next, interesting, so Yamagashi, how do you please focus? What about class? What about class? What is the status of class? Now remember again, this is a dual question, both in terms of country as well as in terms of law immersion. So how do you please focus? So this is very interesting. The writer says glass is treated like metal. Why is glass treated like metal? Because glass can be breaks, melt it down, and reform it just like metal. Therefore, it has the status of metal utensils. So what makes it obviously the concept of so much of the other development, this is a very macro guess. What is the status of glass? Both in terms of this glass is strong, not a over here, really precious not as much in terms of absorbency, but rather again to the law. Do you have to immerse glass in the cup prior to use? So I'm asking yes. But interestingly enough, so you do immerse glass in the cup that goes level, like generally plastic always put the ball in the utensil. That's the cup that out the middle, kind of like your hand, how to like that. That's how she says over there. She says, also something like that. So hopefully also people can show you that. She says, so it's a perfect utensil that is covered in defects in the bread, but it needs metal. So at its base, it's a perfect utensil covered with metal. So that looks like the Shiloh. What's the status of the utensil? On one hand, at its base, it's perfect. So on the other hand, it's covered with metal, which is required as it's corrupt. What's the status of such a utensil? So it says 2 people are not corrupted. I don't know if it's the rest of the heaven of the circle. One says we judge it. Utensil active. So therefore, there's a utensil. And one says, no, looking at that's heavy. Ultimately, again, ultimately, there's a no, it's covered. And Okrasa is still full. And then we again, how long will it serve? We judge it ultimately, and then we like it. I think therefore, it's a thing that the utensil. We look at the coating, and the coating has a coating extension. It means that the website just says that it's a passage. Where does this come out? Passing it up. Straight up. This China is actually glass. China, of course, is perfect. Does one have the total glazed Schläger or not. Es gibt nach oben, es gibt
First
nach
off,
oben, diese Schläger und or no, all the Taik is class and have a lot of place that get that required to go on social work and also not going to be clear what I was trying to have you want to exactly the definition of play for yoga. So
website you claim to be a player, but it's not. We watched well, okay, trying to see me do how we and so you'll have to just
as collateral, that was interesting enough. It depends on the other. So let's say, for example, again, so I meant to go to Apple, as collaterals. I don't use it, but what's the shine? The shine doesn't require to feed off, it requires working with a drug prior to my use. So I'm not actually, what's the first one? I'm not actually. I'm going to have a version of the book on the I couldn't actually get this. Mama actually said, one time, so my father went, yeah, he's and so father first performed these things. It's just Mama actually says, the money of that, and what I don't know is, usually the summer see that usually the fuzzy all the problems that in the second year. See, I know my father passed it before he used it, but I don't know why he did that. He did that because he felt that something collateralized like a cell. I remember my father felt that there were people who held these objects, or was it because he thought that there was probably the object was not going to be dead? So because he was going to be dead, therefore, and what was my father wanted to take the statement, ultimately look at the collateral. And that's why he went ahead and essentially so that's something I know my father immersed it before he used it, but I'm not exactly sure what. They're not about it, okay? I don't care if you catch yourself, no love it. So it's like, now, he just was a little bit about it. So that was much more to be last year. Like, the first year with the fun, now it's showing back a little bit more to catch it. To say that you are time, I don't care if you catch machine, the whole big cost. Before you go to edit utensils, purchases utensils, so they have to. So foreign shoulders damage by hand, but the other so I know that you repeat. So that's not never use repeat, right? It's how the rest what you need to do, just to put it in the club and you're good to go. That's all. The function shop is so big. You don't process only something my people, my people that they're going to hold it. If it's ultimately again that will serve us, and so again, I should say differently. Category one is items that were never used. So I purchased something from an Aquam. What do you have to do with that? If you're thinking of the club, then you're good to go. Second category, items used cold. Items used cold. I don't know, you bought 3 glasses from the Aquam. Never used it to with heat. How about for the rest? What do you need to do? Clean it off, write it down, immerse it in a big cup. So much happen. Well, let's see if you sense that you heat. Keep going. Adrenals. Pools. And the condoms happen. Like even the heat home. And this is so heat. That's water. There's a liquid medium. Ultimately, everything was used for the heat. And passion is hydrolysis, boiling water. We're going to see how it's accomplished in just a little bit. Function Spanish for idea or any items used with fiber. For example, you know, we should pescos, light skins, skewers, the lava, and not even use capture with fires. Looks like 4 categories. Utensils, all they require is to heat up. Utensils that were only used cold, ultimately wash it off, like clean it off, to mix off. Items that were used with heat, like from liquid medium, hydrolysis, boiling water. Items used with heat, direct fire, ultimately again what we call goes ahead and capturing the fire. Shamish point actually I can show you how to. So it's interesting what happens if you went ahead and you tested from the apple and you non-kashrut, like the kashrut. What's the status of the food that you cook with it? Turns out the also claim that one of the things says that the food cooked inside of it is also, the other thing is that what's the kashrut? Or kashrut, ultimately, also, okay, so as the previous proportions we saw, the assumption is that anything that comes into the past, that's what they are much more important. So the Shaila is what the impacts of those during the interruptions when they come out and get extended by motion of food. So one of the things it says, no sit down is water, one says asar, or the man doesn't sit down with water. Do you think about the asar one and anything which can start? Or second, if you have no sit down with is people that no sit down with is water. So then how do you ever have a limited situation using the utensil of a non-Jewish bird? But you say that in general the instructions that come out of the pond are not really value added. So then what's the case in the Torah about using the utensils of a non-Jew that would be prohibited? So now it sounds like the bird of the law, to us for Torah, everything about so kind of buying from right? In general, the Torah is only answered at the Passover. Now what's that Passover means? The utensil used within the last 24 hours. The assumption is within the last 24 hours, the instructions are active. That's the biblical prohibition. Anything past 24 hours is only going to be rabbinic prohibited. Not the Jewish things, so that's the case. The only time you should be unable to use to replace all the non-Jews well within 24 hours of his last use. And after 24 hours, it should be fine. Because it's technically, you're right. But there is the connection of that so long, we should be there at that so long. What the term that is mentioned is the utensil of a non-Jew 24 hours after his last use will come to what? Using within 24 hours of his last use. Incredible. So I would say that is incredibly important and it's detailed. It's so important. Absorptions within 24 hours of use are active. After 24 hours of use are dormant. Especially the reality of conscious identification and implications. Absorption for 24 hours. Still, it's not like the actual flavor itself. Ultimately, again, it is still considered to be somewhat whole public. Still a good compromising subject. Money is back there. From the middle of relationships. So, anyway, so if I'm not going to raise the bottom of relationships, it's not going to actually using the hospital. Ultimately, there was a citizen's skewers, having kashrut, fire, that you take a break for I, but how do you have a touch? There was interesting contrast. It's seconds to show up. There was an interesting there's a whole set of hypotheses about kashrut utensils that were used with carbonos. Why was the issue by carbonos? It's very interesting that a carbon has a legal consumption. What's the status of carbon after that window has closed? What's it called? What's called no site. Interestingly enough, no site is a niche of flex for the services as well, which is quite fascinating. Therefore, you have to be careful about the question. Utensils used, again, about how fashion utensils used for culture. So, it's by culture, by some others, as she was the Askela, so they have a status, who are all used for culture. Like people that have go ahead and touch it with hot water. So it's like interesting. We just said before that skewers and spits, which are used in sometimes fire. How do you touch it? Fire. It sounds like a hagolah. Hagolah is the less necessary water, which people discuss in very depth in just a moment. I'll read about on the bread. I think that's just you look at the button. Why compare carbonates? Ultimately, again, utensils purchased from non-Jews. It's two different things. I was like, watch this. Hustle is food alcohol. This is a profound distinction. Diet and alcohol, the absorptions are kisser, absorptions of beneficial. That's really one way. By carbonos, the absorptions ultimately again are permitted. So it says we're going to see this is a theory. Whenever the absorptions ultimately again are already permitted steps, the measuring process ultimately is going to be the absorptions are from inputs sich. Aber, Rabbi says as follows, so. Yeah, one with concern that one. Okay. That's why I understand my coaching. When you drugs was playing push up. So when they come out, or as these coronavirus thing in, they become no son, they become also. Aber my Hagala, so what does it mean when we say that we Hagala by coaching? You know, it says, she felt when you got. That also refers to the process of scrubbing in passion. I wish I had used because the next Hashem took a little bit after Hari to finish up saving the city, and next year we're going to touching, and we'll discuss a lot of these processes in next Hashem to agree with that. But again, when it comes to utensils used for sacrificial purposes, a lot of them say that there's a process called Bariko Shkita. So you get a little bit injured watching it, scrubbing over that bicep. You scrubbing the Bariko Shkita, we say, I go to the Taik. What are you talking about? Bariko Shkita is done with gold water. Hagala is the appointed word. And Rabbi Yagid Hagala. Rabbi says, let's say this lesson of Yagid Hagala. Speaking to the boss of the word, literally means it's friend with a comment on it, which means also that some friends understand things, and which doesn't apply everything explicitly, but expects to bring out something in a different context than applying over here. Here, actually, just a moment. Yagid Hagala. And Yaman Mishkan is having a shot of country, Mishkasim, country. Yeah, we all do it. Learn how these two processes are passion for country and passionate for an alcohol or for the concept of an alcohol, and learning them out from each other. So whatever applies to one process, ultimately will apply to the other. Now again, that's not trauma for this, that's just a habit. So Tanahama, we want to let you know, so once I say something, that's what people and also Tanahama, says it doesn't make any sense. That really the processes for pressure and production are the same as passion and form potential for the alcohol. If that's the case, it's literally the listener that the happens should at least at some point involve all of the halachas together. And then the juries that this piece should just focus on one. For later, whatever applies to one situation applies to another. Using by coach because the utensils are constantly used. Plus, the utensils are used essentially with the organic fertilization process remains. The absorption of the food carbonates come out and the cooking of the next day. Therefore, essentially, the absorption from salt never have the opportunity to become non-salt. Why? Because the utensils constantly used whenever this absorbed comes out before it becomes no-salt. Which process, that's fine. Shlomin. That works well, for example, by Shlomin. I think when the Shlomin is hungry, you come in and having no salt to having food. For example, Shlomin. You have 2 days and 1 night Shlomin. So that makes sense. So let's say, again, I'm off Shlomin on Tuesday. Over Shlomin on Tuesday. So how about somebody said Tuesday and Wednesday? And when I go back and I use the pencil on Wednesday, to the Shlomin are coming out before they become no salt. That works well for something like Shlomin. Alachatos, even though we know alignment is after, but let's say chatos, you only have 1 day and 1 night. By the time you get around, so let's say I open up a chatos on Tuesday, so I've got Tuesday night. By the time I use the pencil open the day on Wednesday, before I says to the outside, and the chatos, even though you don't have example, in the last show, when I use it now, by the way, it's Wednesday, says, chatos having no side. The Basha on the one part, the chatos have no set that I just got it down. The chatos is headed to the Mahar. By the time I go ahead and I use the pencil on Wednesday, the absorptions are all being no side. So those absorptions are coming into the chatos that I'm looking today. How we go too far, if you mash, show far chatos, I can have no problem. Because when I'm using for chatos on Tuesday, what do I use? Very interesting. Under the Basha, the Shlomin. Interesting. So I said, so you're not the utensil for chatos on Tuesday, or use it afterwards. That's use it for a Shlomin, use it for a Shlomin. That way, does absorptions play out? Doesn't play out, and then the real absorptions are showing absorptions for which you have 2 days and 1 night. Therefore, the fact that the Mapa is showing the estimate of what we have done as Shalom is because this way the Katos enter to the man of tomorrow and the Shalom of yesterday. It mixes together inside of the day. Or the Mapa showing the Mapa. And that is the Gemara says, which is a great idea. From every sheet, we and go like anybody does. So that's the issue of the so that in this situation, ultimately, again, with churches I have, I told you to make the churches, which the Lord says, no, I should thank the church. Rabbi said, I come, I am no color. So Rabbi says, here's the difference. Absorptions are colorless versus time absorptions. Ultimately, the color in the middle of the things becomes solidified. If you look at Rashi, this is in the third of the drawing lines. Sorry, second line is the one like that. Rabbi High Car, I have a car, and all of touch it is to a comment. Touch it up in playing. She must say, well, some of you know, people come to ID doing it. Actually, it's shaped up. It's passion up here. So, that is fine. So, what's it say? And I was in the body station. Present by put to the purple. It's possible that I'm supposed to be regular. Because of what we do regularly, or if the drugs because of the target, I think that more of a rigorous culturalization process. Firstly, a culture intentions were used all of the time. Because of that, the judges were, I guess for lack of a better term, recent. Because they were recent, they are more easily extractable. Therefore, the way to capture and touching is just simple hydrolytic boiling water, whereas a frying, whereas 5 utensils of an octave, let's say again, for a spit or for a skewer, you need a equal actual fire. Rashi says, that's what else I get. Which is really quickly because the conclusion is really similar that we started. In order to do that, we don't know product. So in reality, what's the how do you control this? What would be the first problem? The Gemara said, if I purchase a spit or skewers from an apple, how do I capture that? Right? Fire. Right? In equal. It was used to fire, right? That contact with fire, no liquid medium. Therefore, when you capture the fire, interesting enough, the Gemara said that if you go ahead and you have skewers that are used for carbonos, how do you capture it? Hydrolysis, or water. You must understand the one distinction. Bottom line was that it's a actually what you don't need. All kinds of terrible law. All kinds of zero law. It was a huge realize the fundamental distinction, which is what is the nature of absorption. When you nature of absorption, was an absorption of the cell, you need a more rigorous form of culturalization that matches the exact form of absorption. When, however, the absorption was of something unlimited, ultimately, again, even though it all becomes prohibited, you need or you can suffice it in one limited form of culturalization. So that's why when I purchase spit or a scoop of apple, it's absorbing trade. Really more rigorous form of culturalization, one that matches absorption. How do you feel all kinds of absorb? Fire. I can get it out. Fire. And carbonos, before they have an egg, you bring out an egg that absorbs and will be the first. Therefore, you can use a or a culturalization. What is the most meaningful of fashion? What's the most meaningful? Hagala, what's the happening? We did this all the time, which is like, for example, you touch the utensils to results. Interestingly enough, technically speaking, the frequencies have doubled for many things. Why? Because interestingly enough, although we're not doing it, we're environment, but science is considered like science is a community absorption of others, and it's an absorption. Therefore, it allows us to make certain units with culturalization. So this is incredibly important to self. The says, therefore, I'm not going to myself. Generally, the culturalization process has to mirror the manner of absorption. That accounts for 4 categories. However, technically speaking, if the object of the human utensil did absorb something maybe like that, I don't know. But even if the pathology still pathology is a problem. Even by the as well, it's true that the absorption wasn't an absorption, but we said before that when the utensil goes out, when you're extracting the absorptions, they have to come from it, right? Because now, ultimately, again, they are stark. The Lord says that's fine, but these two are very good, right? At the end of the day, however, by the time they become no stark outside, they're not bad, right? They're not tangible. They're intangible absorptions. See, even though they do become limited, we're dealing with an intangible that was originally permitted, and therefore we can't be good enough. So therefore, what's that? The Gemara says that if you purchase spit or skewers from an apple, you have the kashrut with direct contact with fire. And interestingly enough, the word kashrut is skills and skewers. Like used for sacrificial purposes, hakama, or the water will suffice. Incredible. Now, I'm a lot of things in general. When you kashrut something with fire, like with fire, ultimately, again, how much, to what degree, however, you actually touch it for process until the outer layer of the metal comes off. You get so much hair over there, was like, if you try this today, it's not going to work. Just like the hair, it's like the screen where the species, or the pressure in the metal, you have to allow the metal to heat up until it glows. If you try that on your utensils today, you will not work, right? Because part of the metal is treated. It's like metal. Okay? The kids in my ear, they say, how do you do that? I feel like I'm a boy where I guess it's one or the other. So whereas the Zohar is out of something like the other. So the easiest way is God, then take whatever the item is and what, put it into the boiling water. Good. That is Hagama. You're the Dolomite, but how do you touch it? A big pot. Whereas I understand how to touch a small things. Take a big pot, pour the water in the big pot, and immerse the small items in the big pot. What happens in the item? That you have to capture on itself. What do you do there? Kind of a worse night. Hashma, so so they go to big pot. That was the answer to the caveat. Or I say, oh, if you have a pot, you have to capture it. So what do you do? That's it. A hard way on the face, a hard way. That the Misha Akuma, and you are reminded of the Asaka. So a hard is something very interesting. You took dough, and you essentially built a lip around the top of the feet. Now, why was he doing that? Why is he doing that? He wanted to allow the water to overflow the top of the utensil, right? And again, make sure that it's fit to the lip. So you know, somewhere else, Rabbi said, not fuck up your idea, but it's not a kind of what a great idea. You love a kind of that. Right? Who could have done this for other time, right? What is the what is you do what it says, cassava, because most of the time, I don't say where it is, but I will say, this phrase, this is the key to everything in English cash. That's why I say that I have cash for living. So, what about this cassava? Keep over, back, open. What you do is energy is the way it comes out. Therefore, not open itself. Not open itself. So I must say, this is very consistent. But the time you felt, the mix of the utensil often absorbs. But we say the mix doesn't actually absorb like the rest, right? Because the rest of the utensils direct contact with the liquid. Often the lid helps the liquid absolutely absorbs. So like this plastic, this also like sprinkling, like what's the word? Spritzer, right? It's like spritz tight, they have things around, the lid. So a caveat, interestingly enough, while a caveat simply is money involved in some things, because a caveat is also open the lid and shows the public with overflows and every part of it. Interestingly enough, apparently, the caveat was not so concerned with that particular kind of touching every part of the lid. He just wanted the liquid from the package to spritz up and at least touch the liquid that way. That's how the lid is initially on the end of the plug. And I was like, that's how constantly bringing up the blood pressure of the path. So what is that like? So again, pressure path is your pressure path. Don't think about the 24 hours and it's a non-bendable. That way, any obstructions are ultimately again silent. That's number one. And number two, you do need a pressurization to go over the lip of the pot as well. So what we just do is it's the way I know somebody will come up with this, right? A pot flip, I'm sure it exists, right? Some type of pot flip that you can put around the pot, allowing the water to overflow the side of the lid, but at the same time, you get enough illumination. That's suppose the point to remember the keep all the pot over. That phrase, again, in general, if you think about how that was a question, if you ever want to know what mechanism or what manner do I need what mechanism? Do I need to cash this utensil? It's very easy. The way it is used is the way it's going to be cashed. Used with fire, cashed with fire. Used with liquid, cashed with liquid. Why? Kibolo, kap, to. Ultimately, the way it goes in is the way it comes out. So I will say that way it's just go. This is a tremendous so in our personalistic look as well. That is compared to a cube. That is compared to an pencil. There was an add this is our literature on this book with this. How I look at my already shows the research when I study the book. Like pencil filled with guidance and what I've done. So like a cube, there was it's interesting. Like a cube, now what happens? You select finish cooking. From the outside looking in, what does that thing look like? It will look like glue. But meanwhile, the effects and the history and that glue are contained in this. That is the second way. At the end of the day, what I do is sometimes you can see what I have done on the externality of my cube. Like the externality of it's good, it's pristine, it's pure, but everything I've done, it's retained within the walls of my personalist cube. Sometimes we think that because of that, it's the food within the food, that there's no hope for it, there's no rebound for it, there's no second choices. Just like the food can be passionate, I can be passionate as well. Whenever it's absorbed into the liquid, I can get it out. I can get it out. Follow alter. You want to get out the negative absorption. Please think yourself about something that, again, it's not just enough to do a whole bunch of good things. I have to ask myself, how can you finish it? How can you finish it? What did I do in my life? Or what are the decisions I took? What are the behaviors that I engage in order to allow the negative absorptions? And it's only once I understand the process about how it got in, then I go ahead and figure out and get it out. You see this sugar alongside this. We like to use fun sugar. What's fun sugar? You like these no such things as fun sugar. Yes, it is. Your fun sugar is fun sugar is like, I'm gonna take on this, I'm gonna take on that, I'm gonna learn this, I'm gonna do that. It's fun sugar, it's exciting sugar, right? We love that. There's only one problem. Only one of which is it doesn't actually work. Because the only form of sugar that actually works is really introspective sugar. When I've got to look inside the pot, I've got to see all the sugars that's going to absorb, and I've got to figure out how to get there. So we're so scared to do it because we're so scared to just confront ourselves. And what we forget is it's nothing to do with that. Because the good news is, whatever came in, I can get out, to get it all out. But I have to be brave enough to confront the absorptions. I have to be brave enough to confront the apparently shorts inside my personalistic pot that for some of us has been accumulating over decades because I've never had the courage to look inward. So instead, what I do is I get new pot accessories, right? I'm going to say, well, I got some simple polish and everything is great, except I haven't confronted. We're so scared to confront because we think that when we see what's damaged inside this world, we're bettering ourselves, but that's not the case. Kibolo, top, auto, whatever I put in, I could get out. But I first have to figure out how it got in there. Then I have to figure out all of the rigid behaviors, approaches, lifestyles that allow the shorts to come in. And then as I should, I would be able to find a way to extract it. Incredible. And we'll say, let's go. And then the second energy. Okay, the Satan is clearly trying to derail the end of our desires. He wants us to stay at our desire. We what happens over here. All right. Anyway, it's, it's just it's boring. Okay, so the verse says as follows. The verse says, let's go back to a second. So the Torah. So now, how do you go ahead and hash your day? You want to say, you rub it down, and it's upside down in the kaka. What do you do ultimately? If it wasn't spicy, what do you do tonight? You plunge it 10 times into the ground. You know, there's a shit, there's a kaka shit out of them. Virgin soil, hard soil. So finally, you have a plunging a knife 10 times into the ground. Now, what does that do? That removes some part of the external layer of the knife, removing the schmutz. That looks like now the pashtos, ultimately, what that does is that removes anything external. It will not do anything again for internal absorptions, right? So, for example, if you have knife, if you have a knife, ultimately, again, let's say used with non-kosher cold items. So very well be that punishing it into the earth at times will remove those root shamitas, external schmutz. Whether or not that actually works, however, I might say again, for absorptions, different discussion, but Hashdos not. So the word says as follows. Americano, it's a sacrifice like this. That's true in right? That does not have any indentations. I mean, that says the first is sacrifice like almost what's that on the top. If you have a smooth knife that does not have any indentations, plunge it into the ground and cut, and you're good to go. So let's say you took off Asian virgin soil, which means like hard soil, and number two, ultimately no indentation for it. I'm not going to read that in the show. So here it is. What does that work for? That works we need to use the knife with something cold. With something that actually says, right across, actually not that something. About dollar say so not possible, actually the is. So also is very interesting. So if you had a non-kosher knife and you want to use it, let's say, to cut a loaf of bread, or to cut something called to cut an apple, you can do that if you want. Plunge it into the ground. Virgin soil, hard soil, 10 times. Because what does that effectively do? It removes anything that's on the exterior of the knife. What makes it again, then use the knife ultimately again with something cold. But if you want to use the knife for something hot, then what? Hagala. Then you need a formal kosherization process. I'm going to say, listen to how these minds off of a great story. The argument the Ruga, and Bhakti Bhakti. Listen to this. My Ruga and Bhakti Bhakti. Now, let's say Bhakti Bhakti. Good news. Right? Bhakti Bhakti. We're sitting in front of Shawarma, the King Shepherd. The King Shepherd will say, Lord, she says, open to a public I know. Someone say, watch this. I speak and I slow down. So what happened? So they brought the King Shepherd and Esther. And Esther, not for sickness, but to eat. And they brought the Esther. Pasuk, so what happened? King Shepherd took a knife, he cut off a piece of it. That's what he did. Then he cut off a piece of it. That's what he did. Then what did he do? Other dots are so easy. The other was a great mighty God. He then went ahead and took the knife. King Shepherd, when he took the knife, he plunged it into the ground 10 times, and then cut a piece of the Yesir for my so King Shepherd went ahead and captured the land. I'm only talking about two of them. You hear me? So Bhakti Bhakti is looking at me and say, hey, I'm a Jew too. I'm a Jew too. So why didn't you pressure the knife and live as well? I'm like, Mar, Kimi Bigabe, and Mar no Kimi Bigabe. So there are two versions of the story. So ultimately, in the first version, so King Shepherd said, can I listen? I know it's to be the highest person. You, I know you to be the highest person. Rashi says, not to the Gabe, but you the Maki should punish the local officer about how so King Shepherd said essentially to Bhakti, listen, Rabbi, you don't. I know
Can you
he's
hear me?
not
Do you want to talk?
conscious. So, like, he's not going to eat it if I don't touch it. You, I don't know, like, oh, yeah, you know, so you, so you, I don't want you to be so cruel.
Let me talk about this stuff.
Last night I watched this video versions get his holiday. He's got my authority of the word from. King Shapur says to Bati, I know what you did last night. Now, what is that? Rashi points out even in my event about that honestly, you saw Noshim Rachsan, which is a Shigo Rambalayla Shah, but Kivo Bati that you do people. So apparently, Persian hospitality wasn't that when you were a guest. Instead of saying, I'll be the same room to your room, same room to your room. So apparently, Bati didn't say no to the offer. When he did say no to the offer. So King Shammai said, listen, obviously, again, I'm not judging you, I drive Nati, right? Nati also quite some hospitality over here, right? So the next, again, so ultimately, King Shammai says, listen, Nati, I'm not judging you, but obviously, you just have to be hospitality. But if you're not there for the ego, ultimately, clearly is of a higher spiritual caliber. And we'll say that the story itself is quite dramatic. It's interesting that this is the last story in the Safasava of Zoya, which is quite well, now what's being sold? See, I will say, these important Torah this many times in the past, and especially Jews have this, you don't see this as in other religions. Jews sometimes feel very uncomfortable, especially in girls, right? In girls, wearing our faith honors. Right? Again, for whatever reason, like we're uncomfortable. People are uncomfortable telling their employer about all the Jewish holidays because people say, right, give me this lunch is like somehow again, like I don't know what should I do, what should I do? If that's trouble now, but even wearing a yarmulke, in the workplace, there's so many Jews are always uncomfortable. And it was like, so much of the second side of the Zohar is that our treating ourselves different from general culture. And I think when we introduce it from this story is, if you are a proud Jew, others will come to respect you for your button. If you have your values and are unapologetic about your values, in the eyes of the outward eyes of society, I think that has the main impressions. But society will respect you more for it. But when you are apologetic about who and what you are, or you try to sell out of a school or hide who and what you are, people will respect you. If you respect your identity, don't expect others to respect your identity. Bhakti Bhakti, by the way, tells us in the whole thing over here that Bhakti Bhakti is actually an emancipated slave, and that perhaps you have been permitted to be a slave. In other words, Bhakti Bhakti, you don't get anything wrong. That's not even it. But as King Shapur, Bhakti Bhakti, you don't wear your religious sleep, right? You don't come across as a person who's not unusual in the audience. Okay, I'm not joining with it. But if you're not careful with your beliefs, don't expect me to be careful with your beliefs. That's not even God. It's a Jew. It's a proud Jew. And when a Jew is a proud Jew, the world will never agree with you. The world may never even like you. But the world respects people who respect themselves. And the world respects principled people who live their lives in consonance with their principles. Even King Shapur, even it sounded, even King Shapur is sort of not legal, and I looked at him and said, there was just enough the following book, that really sat there and see if we could see the mirrors and said, a week from last night, so I can read it. So this is not going to set there. It's right. It's actually not like a silver support. We sleep in more and set us up on the side. So I really look at the currently. A silver support. That's the pair. A silver support. And that the previous episode is the first episode says something so incredibly beautiful. It's like this. It says, Hajj Allah, Sultan. Sultan. It says, our abode in life, like the Quran says, you have to worship HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately again because of time, because of the word. And our abode in life ultimately again is the Surah of Charge because we have the great privilege service heart that we call this. When we reach that level of service for the sake of service, we create such an incredible infusion of holiness in this world that nothing besides HaKadosh Baruch Hu will be served all the day. And the Rebbe says that's the name of this place. Hajra Asoka. We have to bring to a close this step. We have to bring to a close this model of worship that's about what we're going to do. We want to bring ourselves to this highest level of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, not for style, but just for the sake of service. Then what? Slipa Love the Sefas Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah will stop to exist in this world. When we bring ourselves to the highest level of service to HaKadosh, which is not service for a work, it's service in the sake of service. We've spent the last 75 days on Hashem, 75 days. Whenever we bring anything to HaKadosh, so what's the particular message? Whereas all of the Avodah Zarahs, all the Avodah Zarahs, have simply disappeared in the desires of life. Yet here we are, learning about them and not of them. We are learning about them and recognizing the Shemiyah, not both helping in manner of correct. Unfortunately, we are the average of life. We are each and every day, including eternity. This is eternity. So is eternity. Very close from all of this eternity, which is why thousands of years after this whole level of Zara, only on these pages that are also yes, those are and yes, those and yes, and people use this instead as a springboard to see the following in everything else and to use this in what we have. And bring us, should bring us closer to our HaKadosh, to bring us to a relationship with Him that we don't serve because of what we're going to be empowered but serve because we have the privilege to serve, the privilege to connect. And that connection with Hashem through our journey, through our future acceptance, through our journey in the years ahead, not only on the Sefas Avodah Zarah, how this connects Hashem is tomorrow. The journey continues, and we get to connect Hashem. We'll continue to serve in the sake of serving, continue to serve in a way that brings us closer, continue to serve in a way that makes us better Jews, better people, that are only Hashem for many years to come. All right, let's say good morning, good morning. Source. Okay. That's good. Okay, that's good. Okay. I will say good morning, but please was about Hashem to continue to live today. By taking all of our sponsors today. Because we call us our annual Hakadosh sponsor for dedicating additional workshops this year. This was for this time. So our Hakadosh sponsors for the month of Elul, I've already been over, thank over. So here's the show for this day. I've already been thank over. Make a rainfall last Saturday, and the night is like the two less minutes of our guys who will be discovered at high discovery in 1 second. And the beginnings, we will reach us. And I from Haradis from Highway, then Hakaba, the Yako, Father, the Prophet from the American as I share all of our tools. They have a couple of sponsors, and Prophet, we will wish us, Romy, then I believe it's a problem with the hard work. And my comment from all of these shows have no idea. The families in the Hammer. As I share with Baruch Hu, every home, all of our hostages, the shovel on the top of our babies, so to be successful. How much do you go there? Truly share this on top of discussion last time as to how the design wasn't only being about the sign, it doesn't cause the talk to the brother of the person of the cash was a beautiful circle of Hashem. And the short is resulting from the passing down to the football, the short total and stuff. And what's in that one is we're going to relax today while Hashem is going to take that ahead of us as we continue to going towards the end of Abba Yisrael. So today that is Ayin 875. And we are going to have Hashem on Ayin of these 7 weeks for me. What do you do? There's somebody else like that. Well, that's it. Where? Darashon? Hamamar. 7, 1, 2, 4, 6. Hamamar. Thank you. I hesitate. Thank you. Hamamar. Summarize of the bottom. Thank you. So look at this. That's what I have a good idea. That's not a show about. Now about our sasso. So Mike says a sasso. So somewhere again, we're talking about this ultimately again of a complete and a new event that lets it be as a result. We use to the platform. Ultimately again, how about how do you deal with that? So now let's just just now about our sasso. What is this? Good action. So action is about 7 or action. 3 lines into the white lines. Now about sasso. How about some focus if you have a wine press, and ultimately again that press was really by apple, and now you want to go ahead and utilize it ultimately again for Jewish use, so you can scald it, boiling water. If you go boiling water ultimately press, then go ahead and let it for use. You want to love up, come in Sunday, roof, Sunday press, and I'll say that had no problem. Just, I'm going to tell you coming attractions, this is very exciting. When coming babies, and next Hashem is going to become the primary sugya of kashrut. That's what we're going to see again, how essentially things go, how do you put them back out. So hold on with the jump. For any conclusions, but again, we're introducing this idea that essentially the scald of the press, ultimately that is if you use lava, is just a side point, because we just mentioned lava, have the shot. Have a briefly that has handle. But lava would go ahead and say, we will say briefly, are empty jugs, earthenware jugs. When you say empty earthenware jugs are handed out to place, what would you do? Something I will say, now remember again, when it comes to earthenware, we're going to know what earthenware is, how do you throw it? So now I'm not necessarily for empty earthenware jugs can't hand out. He wants to make sure that we don't get used for anything that's going to directly cause a matter during the course of the trip. So what would you do this? The Gemara says, so a couple of reminded. So you're turning the jug is upside down in their bag, right? So instead of having right side up the top of the jug, you don't bring the jug in there, but you're turning it upside down, crossing the hole on the inside. And you go ahead and you look like that, the opening of the bag. So this essentially was a double civet, right? A double civet. Number one, the jugs were placed in a usual way, top down, right? So on the bottom up. Ultimately again, and then the outside of the bag was actually sealed as well. So this double sealing was enough to ensure that the atom would not tamper with the jugs when they transport cassava. Although Shemach on the kilo, I feel that we should. Those are about a process. Remember again. Remember again, we talked about the difference between, let's say, jugs and a wine press. What's the difference? Wine press is just at the side. This stuff doesn't sit there. As opposed to jugs, where items are ultimately kept there for a longer duration. So because of that, that's why the jugs have a bigger issue in terms of institution. They say if I get money fell, they're covered so once more that these are used for a longer duration, Chazal goes on big for episodic use. So now that comes one says, now we go back to the beginning of this. What did Mishnah say? Mishnah spoke about inside the apple. You have a word. That's essentially what was the issue with the press. These are the presses that the vessels often seal and pitch, which apparently has a little bit of a negative odor. How do you take care of the negative odor of the pitch? You fix it water, which is fine because it's not for you, because it's a happen that's really good for the pitch. So therefore, the Mishnah spoke about the idea that halakha l'maisa, how do you deal with this? So the Mishnah spoke about 3 different types of presses. There was a press that was made, one press that was made out of stone, and again, the Gemara said that halakha l'maisa, just wipe it down. Not from if it's made out of wood. Rabbi says wipe it down. The chumsin, you have to peel off. You have to peel off the sealant. And ultimately, again, if it's made of earthen where everyone agrees, can't be used. So this is then going to ask you a question. When you say wipe it down, what does that mean? What exactly is that process of wiping down? So it's the Rabbi concept. How would you go ahead and wipe down the press, rendering it fit for use? Rab Amar the Nile. God says, you just wipe it down with water. Rab Amar with ash. You essentially scrub it down with ash. So one second. Rab Amar the Nile of the Efer. Rab Amar the Efer. So it's strange. So is Rab saying you only use water and not ash? And again, it's Rab saying you only use ash and not water. Ella, of course, I got about a day, 75 Rab Amar the Nile who did the Efer. Rab Amar the Efer who did the Nile. Oh, ultimately, we both know what's involved in quote unquote writing that process, both water as well as ash. So you scrub it with ash, to wash it down with water. And you know what's very interesting enough? Look, we're actually not even arguing. We're talking about two different types of presses. Covered in basal, covered in beshta. One is talking about a press that is wet, and one is talking about a press that is dry. If the press is wet, ultimately again, the first thing you do is you apply the ash, scrub out the moisture, then wash it down with water. If the press is dry, then the process ultimately again begins with water. Like I said, the process ultimately again on readying the press. Remember again, I want to point out, this is a very specific case of a press that is treated with a sealant. Right? The issue of the here is that the one mixed in with the sealant. So now again, you have to wipe it down. How do you wipe it down? Essentially, ash and water, which one comes first? The status of the press. If the press is wet, start with the ash first, and then go to water. If the press is dry, start with the water, and then go to ash. Interesting. If not, going out to Shadrat, on the Taik was, since in Yeshiva God was saying about some kinds of ruling to go ahead and make the press for Jewish use requires 2 steps, some kinds of requires 3 steps. So this is Wasser, die Entfernung, die rechte Plasmine Entfernung. And what's the analysis of this is as follows. At the end of the day, in order to find to let the press for using up in the fun and wash down with water. So sometimes the washing process is 2 steps, sometimes it's 3 steps. How so? So if it's dry, it's going to be 3 steps. Water, ash, water. If it's wet, it's going to be 2 steps, just ash and water. Okay. So we're going to see essentially some of the focus. No, that's Shmuel says Tlas Dalit. Shmuel says no. Sometimes the kasher process is 3 steps, and sometimes it's 4. How so? Again, so Rashi points out over here. If the press is wet, so it's going to be ash, water, ash. Ultimately, if it's dry, then it's going to be water, ash. Well, let's see again. Water, ash.
What's the meaning? How you living, Pam? What's the meaning?
So again, here's what's interesting about this. Everyone is agreeing
What up, baby?
that it's the same ingredients for the wiping down process. What are the ingredients? What are the pieces? What are an ash? Listen, what is the heat? Not a question of mine, that's right. Not a local question of mine, that's right. So that's interesting. The issue is have to be ash. You're going to have to apply water. Now, why do we want to add the ash? Why? To go ahead and use the ash. So the focus rather is that last application of water considered to be part of a composite hydrogen part of ours, and not part of our experience. Ultimately, again, it's just the utilitarian step in removing ash. Well, that's the focus. That's why one calls it a 3-step process, not so through the last water. One calls it a 4-step process.
What you making me do, son?
Let's get away. Ultimately, you have a word test that was
Just for you. Just for you. Okay, what's going on, Pam? When are you gonna get a fucking mic? Okay, Doug. How is the money? Yeah, I heard that. You get that time as well. I mean, depending on what. Doug, all you have to do is new light, and I won't be on your ass anymore. All right, well, I'm watching Miami Louisville. Also, listen to Joey Diaz.
It's fine after there was one. Well, I want to point out talking about also why prices that will never be used by the like the issue here is just the sealings, not the usage. Now you want to let it fit for use ultimately and then for a Jewish press, for a Jewish white press.
Shit together.
What's the problem in that way? Why could you have both with water and ash? How much water, how much ash? That's going to depend ultimately again on the state of the press. Incredible. What do you do? What's the status of this Wiki data? What's Rashi? Rashi is the last party of the attributed Wi-Fi. Like otherwise, I call it Rashi. See, the Kohen also Skivos Hakapua. Showing this positive not that we call the core functions to go say. So everything have one press. What do you have in one press? Number one, you have race. Right? Number two, the press itself is one of the most basic part. Like, how do you adjust the grapes? You go ahead and place the board on top of the grapes, right? And you apply pressure to the board as we see. Now, obviously, you have to want to make sure that the grapes themselves don't scatter. So what do we put on top of the grapes? Some type of metal. Some type of metal, some type of mesh netting to keep the grapes together. So you want to say that's called Gita. Okay, Rashi has a second gear, so afterwards, let's just go with this. Good Gita, right? So what happens if you have a good Gita from the apple? If the apple is the now, can I use that ultimately again for my grapes? On the level, you see how it's showing Gita from these have times, isn't this? So that brings a very interesting from not the laws of the ISF, but interestingly enough, the laws of Canada. So let's say a person ultimately again is got his wine press, his powder press, gin tunnel, who he can also the powder, and now he wanted to purify them. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, "Hadatim v'ha'adash gin v'ha'luvarim v'ha'luvarim." So that is the board. But the adash should love it. The one where like the leaves that you used to get scattered things. You have that whole paper scattered out. It's much fun. What you need to do is rinse that off. Just rinse that off. So, how common shell inside the shell is woods. So therefore that's where you use for other types of materials, really not fun. All you need to do ultimately again is, I will say that what is that Russian had before? Sounds like writing down the shell sheet for the shell getting, but it's made out of some type of lead. Ultimately again, the Yashna Yud is Chodesh. That it sits unused for 12 months. I will say that is very important because you listen to this concept that sometimes for kashrut, time is all you need. The Yashna Yud is Chodesh. You should know what Jimmy says. You know, when you back with that, when you back, essentially, you let it sit unused from one pressing season to the next. You just compare what's happening. How do you find out? So shouldn't be more seasons into the Tanakama said, don't use it for a year. Shouldn't be says, don't use it for one pressing season or the pressing season. The Bashkas, how much time do you feel two pressing seasons? A year. The Bashkas, it's all the same thing. If you've been on it, country the athlete, no, sometimes lads, so just the hardest workout. Sometimes you would go from one artist from one pressing to the next pressing. There's an early crop, a later crop. So sometimes it's exactly a year. Now you may see over the years, it says, if you want to be a tire, again, what I said, in this case over here, my my wine press and all its accessories, or my olive press and its accessories is coming. Now I want to make it dry. What do? My roasting or holding the daisies. Do it again. Put it in boiling water or pour boiling water on it, or hold the daisies, or scald it with olive juice, which effectively is the same thing. And scald it. If you're going to chew it, so that's what we will call it on this process as Hagara, Kashmir something boiling water. Junior should know sense of your sin. Malika Papas, Sino, Shanim of the coffee, place it underneath the faucet or a pipe that's constant flowing water. Open 9 Shanim of the tree, or by a stream that's water is flowing. The Gemara says, and put it there. The Gaga, how about you? And put it there, hold up, or hold up, you know how long the hold is going to get to it. Then show you guys, that's it. Half of the cows. So once this is going to point out, remember, why I do this? Because you know, fucking it up, it's like, that I went ahead and I went ahead and I got the full wine press. And every other piece of wine press accessories from the apple. So now, what can I do with it? So you want to try to say, essentially, the process that one would use to go and purify a wine press from tumor and talon, tumor to talon, will effectively be the same process that the wine press will help you to go from what we call the GUINNESS to ultimately the red Jewish one. That's the message of that. So the GUINNESS have only the talon. So you might say the same process used for GUINNESS. It's the same process used for GUINNESS. That doesn't make any sense. But they know that the girls kind of the process which is outlined with the process ultimately again from the tumor to power. You must if you like power, you get a shot of powers, half of the GUINNESS. It's the same process that we just outlined. Ultimately again to bring a press, a white press, an olive press, from the tumor and its accessories, from the tumor to power. Ultimately again, maybe the same process should be used for GUINNESS. So if I say ultimately again, a little bit of my focus over here. What exactly you need to do to the accessories and the press itself, or whatever the process was for tumor and power, that is the same process ultimately again that will work from the GUINNESS for all things for Jewish Jews. You know, Kama Oda. So remember that one of the things we might say is one of the ways to go ahead and retire everything is essentially leave it up to flowing water for an Oda. For an Oda. Once an Oda, I don't give it about the Oda. Hold it right now. Either a day or a night. That must say now that is not 24 hours. What it means is a daytime period or a nighttime period. So the Dash was 12 hours. 12 hours. And what's interesting enough is measure the kind of stuff. So when you find the kind of Shina, probably that the kind of nice shipping, the kind of Katsio, the Katsibiba. So it's half the amount of the daytime period and half the amount of the nighttime period. On your show, it's got to keep it in another hobby to put us inside the fish rate, hobby to put us cameras and figures. So what's it's very interesting. During the time that we send a fish rate, right, which assign right during the which essentially is like your fall and split equal amounts, right? So ultimately again, the days and nights are the same length, 12 hours. Right? During ultimately Tammuz and favorites, which essentially is somewhere in the winter, days and nights are not the same length. So bottom line, interestingly enough, what owner means is 12 hours. That's an owner. It's an owner for 12 hours. But ultimately, again, but sometimes you just say a night owner or I guess that's just 12 hours. Sometimes it's half a day, and that comes to a whole of 12 hours. Okay, good. You might say as follows. Oh, you got the nice young you think the unknown markets was an interesting piece of information. Rabbi, Mishmeres, means second, she knows that Shmuel against the Negro. So one says this is also right there. And then Mishmeres they would be like a seed or a funnel. So this would be like a type of netting that you would put in the crushed grapes. Why would you put the crushed grapes in there? Because it's still open to crush in the grass. You put like the grape pulp into this netting, and gravity does a lot of work, just a lot of it. So the shiny netting is if I have this type of netting from happen, and again he's used it for his own work, right? So the shiny netting is how under what circumstances can I use it Rabbi. So the Rabbi 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 Rashi says the Nazia, if it's made out of human hair, there's no makes it just cunning to make this type of netting out of human hair. So my neighbor, all you need to do is simply wipe it down, rinse it off, and you're good to go. You're good to go. So apparently human hair wasn't necessarily to be a very absorbent material. So because that's just wipe it down, and you're good to go. The anger, if it's ultimately in the out of here, but not fun. Ultimately, again, then you have to do this process of rebirth. Right, that requires a bit more of a drying out. Keeps the other hand out of work. You have to let it sit for a while. You've got kitchen churns, right? There's nuts in the netting. And that is the part of the kosherization of the nuts is undo the nuts, right? Which makes sense because of why it's a that's where undo the nuts. Fine. I need to believe that's how suck out of the so ultimately, so these baskets were here. So it is the Kudi the Kasal Garaman. So the word says, if he did, ultimately, but probably, Suri Madifan. So that says over there, the Kadi is Suri, Kabam shall Suri Deco. So ultimately, I guess if they're sewn together, that February is Suri, but again, these ropes of the sword. So the word says, let me find. You just wipe it down. Yes, most of these are all just different materials that these utensils are made of. So I think wipe it down completely. It's if sun. It's if sun, maybe not important. If it's being actually, it's if sun is meat like some type of meat. Ultimately, again, if we need the process of moving, kiss the if it's made out of meat, naturally you have to let that section let it sit for a while and you could be treated, and if it has not seen it, shut it up the whole minutes before coming into this. If not, what's the interesting piece of it is that it's the Mishnah. If not, I'm a hard to hold shit, you're going with that. And not the Bashkolos, which is an art. Come on, say, what's this art? What's all these art? What's Amaretz? What's one of the determinants of Amaretz? Umatara. Umatara, right? It's not about two Shabbos or things like that. Umatara. Amaretz is not the Umatara. What's the Kaddish? Such a profound mission. What is the greatest source of life ignorance? Or what is the greatest example of life ignorance? If you don't know what is torment and what is tahar, you're going through life blind. If I can't tell the difference between Torah and Torah, then ultimately I am in Amalaxis, in ignorance, Torah, result. No one knows everything. But the most important things you need to know in life is what is coming, what is tahar, what is good, what is bad, what is kasha, what is truth. What are the things I should be engaging in, and what are the things I should be distancing myself from. I don't have enough awareness or enough knowledge to know that. But unfortunately, as I said, that shit, if you don't know a lot of other stuff, you just can't really do it. Like, if you do these things before life, it's just kind of like, I don't really need halachic to the halachic, but right to it. Right Torah. So unfortunately, again, the person that's not halachic, so it's just good. That's not halachic, that's not halachic. I'm halachic, shows you good or that. Here's the problem. I don't want to dress. I don't want to dress. And then the artist comes along and he puts his hand in my wine dress. Why? Why? Why do people do a lot of things that they do? Why are you touching my stuff? Why are you touching my stuff? Okay, so that's whatever. There was, there's a famous story. It actually has a number of different versions of it, but one version of the story is actually under the published as well as this published and stuff. And they're often looking out just like giving a feel to Richard. So it says, well, I'm going to throw it. Or also, people are just not thinking who would have to treat. So it says, I would say, it's like, it's well told. It's fucking amazing. I'm not going to get about it. I'm going to make it. What did you do? What did you do? So, and then you might be understood and say, I just need to treat. He said, well, that leaves as a practice in the world as well. That leaf has it on the world as well. But that leaf here is so disappointed. It's just here for me to walk it off. It has not opened. I always thought like there's two tremendous lessons from that story. One of the Rabbi was teaching his comment, mindfulness. Mindfulness. See, if you're walking in this point, And like you, there's a cover that doesn't look at these things. But when I said that there's a cover that there's a mindfulness, that's lesson one. Lesson two is that everything in this world has a purpose. It's not just us. Everything in this world has a purpose. And lesson number three, even beliefs, right? People believe everything has a purpose and a beneficial. I remember as a child, I remember some kids. My grandma was a very reverend parent, my grandma was a very special child. Like the God's mother, they were fun cultures, and I was a church planter and buying teachers. So they had acres and acres. By the time they were older, we sold off questions for only like a whole lot. Like they had, so summertime, we could never be able to kill. We just moved up. I never sport. My grandmother took us outside. She would always say that, she would say, look at the trees. The script, she said, the trees are gathered to that rich land. It was the most beautiful and it's to this day, like the world's to this day, I just find myself mesmerized by the trees, and I'm just always watching like that to a rich land. It's such a beautiful imagery. Then again, that's something that's in the night also. Everything that is like rich life. It's a song that's here about all of nature scenes. Don't get anything like nature. Let nature do it. This is not like a tree by reflection. I just said, not just sometimes also we kind of the kind of thing is kind of up in South Central and talk about us. Everything in this world has a purpose and a message. And anyway, bottom one, don't touch other people's stuff, right? And that's the thing that is that the Amorites comes along. He touches in the grapes, he touches a cluster of grapes, and it happens to come over years, the clusters are depressed. So what happens? So the verse says, now the shaila is nothing but the Tagama Eshkol Bakosua says there. So it says, not focusing on what's the status of the grapes in the press. So one of the people said, that cluster, and ultimately again, everything immediately around that cluster are interlinked. The Halakat, the good news is, the rest of the press is tar. So essentially, the cluster and the immediate, like surrounding clusters, problematic. Everything else is going to be tar. The Taik, another one said, Halakat, Kubanani. The other thing is said, no, everything in the press is tar. Okay, so it was like, so that's pretty dramatic. Well, the mind of Ashkal, the Fox knows that today. So what is the first thing that said? That I'm not going to say that it is only the actual cluster that is touched, and the surrounding clusters are coming, but the rest of the back is tar. What about how it is? Nice, going to have to stand. Sherrits, and so very Italian, if you find a sherrit, if you find a dead rodent in the olive press, they know the time they have a local goal. Ultimately, again, it's only the Tane, it's like the Tane, the place where it off contact. The higher much in the higher tackle is going to come in. But if there's olive oil flowing in the press, then ultimately, again, everything in there is coming. So it says, interestingly enough, why is it that by the olive oil, everyone believes that everything is coming? But then it's by the one press, which is a opinion that says that it's only the cluster of contact and immediate surrounding clusters that are coming, which means a person that hustles will live separately. Lives the key ashkolos. Those are united units. And the algorithms when this oil and brings everything together into one gas. By the clusters, there's individualized clusters. So you can see that someone would say it is only the contact of cluster and the immediate surrounding clusters that will be determined, but everything else remains hard. As opposed to the algorithms where there's oil everywhere, the oil is going to combine everything. That's only the oil that we feel that. Like the first opinion that when the Amaret's touches the cluster of contact is today, the surrounding clusters are today, but the rest of the back ultimately again will be terrible. So now it must be talking about this or of that, but it's not obviously flowing with one. Right? Because if it's flowing, there could be some wine at the bottom of there, and if it's flowing with wine, then it's like gallop of it. So it must be a case of where the clusters themselves might be somewhere in the bottom, but that's submerged in wine. Incredible. The most I now we come to the last step into the sample. And this by the way, get ready. This is going to be such a fun segment. This is moving doing stuff, I learn from the nice stuff, but then to find opportunity to use Hashem for the whole time. Go and have a share together as well on all these things. So let's hear about Mishnah. Here it is. So now, I'm sorry, no one got this. No one got this. So that's bad. You feel by got this. And then we'll have this for a little bit, but now what we're doing is we are fundamentally entering into the laws of kashrus, specifically the laws of kashrus, including kosherization of utensils and vessels for Jewish use. Here we go. How again, so watch this. I purchased a utensil from an apple, a used pot. I purchased a utensil from an apple. So as I stand China is, now again, if there's one thing that we have taken away from this entire circular of GUINNESS is that what? It's that utensils absorb. Utensils absorb. Therefore, I look for the Mesa, when I go ahead and I purchase a used utensil from an apple, I have to be aware that there are absorptions in that utensil. So the Shaila is, what do I do about it? So watch this. I can't do that. Just now, we don't about it. That's Shabbat over Akino. So this is exactly what this means. So as you know, so that which is normally immersed should be immersed. And actually, so what does this mean? Look at actually the first short line. As you know, we have already declared it's evil. If it's some particular that the future that's usually I can see that this was us. So we're going to see that us now we're going to see that when you purchase a utensil from an apple, there are really two steps combined in rendering it fit for Jewish use. Number one is kosherization, which means extraction of any non-kosher absorption that may be in that utensil. That's step one. After the utensil has been kosherized, then you require immersion in a mikvah. Immersion in a mikvah has nothing to do with absorptions. Immersion in a mikvah has to do that whenever Jew acquires utensil, he used or needs a Jew consecrates and inducts that utensil into his religious service. Everyone's like, the beautiful thing is everything that a Jew does in this world is about Hashem. It's all about Hashem. Even my eating is about Hashem. How do I show that? I get my utensils and what do I do? I bring it to a mikvah. Which was incredible. The same mikvah, right? That I use for Tomatara. Okay. Right? But conceptually, it's the same thing. Conceptually, same mikvah. So the same mikvah that I use to take myself from the state of Tomatara is the same mikvah that I put my utensils in. And the ability to render them to use. Everything that it does is a double shibboleth. It shows holy. Therefore, my utensils must be ready for consecrating use. The most incredible thing. So therefore, technically speaking, if you look at this, you open it up on this. If you have a utensil that doesn't have any absorption issues, whether because, let's say, it's only used cold, so it never absorbed, or it's brand new, or you use a detergent for and you're good to go. Next. If ultimately a granite is used, now let's say we're talking about this, if the utensil is used with boiling water, then ultimately again, you kind of should agree that boiling water will not be more, not be more. If let's say the utensil is used with fire, ultimately again, we castrate with fire. For example, a sheep with the aspira, a spit or a skewer, will likely bar, which are used with fire. So let's say I buy a spit or a skewer from an apple, right? So if I just use it for non-kosher use, I castrate with fire. A second, shove up the heat hole. Ultimately, again, a knife. How do you castrate a knife? You rub it down. We're going to discuss exactly what this means. But you rub it down and it's fire. So it's so incredible. So now let's say for a lot what that would be. So let's go. So turn up. The cool thing to know about that sound. That will say, again, every utensil that you use only requires either a version of mikvah, a mikvah for this size, just a bona fide mikvah. So also, so remember, this is whether you are purchasing the utensil used or new. Again, process, if you're purchasing the utensil used, then step one is kosherization, kasher, and then immersion in the mikvah. If you're purchasing new, you don't need kosherization, so therefore you just go straight to immersion in the mikvah. What type of mikvah? A mikvah for the star, which I will say is just a regular mikvah. A regular mikvah. I mean, how do you know that utensils require immersion in a mikvah. Like where do you get that from? So there's a lot of the Omicron called Rabbi level by Ish the Ish. The ones who are going to see interestingly enough, the concept of pressuring the utensils, like the concept of pressuring and then immersion, all comes from the one with mikvah. The world here is fascinating. Christ understanding and then when you come back, Hashem, the spoils of war. So Moshe Rabbeinu tells them, Hebron, before you use anything, you have to pressure. So we're going to see, Moshe Rabbeinu says, any utensil that was used, let's say, by the Midianites with fire, you have to kasher with fire. We're going to see that the method of kasherization mirrors the manner of usage. And the Midianites says, and you should purify it. Now, listen, that extra v'tayar, that's an extraneous word. To simplify, because of karachares, the Torah adds on another purification process after kosherization. What is that additional purification process? What is that? Immersion in the front. So now, the need to immerse your utensils in what comes from that extra word, v'tayar. So you must also go because of karachares. Then they read down that the Torah says you have to immerse the item to make it read down that movie so as they discuss, I never thought that the utensils require sprinkling on the first and second day, just like someone who's coming, right? Someone who's coming from a space, they require sprinkling like 6 and 7. So I never thought that it requires that as well. Different consequences. Every time you have please distinguishes. So if you don't have so much not come on you don't. So why does the Torah say that you should go ahead and put the utensils in either the waters of this? Mayim Shari that's why if you use the same waters, then you use these. And over what type of waters does it need to use? Ultimately, again, a mikvah of 40 saw. So just like the mikvah needs a mikvah of 40 saw, so too, utensils require the utensils require a mikvah of 40 saw as well. So first and also interesting stuff if you notice, therefore, people has two definitions for the notion that utensils require immersion in the mikvah. Number one is v'tayar, and number two, the midah. This question is, why do you do it? First, I'll tell you why. It took the mitzvah of the time, it took the mitzvah of the midah. We both of these drushes. Why? You see the tire, they weren't just a tire, how many of the tire, called the root. I would have thought you just need to immerse it in some water. It doesn't need to be a mitzvah for the saw. Any amount of water, do, and you're good to go. Therefore, then the Torah says, put on from the midah. Teaches you what? No, it's got to be a bona fide mitzvah for the saw. Because of what about the midah, and if we just immediately brings the Agamina, have a shemesh to midah. Also, never again, the oil for a week to be tahar, when that's that. But let's say for argument's sake, you have a woman who's a midah, who goes to the mikvah on day 7 of her 7 days. What's that for? She's not tahora until what? Nightfall. So I might have thought that just like the midah requires nightfall, maybe the children actually goes in mikvah also require nightfall. Says, ultimately, again, never was says which we know as soon as you reverse, ultimately, again, so listen, this is ridiculously exciting. This is probably the most exciting thing that's happened to them so far. Because again, we know the source for the concept of T-plus-K. So if someone asks, you walk me out, by the way, how do you know that you have to immerse the mikvah, either to whether it's you should ask. You run it out from the word of mikvah, the Torah adds a word tahor, and then go. Ultimately, again, between those two, what do you learn? You learn that I don't place a kid, whether you're youth or new, needs to be immersed in a mikvah. What type of mikvah? What type of mikvah? Are they going to bona fide 40 mikvah? When did you become tahor? Immediately upon immersion. Let's go back a little bit. I was interesting enough, but here's this fascinating. So remember the halacha of tefillas kibud, right? I've never seen utensils in a mikvah. It's learned out from Midian. In Midian, what kind of utensils were they dealing with, or they dealing with? Used utensils. Right? Is new utensils, as we mentioned. You might say, you showing the original, he had Russian double, he's talking about here. Let's say, this is fascinating. What is the status of the utensil after you wash it? What's the status? What's the status? Like new, right? It's halachically, it's just like you get one style of even after you go ahead and wash your utensil, what do you have to do? And look see it in the car. Essentially, the halacha says like this: there is no difference between a utensil that has been kosher and a brand new utensil. They're the same thing. So just like you have the kosher, and just like you have to immerse a utensil open again that was kosher, so too, excuse me, so too you have to go ahead and immerse a brand new utensil as well. Now, also, I want to just mention. Now, what I just mentioned is that remember, the order here is very important. Immersion will only occur after kasher. If you immerse and then kasher, you have to immerse again. Tefillah can only be done on a quote unquote new utensil, whether it's actually new or like new. So the order of the is very important. So the Masking relationship, so Shisha says, so that's the case now that you have to immerse Jewish utensils. Listen to this. I think it's Susie the son of a Reading a pair of scissors, literally using the sound with like closing scissors. In other words, they each have to immerse everything. Not just utensils for food, but why not immerse everything owned by a Jew? Let's see what it says. I'm already please food that were in the parsha. So then again, because that's not the topic of Midyan. The topic of the parsha of Midyan ultimately is critical that Moshe Rabbeinu speaks to the Jewish people. He says anything that's used by fire, put it in fire, it's used for water, put it in water. So clearly Moshe Rabbeinu himself ultimately again is talking about utensils that were used in food preparation. Therefore, again, halacha goes to any types of food items or utensils that require both kashering and then immersion. One of these ones are going to stop for today. I'm not happy. One last important piece of halacha. Furthermore, what does tefillah apply to? It only applies to items we own. It does not apply to items borrowed. So if the Jew goes ahead and borrows items from an home, now again, if you borrow more, you still have to cash it. It's not cash it, but it does not require it to be of utensils is only as something that a Jew owns, not as something that a Jew buys. Again, if you own an utensil and you get a couple of use it, then again, you have to cash it. You can't use it like cash it. But tefillah, the version of utensils in a mikvah, only on items owned by a Jew. Just like it, that happens inside, that happens inside. Now, there's much more about this in next tomorrow. Ironically, how often I says, well, and what's happening tomorrow? Last day of a Hope Salah. Incredible. Stay tuned for details from upcoming. See you in the next session. Have a great day. All right, everyone say good morning. All right, everyone say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Kosesh Shpach of ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the Shema Joshua this year as his host for Psoros Thomas Holy Bank Israel. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul have the Aron Torah. Benny Goldberg, for the Shema for his parents, Leonard, Avram, for Hashem, Pinchas, his mother, Maggie, Taker, Angel, Fast, etc. For the whole, that Bench Hashem, the whole Psoros of his faith, the Yula, for Hashem, the Ephraim, his community, and the months ahead. Shema for minutes. Nishma Stab's father, Rabbi from Yitzchak, Adnei, Ben, Haramis, Ben, Hachaber, Yaakov. Now, we have the sponsors of Brooklyn, just one then idea. I've got 50 sponsors today. So my beautiful sponsors. Rabbi in honor of his father's birthday. Happy birthday and welcome to Mark Rivers with the following message. In honor of Father's birthday today, we continue to be an inspiration. And I read the Esther Shut love you very much. Beautiful, beautiful. The means from all of us, we can pay for you something for it, but then again, we all love it. We really absolutely beautiful. It's so touching about Hashem. Also, sometimes the most beautiful thing is we connect with our loved ones. Going to a baseball game is great, right? And going, hanging out on a Sunday is great. And those are all beautiful things. Okay, things that love with our children as well. But Baruch Hashem, the time where we call it, we get that connection to Torah. So that is the true power that lasts throughout the generations. It's beautiful to see a father and son like that. And then, it's not here, I don't know what happened. But I was just Morris here. Morris just must, okay. And then, dedication in honor of well, you know what? I'm going to wait to see if he comes back. I'm talking about beautiful dedication in honor of the winner today. Of course, we'll wait to see if he returns. It's actually already be 7 out of 10, so, it's outside. Standing outside? Is it going? Is it coming down? Don't you know? Don't you say, Education's not that good. I was just saying, like, it's like, it's a thing to go out of the local body. You kind of think to the people. I know it's let's get started. Let's get touch about the video. I don't say, so today we have this response to the weekly show. And take it on me, because the last couple of days of Avodah Zarah. It's been great to do Avodah Zarah, all of these things for Hashem. You can accept them, things that will be said, like whatever. You can look at the Avodah Zarah function, so they do the Avodah Zarah, and then Hashem close out the week. You'll do it right there. Okay, that says the Mishnah. Eight Asura, also the Hoshik. Not providing out, things have to say before, not providing out. Eight Asura, also the Hoshik. All the items are all served. And again, the Asura is so intense that the mixture, even in the smallest and most minute amount. One of the number one. Number two, I think it's called Rabbi. That was actually interesting. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, he was also in the first rules. Collections are the Shah, the efforts that Erev, look like the most Kuba. There are certain things that have such an acute level of correlation that when you get mixed into a mixture, they are in 1,000 to 1 ratio. There's 1,000 units of committed item to 1 unit of this prohibited item. They're not bundled. So the idea is be careful of this, right? You get a little bit for a lot of other wine. Ultimately, again, it is not going to be bundled. Now, interestingly enough, Rashi points out to you, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says, so it's interesting. Rashi gets kindness as a case of a drop of wine falling into a lot of barrel of kosher water. Rather, Rashi says that these interesting miracles, a barrel of kindness that actually gets mixed up with other barrels. Again, we'll discuss the distinction between wine falling into wine versus barrels getting mixed with each other. Okay, anyway, so Yesef is what we call it Asur Kosher. Ultimately, again, it's a very special dedication to our Taber of Ari Brother. So learners, Yez Hashem are drinking Yez Hashem tomorrow. Tuesday, Yez Hashem, Rishab, so we should dedicate in honor of Rabbi. And it's incredible Hakar Sato, but coffee so much, and coffee takes so much as well. It's not like I'm shopping salon, just the washing is specific. Hakar Sato, coffee from all brothers. Again, this was a deep initiative recorded by Dr. Josh Rosenberg. So the following rituals sponsored in honor of Ali. Josh Rosenberg, Dr. Schwartz, behind Rosenberg. Moshe is from Sam. Moshe David Hartman, Bill Turner, Bill Beasley for Dr. Device from one traders and Josh Ellis, Jeremy Lassie, Andy Allen, Ivy Bruce, Ivan Russell, Mark Russell, Alan White, Motion Ryan, Mike Shigard, and Shmuel Caractor, Paul College, Director Show by Shmuel Silver, Zoe Eldridge. If you're in that list, you're looking for another club. Bring it on. And that's it. And I just a very small, I call it a song from all of us here. We have a mystery, I don't believe us, happy with Hashem. For this next chapter, all of your families blessed with it. And tremendous person performance last night. Everything as I mentioned, at Shelter, it's just that people don't know this, but that if you know it, it's not just that Ari has coordinated Ari has sponsored companies for gifts. For years and years and years, Ari has sponsored companies. Yesterday, Jonathan was one of our Hashem stepped up to take on this mantle. Although again, if you'd like to share this with the speakers, to fellow because understand it's very representative of what things that have whether it's true or like often you just show up and assume that they're all there without realizing that absolutely nothing in this world happens by itself. Everything happens because there are people, a person, who express significant appreciation to understand that things happen. Everyone notices athleticism. But the 98% of the time where everything goes so beautifully, so systematically, because there are people like that who are just they have the character, they have the conditions, they have the media. And so that they just rest us, rest of us, Baruch Hashem, are able to follow it. So that encouragement. Thank you. We appreciate it. With acts that is nothing as hopefully we're getting together for you. Thank you so much for not only to us, but it really is not only to have Hashem, but also to be a member of our community, a member of Shield, a member of the Chabura. Just tremendous things. Let's do that. Okay, let's continue. Thanks for finally coming in, by the way. Yeah, appreciate it. You have to coffee. So then again, now that finish up. We're going to the items that we need the items ultimately again that are not bottom, right? We go ahead and introduce them with the announced ultimately again they're not bottom. Next, I've always come covered. So Rashi says over here, what's I've always come covered? Rashi says, Sukkah Sha'avdima is Arba the Emet Shloshim Laveras. Let's say you have a little statue, that the statue happens to be worshipped for idolatry, but it gets mixed in with other statues that are not idolatrous in nature. Okay, so we'll say, see now, ultimately again, Abu Bazaris, they're not bottom. It's not bottom, it's next. Almost even. So we see the Baptist, what's almost even. This was it. Abu Bazaris over there, go ahead and they would extract the animal's part through its hide. Remember, this was on the first year we spoke about this, right? So remember, so you go ahead and you're extracting the heart through the hide. So remember, the reason for help is because there was a hole in the middle of the heart. So you're able to see this. So again, obviously, this is that Zora. The heart's not called the soul. It's almost the beginning. It's just the example of almost called the shiny skull. Shiny skull is an ox that is skull that is pointed at because it killed someone else. It becomes Asabano. So because it becomes Asabano, now we're going to see exactly like what the company all of these items are next. Again, you find remember you find someone that's market between two cities, you know, everybody there is nature. Close to city, all these of those cities come out, and they perform a process called Egra Adifal. We decapitate the cap. The cap again is Asabano. Only with Sora. So when the person undergoes Saras, part of the purification process for Saras, they have to bring the birds. Those birds, ultimately, again, if they get mixed in with other birds, again, are not bottled. They're not bottled, again, let's have the purification is not bottled. What does that mean? Therefore what? the whole mixture is going to be awesome. So we're doing a tremendous thing. So you can imagine organic these things, anything's purple, any one of these prohibited items gets mixed into a mixture of a life items, no matter how many permitted items you have, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. Next, say of a nusser. So again, the hair of a nusser is that nusser finishes the term like his nephew Judas, cuts his hair, and cut off the lace up. That hair ultimately again is usher dino. It gets mixed in with other hair, this way, which I have to come off. Firstborn donkey has 6 teeth. If it's not redeemed, ultimately again, usher dino gets mixed in with other items, and usher the entire monster. Usher the follow. Look at it. So again, we'll say the other most special beautiful mode. You can't do it. Mixture milk and meat. Mentioned 3 times in the Torah. Why 3 times? Once it gets you can't eat it. Number 2, like the Rabbi said, number 1 is you can't eat less for color. Number 2, you can't eat meat and meat cooked together. And number 3, you can't get benefit from pasta the color. So pasta, if you have a milk and meat mixture that gets mixed in with unpermissible things, you have a piece of meat and the pasta the color is only kosher milk and kosher milk. So the piece of meat that was called pig milk, then that piece of meat gets mixed in with 1,000 pieces of kosher meat that make it meat. How about the nice Mishnah says, the entire mixture is asur. Asur the color is not pocket. So what's that? This is really incredible. Let's finish the way. So is the gold. Then I can keep it. What's that? I'm going to finish the way. Then the reference down to a kipper. Right? I know for those of you who do Shabbos day, you got for the gold. It's like that. It's a tradition. The choice is I like courage. You know, the research was kind of like that. That's what I said. It's not very hell. So the point of going, again, the real life thing. To that list, that's what makes things that don't want to come minus that not feels something that one's coming ahead. So sometimes I bet you go in 2 ways that will open up. One's the flashlights, open up the skylight. The other was go cautious with switch that. So again, if that book gets mixed in other books, ultimately again answers the entire mixture. Next, foolishness to Bazara. Foolishness to Bazara means to slaughter an uncontaminated animal with pieces of the beast. Such when animal becomes asur that meat, let's say, with their subsequently get mixed in with other pieces of meat, answers the entire mixture. Really, asur, but also the foolishness. So most of the come with this is that these items are insert and ultimately again if they prohibit a mixture of any amount. In any amount, see if it's even the most minute amount of any of these items gets mixed into a mixture of like items, the entire mixture is prohibited. Incredible. So the says, now here's our topic. What does this mean? Like in other words, what is the these are obviously a lot of random things over there, but there must be some type of common denominator that unites them. Now, once again, that's the last my question. What exactly is the common denominator? What's the thread through these items? Eat double sugar meat. So we'll say this is very interesting. What is a double sugar? How recognize this? That items fall into one of 2 categories. There are many more different categories, but for our purposes, 1 of 2 categories. There are items which, if you look at them individually, they're insignificant, and they're only significant if you, let's say, for example, if you sell them in we'll call it a brawl. What's a good example of this? Let's say a baby, a lentil. Like, no one goes and buys a lentil. I don't know how I like this stuff with lentils, a pound of lentils, ounce of lentils. I don't know much, right? I'm just saying, like, so whatever it is, like, no one shows up and says, like, hey, what am I going to do? I'm the show, right? And say, no, lentil. Right? That's right. So what's this? Versus items, let's say, no, if you would buy them, buy the units. Buy the unit. What's an example of that? And you buy 5 units. Shop's about 100 tomorrow. Eggs were an example of this, right? Exactly today, I don't know how you could buy an egg, right? You can't go into the store and buy an egg. Right? So again, so you buy an egg, you buy it. But 3 times you buy an egg is a good example. You by an egg. An egg. So you divide, you obviously divide it, you can also divide it individually. Whenever an item is reckoned as an individual unit, in halacha that is called a double shibboleth unit. It will be again an item that is counted. In halacha, double shibboleth unit is given a high level of importance. To the point that often in halacha, a double shibboleth unit is not bottle. It's not bottle limits. It's not even nullified limits. It's more in a sense. Kind of like that question is what's coming on the by design of the Mishnah. Each double shibboleth unit calculation. So ultimately, if the common denominator is that all of these items in the Mishnah are the double shibboleth unit. Double shibboleth unit. Then this thing now, that thing fits in the middle. But then what's next? You add other things like that. For example, let's say you have an event mistake. Right? What's an event mistake? It's a steak that comes from an animal. That's also double shibboleth unit. Right? Let's say, now what we need is that a piece of the data falls into a pot of kosher meat. What's halacha? It's bottle. It is bottle distinction. So in other words, if you're telling me that every double shibboleth unit, every item that has individualized unit importance is never bottle, it's a whole bunch of stuff that should fall into that category. For example, as a piece of metal, a metal stick, is double shibboleth units in the store and buy one piece of the commodity. Therefore, it's double shibboleth. And if that's the kind of money that they double shibboleth unit, not bottle, why not do that? On the other hand, these sort of halacha, maybe the common denominator in this Mishnah is that all of these items are asur ba'ara. And maybe with the Hadith saying this people are asur ba'ara, it's not really a benefit, then halacha l'maisa, the asur b'chol shul, and there's a bottle. If that's the case, this thing now, chametz b'pesach, for the good chametz. Like those chametz is not necessarily double shibboleth unit, but ultimately we're getting a decent amount. So why not put chametz in the category here as well? This was not thought. How can do this thing? And they say, what did you know about this Mishnah? Every item here in this Mishnah has both of these qualities. Number one, double shibboleth unit, and number two, Yisur Hadar. That is the common denominator. So it's every item that is both a survivor, you can't get benefit from it, and has individualized unit importance. It's ultimately, again, it's a double shibboleth unit. If you have those two qualities, then halacha l'maisa, you're not bottled in a mixture. You're not bottled in a mixture. Maybe it says, you say, it goes a part remains like that. So if that's the case, why don't you include two other items? It goes a part, it goes a part ultimately again. Really are a goes a part is not walnuts, but part. It's actually the first Rashi says the goes a part is in the white lines of Rashi about 5 lines in. Not all, but it's not by time. So again, these were high quality nuts and high quality pomegranates. So that Rashi says over here, Shal Arla, or Shal Kwata it is Abu Bakala, who were the people. So ultimately, they will say again, these were considered to be very kosher foods. So let's say that they were also, for example, let's say you had a desert, or you worry about that, then Arla, or Kwata carrot. If they fall into a mixture, they would also never be bottled. Why would they never be bottled? It's called for Asurago and the double shibboleth. No sugar. Why not go ahead and those as well? Which the Gemara says, "How further away is possible? Arrival on arrival for a time for that." So it's a big mention elsewhere. They don't mention elsewhere. I listening to Carlos Shal Bala Virus. We have even found this picks up. So you know, it's okay, but why don't you add on following out? Why don't you say what's Kikar Shabbat Rice? Now, what's Kikar Shabbat Rice? What is that? Ultimately, that means a house of result. Let's say the big results, which are those that find the third, versus Kikar Shabbat Rice, which again, I won't know this, they can use an individual vote. Individuals are considered to be more cautious, because like it's individual artistic. And it's a person's own law that they're making. Therefore, that's a double shibboleth, and that's considered to be more kosher. So why don't you include that as well? Ultimately, I think you have comments with it. Asr Banda, and it's a homeowner's growth, it's another Shimon Eden. Why are they doing that as well? Because the time Shabbos got on Rabbi Akiva. Also, Rabbi Akiva mostly asked to call Shabbat Rabbi's open. So also kind of Rabbi Akiva, and then after that, Rabbi Akiva went ahead and added these to the list. Okay. How do you look? So this says how remember the rules of the Mishnah. The Mishnah begins with the cloud and the principle and ends with the principle. But I say the beginning of the statement, in the Syrian, the ultimate in the Moshe, these items are Asr that needed even in the Ma'ita now. The Mishnah ends up by saying, Hare Elu Asrin Ma'osim Moshe. These Asr and the Asr and I need now. So it says Hare Elu. Hare Elu is obviously clean to say that. It's meant to say these items, there must be excluded something. Same thing what is it excluding? The Nathan Double Shibani in the lab is Serhano, and now it's Serhano, the lab Double Shibani. So let's say bottom line, here's what the Mishnah teaches us. Any item that performs these two qualities, number one, is Asr Bahano. Like Asr Bahano, ultimately, you cannot get benefit from it. And number two, there's a double Shibani. It has ultimately again, it has individualized importance. It's never bottled. It's never bottled. And therefore, the Mishnah is saying that if you have an item that has one or the other property, ultimately, it will be bottled in a mixture. And as I said, this is a paraphrasing of Sahasra. If you want to know what the power of the is, right? So I say, how can it be? How can it be? And after thousands of years of what we have had to share, that we have simply not disappeared itself to time. If you think about it, let's say every Jew has these two qualities. We are Asr Da'ana, and we're Double Shibani. One is distinct. And it has one Shama. It's important to understand. The Shama is not yours. It's not mine. Like, I will tell you, Shama, Shema Sabbath. Is the Shama. Like the Balatani writes, what is the Shama? So you must have a call. The Shama doesn't belong. It's not blood. It's a Kaddish Baruch. And as much as the Rosh gives it to you, he allows you to use it, the Rebbe should always return to ownership shoulder. That's why, no matter how badly I messed up in life, no one is beyond repair. Why? Because there is a piece of yourself that you cannot mess up. Isn't it the most incredible thing? There's a piece of yourself, no matter how badly you try, no matter how many avenues you do, like if you put your mind to it, I'm going to mess up in my life like that. Some people back in like this. Right? And touch the unintentional, I'm going to mess up everything. You can't. There's a piece of you that is untouchable. There's a piece of you that is unsoluble. I love this word. And there's a piece of you that you cannot compromise. That is your neshama. That's why tshuva is always possible. Why tshuva possible? Because it's a piece of you that's always holy. Because it's a piece of you that's not really mine. It's a piece of you ultimately again that is in the Ola Shaloma. There is a piece of you therefore that is Asr Sha'anah. There is a piece that's Asr Sha'anah. I can't fully access it. That's the most thing I don't have time for people. I'm not going to fix box of sugar. But he says part of like this esoteric piece of sugar that we can't fully wrap our head around, is because sugar is really the power of the sugar. And the power of the sugar is comprehension. Because the sugar is not me. The sugar is the total sugar inside it. So as crazy as it sounds, there's a piece that is Asr Da'ana. That's the Lord. And I'll say every Jew is a double Shibani. Every Jew is a unit of individualized importance. As much as we are all part of the same cloud, as much as we are all part of the same nation, and so much of our strength comes from being part of your whole. And we have a necessity to be part of it, to often put our own individual needs aside in order to be part of the collective. We never allow collective identity to come at the expense of individualized importance. Each of us has a shlichus. People think they're doing Chabad Mitzvah. This is not true. It's not true. Yeah, it's just the one who reminded people that they're the sheikhs. But every single person has the sheikhs. Every single person has a mandate, a mission, something they have to accomplish. And the government should have used it. Which means it will say what? Which means that I'm Asubano, my neshama is Asubano. I'm going to pay a benefit from it, but to a certain degree, there is somewhat almost like not fully accessibility, and I'm about to should have used it. Most of what happens when you have those two qualities. But after you have those two qualities, you never fuck it. You never will. So it does not matter what the Lord throws you in. And it does not matter what you get mixed up with. And it does not matter what you get mixed up in. At the end of the days we do is never profit. And that's how I said we are 3,000 years later, despite everything having as a nation. And that's why as no matter what we have done to go against Hashem, will always come out on top. I have a neshama which is Asr Ba'adam. You understand that a fallen group is a second response, I'm a double shaman, and therefore as each one has a flower, you are never profit. Says the Mishnah, Yayin Nesach Shirah Levar, next. So Yayin Nesach falls into the bar is a sister. So what happens? So Yayin Nesach falls into the bar, so the Gemara says, so now, remember, this is wine falling into wine. It's wine falling into wine. So how often it is, the entire mixture is awesome. Awesome, I know. Sure, said, no. So what that do, all they go up and put some plain right in this section. So then said, there's no need to do that. There's no need to do that. Instead, what you could just do is like this. Obviously, I can get higher up on the nine and stuff. So let's assess what the value of the Yayin Nesach was, and go ahead and sell off that amount. Let's just sell off that amount. So let's say Yayin Nesach, so let's say like $20 of Yayin Nesach, like $1,000 of kosher wine. So it's kind of the same thing. Whole thing is us. The whole thing is us, survival. And so this is why I can't get benefit from the Yayin Nesach. So take $20 worth of wine, spill it down and drink it. I spill it down and just get rid of it. Why for no mixture? That's my whole tool. So that says, I'm not sure that no comes to others of our own kind of guys. We'll say this no. So that's justified. Now, I'm not sure that no when barrels get mixed up with barrels, then now when wine pours to wine. You guys will see that's crazy. So that was an suggestion between barrels getting mixed up with each other versus wine actually getting mixed up with each other. That says when wine gets mixed with each other, the whole mixture is awesome. But when barrels get mixed up with each other, yes, so let's say 1 barrel of Yayin and that mixed with 100,000 of kosher wine, fine. Just take one barrel, crack it, spill it out, then you're done. And the rest, all again, becomes permitted. Shmuel says no, I can Yayin. Shmuel says no, in all cases, when you have milk, equally when wine gets mixed into wine. You want to use wine, I'm not going to say again, just go ahead and spill off a little bit of wine, all the milk that is survivable, done with the wine, and we are good to go. If you come around about a time of milk brush, I can Yayin. You know, it's what I know, so you have these Yayin. I'm not going to myself. Sorry, I don't know myself. By the way, I was going to point out, it's rare in the Gemara that you see those words. I don't know how many times it occurs in Shabbos, but then you know that you see them in Gemara say, Halocha with myself. Halocha with myself, very interesting. Halocha with myself. What is Halocha with myself? Yayin Asr. So what's that? When Asr is that when Yayin actual wine, like actual Yayin Nesach, falls into wine, even in a much greater, even the kosher wine is the most greater majority, the entire mixture is Asr. That's how we pass the process. So again, and that's the previous Mishnah, by the way. Right? That's the previous Mishnah. When Yayin Nesach really gets mixed with it, I'm going to say that by the way, so let's compare our terms. What's Yayin Nesach? Right? Actual water, like actual, like facial water, right? Not just wine used for about the soda. So when that wine, any milk gets mixed into the kosher wine, it final mixture is assortado. That's it. However, watch this. Pots the pots. Motto. Interesting enough, where it says if you have a barrel, of yain that gets mixed with other barrels, then halot so what do we do? Essentially assess what is the value, what's the value of that barrel of yain. We designate a barrel. We go in and fact that we get rid of that one just a bit, so that that's the mixture ultimately against what we are. Stan yain, now listen, now remember again when we define what stan yain. Stan yain is one just one of an LG, right? Remember again. Now remember, if you have on the Sarah, what's interesting is more often than not, we treat stan yayin just like yayin desa. Interesting enough, when it comes to mixtures, we hold on to it. The word says stan yayin, but if you have halal for my second stan yayin, which means just the one of an apple. Yeah, I don't know that we use the words that we prefer about Zara or anything else like that. Yayin that gets mixed in. Again, with other wine, it's mutter. I must say, what is mutter? Mutter actually says over here means ultimately, again, the what's the name also yayin, that is how ultimately, yes, if you have stam yayin, that falls into, let's say, mixture with other kosher wines, actually wine into wine, then once again, we do this speculation, identify what the value of that stam yayin was, pour that amount down the drain, and the rest of the mixture ultimately against water. So as I say, interesting enough, the way the mother closes out this. So the halacha, when I say that itself is a bit more colorful. But again, for our purposes for today, the way the Gemara closes out the halacha, I say is, yayin nesef, if it gets mixed in wine to wine, it answers everything. No shadows. Answers everything. Yayin nesef, that gets mixed up amongst other barrels. What do we do? We take a barrel. This is essentially what was the value.
Give me a prediction on this game.
And essentially,
what's the score of game 1 going to be? No, we're bowling. Yeah, bowling. That's right. That's how it is. Weird, bro. All right, calm down. Oh, you got it. Thank you, man. Hey, you gave me cool glasses. Ooh, look at you. All right, I need these two. Oh, got the split. Got the split. Are you serious? They're not going to give me that? Give it to me. Oh, come on. Same thing happened to you. Same thing happened to you. All right, you got this. That's what I'm talking about. This Aquarius. Get it. Get it. I can hear I can hear your voice. I can hear your throat. Have you been drinking water? Okay. All right. Are you gonna? Absolutely. Are you gonna have mimosas tomorrow? That's nice. Did you get her anything, or is that not supposed to? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice of you. That's nice. I bet she loves that car. Ooh, give me. Okay. Neat. Ooh, look at you with the curve. Now get these two. No doubt. Get it. And you did. That was beautiful. And now, okay, this is not easy. That looks good though. That looks good. You do the same thing right here. Great. Oh, you almost did. You almost got it. No doubt. No doubt. I'm gonna get these two. I'm gonna get these two. Get it. Then I'm gonna get this one. Give it to me. I want you from this Aquarius. You went out there. Undefeated in money. Undefeated in fortune. That was fun. All right, mixed players. You get your beauty rest and have fun at brunch. And if I don't talk to you before, don't club it. You have fun dancing and update me on everything when you're done. That's best wishes. Thank you. Thank you. This is what yoga stuff. If you got up in 5, there you go. This is what I said. Oh, check it out. Oh, did you catch that? What a great catch. What are they going to do?
Thinking of a gas stove that's got a nose over it. There are a number of dollars put that out, so nothing value from the young, I got the benefit from the ISF, and the rest of the nation is okay. Stop me out that it takes them even more into one once again. Identify the value of the stock value that got mixed in, pour that out, and ultimately again you're good to go. Again, like I said, the halacha itself, a bit more involved, but that's the nice of the story. Let me take this. Mishnah. Gotcha, I want to see if these on here. Gotcha, I should stop solving over. is what's in the cup. You have a wine press. The wine press is made of stone. The stone must have a wine press. You seal it. And so often in the cold, step by step, which was hard, of course. Now, this item often had a little bit of a sour smell. So you only want to press for grapes of the wine, and of course, that's a sour smell. So what we want to do is very interesting. We go ahead and mix in some wine together with the fish, together with the sealer, to put wine into the sealer for the aromatic purposes of it. So this is now watch this. So you have a wine press that is being sealed. That's so average. So that's how I get on it. Which is actually just a little bit. Actually says that that's so average. So that's how it's called. So I have a stone wine press that is sealed, but sealed, like we call the pitch, was going by after the Rashi said that I think the minute the handbook page on that week dropped after the yourself was having to go ahead and see some wine sealed in order to take some of the older from the pitch. So it says how was the shadow. I do want to go ahead and use that wine press. So you cannot use that wine press. You don't want that it is sealed with pitch into which the output presumably put water. Put water in. So there's one essential thing sealed. Am I allowed to use this wine press? So the Mishnah says, not look on the alcohol, no problem. If it's stone, all you need to do is now is that you not a little bit is dry it. Now, what the process for drying is now, again, it sounds like you're ready to walk it dry. It's a little bit more hard. We'll see actually if we get to it today at the end of this other maybe tomorrow. So here, what drying actually is. So we'll get to that. You're not going to eat all up. Now, what if the press was in the wood? What if it was in the wood? And let's say you look at Rashi says, Shara, it's good right now in top of Rashi. That says, the Taik Zefes Tuba, and all the Hamlet say, Rabbi already supposed to listen to this. So apparently, here's what happens. Wood is more porous than stone. So because of that, if you have a wood press, you have to apply more pitch, more sealant. More sealant means more odor, and more odor means more water. More water. So now again, if I'm going to actually go ahead and sealed and with the wine press, Rabbi over says, Rabbi said, no problem. Still just have to dry it up just like a stone wine press and you're good to go. The Rabbi will come and say, no, you can't access that. You only urge you to use a wooden wine press that was sealed by the Akram's house. You remove the sealant. They not to peel off the sealant. You cannot use that wine press.
Yok, farklı bir çelik
Even as a sentence. Bishop has, there was a case number 3, it's an earthenware wine press. There was a one to put that down 10. In all the absorptions, the most absorbent material is earthenware. So stone is most absorbent, wood absorbent, and earthenware most absorbent. So now if you have an earthenware press, what's that like? How about the Shakala press? In that case, if you actually peeled off the sealant, like you peeled off the fish, you still can't use that wine press. Why? How is that? So it's also why? Because why? Because it's something what's happening like where? It's absorbed the wine into the press itself, and then what can happen? So what's the story there? So the question. The strategy has a wine press. I want to use the wine press now to press my own wine. So what's come up right now? Again, the wine press technology would have to be the press. You also seal it. Because again, you don't want the press absorbing the wine. So again, if you went ahead and it was a stone wine press, don't release absorbent. So all you need to do is wipe it down. What's the process? Or dry it off, I should say. What's the process for drying? I don't know. Next is use bigger wood. What do you have to do that wood? Rabbi says no problem, just wipe it down. Or help the same from that. Actually, you need to seal it. Wine press, everyone agrees, you're not using it. Even if you remove the sealant, you're not using it to absorb the wine of the apple. You cannot go ahead and do that. Because this is Rabbi says, that was off. Now, listen, it just not Rabbi says, all of these pieces are presupposing that God. But ultimately, the press was sealed. In other words, it was coated with pitch and sealed. That's the issue here. How about Torah? Yeah. They're both like, this is very interesting. What happens if I think the apple had a wine press? He pressed grapes in it, so he used it, but he never sealed it. He never sealed it. Sells it from Israel, that would be totally fine. Others assume obviously that I'm moving wine residue, but that would be totally fine, right? The way in which the phrase it is, the issue here is sealed. That's the issue. But again, had the press not been sealed, it had just been used ultimately to crush grapes. Hello, colonized that. That's cheap, that's obvious. So upset tonight, that's what Mishnah said. The Mishnah says upside, that's what Mishnah said. So the Gemara says, that's a good. Not the Mishnah, after you go. Well, I don't know how you don't know that even if the outcome used the press to go ahead and just crush grapes, I would have thought that press can't be used by a Jew either. But how did you turn these off some or cut them no such items? The only reason I mentioned about the seal is because that incorporates what pieces. Don't use a press unless, of course, you first seal it. But says, how much more no? How much of that is only if the seal is used. That's what problematic things that the Jews use it. But this is a lot for the myself. If I got for myself, the alcohol just went ahead and crushed grapes and it would be totally fine. We got the alternatives for this. I'm going to let it get too much. I'm going to that's the rough stuff. About rough stuff, looks slightly negative. So what's the alternate version of this rubber stuff? Very interesting. That understood, it talks about a remedy. We're going to talk about a case where you issue a hand with the sealant. But for argument's sake, had the apple actually crushed grapes in this press, off limits to it. Yes. But even if you were to not, I mean, it doesn't mean that there's no way to use it. It just means that the process of let's say wiping it down would not be enough. So the Gemara says that's obvious. Shita, something of such way. That makes it sound very obvious. Because at the end of the day, the Gemara says, what we should talk about is a case where you actually seal the press, which makes it sound like the process of going ahead and wiping it down, as you're drying it, I should say, works and takes away all the need to seal it. But if the apple actually crushed grapes, that should be meant on this. And therefore, again, the press is also, again, also when I say also, it's akin to use perhaps there's another more aggressive process that can be usable, but just not what we would call legal, drying the apple not enough. Which the Gemara says, that's how it's cheap as upside term. Not the order of God, more than that, you know, I might have thought that in the process of drying it off, she would, even in the case where the apple actually used it to crush grapes, the height kind of stuff, or a couple of looks like that. And the only reason you mentioned ultimately holding it in pitch, sealing it is because that's just the regular case. That's the one most common for you crush grapes. And I should on that, there's up, about that, but more slightly later. So what's like, this is really the approach that the Gemara is going to adapt. This concept about holding it, that was like, we don't know what we go. I know that we need to try something. We don't know what that process actually entails, but here's what I do then. That process only works when the issue at hand is the sealant. Right? The press has not been used for crushing grapes by apple. All that's happening here is a random press, the apple is sealed. My problem now is using that press. I know that part of the sealant is the apple's water. How do I deal with that issue? The moment, however, we are talking about a press that was actually used by the apple to crush grapes, different grapes, different grapes, and that press is going to use in order to do a totally different process, which is going to do. It's possible that it's measurable, but it's definitely going to require a more aggressive process to be seen. And not also story. Kia who does want to Kia. There was a guy who came about Kia. Alright, how do you gather? How do you gather? Not to leave the outside place. So how to Kia said here, giving a guy to cashier my white press. So I'm going to say some cashiers. This was a press ultimately again that was used to buy and actually So therefore, a guy comes to Rabbi, he says, I need cash in this white press. Give me a guy cash in the white press. I'm going to write it out. Listen to this, sir. I've heard all of this. You say, Rabbi, you see what the high Rabbi, go examine the situation. Because you know it's Southwest Allied Unit Russia. And whatever you do, make sure they don't come back complaining into this nefesh, which is another way of not taking the key out to your due diligence service. Right? Because if you mess up, I'm going to get the complaints. Right? Now that the key is ready. So if you mess up, and then come to these members, you can all do a video in front of you. So make sure that before you go ahead and you actually discuss whatever you do your due diligence on this. Okay, so that's fine. But you get those. So as I say, what happened? Also, translated the Habashir Taik. So again, when he goes out and he sees that press was very smooth. Very smooth. Although, how that I didn't understand it. And so it was so smooth. So ultimately, again, the pastors, there's not really a lot of absorption over there. It's very good. So if I said, you know what, this should be enough for me if you drive it off. Drive it off. What's that? I want to be clear. We don't get to it fully what that process of legal actually entails. But he said the Christ should be enough over there. So you must listen to this. But how do you think how us with us see the concept? How the concept of this asking was as a people now that's a little bit more because he wanted to say so that you were the fact for the premise on the bottom of the desk. I watch this. Because of the hobby multi-cover, he said that it was filled with wine. Incredible. So he started with together. So when we got a little bit more research, he saw a little bit more inspection. He saw that there was a crevice on the bottom of the vest. And it had wine from the wine from the Akum, where he fit the floor. So there was really wine understanding of sitting in that dress. Incredible. How well cycling to Europe, everything is at home. Okay, so now I see this press, much more just see and know about him, but this press was furnished. If you totally used, this type of press, ultimately requires a peeling off of the city. Rashi says over here, on the other side. So don't prove yours, this is incredible, if you look for inspection, what do you find? $100 later. Now, even fuzzy, the low in darkness, I like the rejection. And this is what that meant. So you say, Shabbat, my beloved, what Habibi, right? Habibi, my beloved, want to make sure you do due diligence so they don't come back and complain about music and stage. Looks incredible. Now, again, don't let them think how for myself. That's good. Just point out over here, number one, that sometimes that one person did have these notes and crannies, and here again, even though the press itself looked so clean and pristine, at the end it was just also, it was also like a tremendous metaphor for Shiva as well. The part that both of Shiva both sides is really getting to the nooks and crannies of one's self. Because it was so fun for that user, a little bit of introspection. So Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, the exterior looks really good. Like the exterior is smooth, the exterior is nice, it's polished, it's good. But what Shiva really demands of us is get it. Get it. And a lot of times, when you try to do the personalistic dive, get into the nooks and crannies of self, I might discover a little yes, right? You stop that shit. Like, I mean, the things look good about both sides of one guy. That's an accomplishment, right? If the exterior looks clean, and the exterior looks nice, and the exterior looks polished, give yourself a straight after that. That's incredible because that's not so polished to achieve that. But it should be required to deep dive. Because a lot of time, the real work we have to do on ourselves is kind of not in the exterior. The real work we have to do, that's in the kishkas of the show. That's in the kishkas of itself. Sometimes when everything looks great, and you let each guy find that personalistic yes, that crevice that I forgot all of others didn't know about. That's what work is. That's what sugar is. You just have to have the personalistic honesty, integrity, and more than that, bravery to do that deep dive. Incredible. Let's go to everybody. Send me tell about Hayat, the Allah, the Bishma. So says the wine press, Machas, Rashi says over here, is Isha David Holman Havana Funds. So as I remember again, when we work this have a wine press, both of you are wine press, both of you are wine press, take it on, yes, you press wine, right? I say, hey, grapes, remember again, you have to get the wine from the press to the barrels. That's what we do that, in the utensil called a machas. A machas, this is when you scoop out the wines from the press and you go ahead and put it into the barrels. Okay? And then you have what's called a mishpach. Ultimately, that's what it's a seed there, a mishpach. Rashi says over here, machas is Misha Golim over there, that's the guy. Machas not mishpach. So you will say, so all these items from the perfume. So you had a dress like a guy, a machas and a mishpach, they're made out of perfume. So all the other and then more to that, more style. Yet, not getting equal. Rabbi says all you need is to simply dry it off. Just wipe it down and you're good to go. The Chum is the Chum off, and the Chum say no, there's not enough meat, there's not enough. The Chum asks, the person will have to see, what is that mean? Answer your kids. The Pasha says, answer, you can't use it at all. Like the Chum says that if any of these items are made out of perfume, which is highly absorbent, you cannot use it. Before the Rabbi doesn't leave, you can shall only go publish in a suit. Maybe doesn't mean that the earthenware jugs are the alcohol that is the one and not used by a Jew. I said to give up my average pays that was that. That's a different that is that he said that you can use the past and mission. Even if the earthenware, right? But yet you can't use the jugs of an alternate earthenware. Very simple. You know what it says? Zeh machnis of the kingdom. Zeh machnis of the kingdom. The one that is a very simple distinction. Right? The God, the Machas, and the Mishpach are all only used for episodic use. Right? They're episodic use. But you know what leaves stuff in the white place? When you're going to the country, you eat whatever, you get a little bit of meat, scoop it out. Same thing with the Machas, same thing with the Mishpach. These are episodic uses. And having the jugs is long-term use. So because of that, the wine sits in the earthenware. The earthenware is highly absorbent, and therefore, everyone agrees you can never use the earthenware jugs of an apple in order to get them used for wine. Now, I'll say all of this is earthenware. However, what happens if all of these items, the aforementioned items, were made of wood, or were made of stone? What's now the harm? You're not going to ultimately, again, write it down. Again, once again, I can't say that. We have not yet outlined what the actual process for writing it down is. But I don't know, right? So write it down. Write it down. The item is coming, but if they're coming to the pitch, ultimately, again, as soon as I say, I, the Hatzinan, God shall have it, so that's all. From the natural regard, but to the restaurant. But if the press, make a story, even if it was coded for fish, ultimately, write it down in this good detail. Because this is the Darach ball, let's the Darach ball. The voice as you mentioned before. So Mishnah is talking about case. Usually talking about a case where it was coated with fish or grapes whenever pressed inside of it. Look at it. So it was coated but never used. Okay, so it's coated never used. Wipe it down, you're good to go. The braces case is talking about how it's going to be used. So if it was used and it was coated with fish, there's too much absorption happening over there, and if I'm up on my side, such an item should not be coming out. I got from the cabin side, which box I have been ready not to be good at the come also. So the Brexit is also not says if you have again, the gas cannot have to finish up on the apple. So ready, as let's say, as long as you write down, and ultimately again, come to us and I, the border tonight, shall tell us, how we should call it as a but we learn from Mishnah. You know, what's the Mrs. Rabbi says any type of God, not Mishnah, whatever it's made of, ultimately again you're good to go just write it down. But our Mishnah said that if it's made out of something, even if you peel off, even if you go up the ceiling, it's still absurd. But with all those, it's like you must listen as son of Rabbi. The sake of Mishnah ultimately again goes according to Rabbi. I was going to say, we're going to stop over for today. We're going to pick up these ones and get a little bit more of a tomorrow I'll see again, even for those items that perhaps what you down doesn't work, we'll see if there's a cashiering process that would work. We continue tomorrow night. So I believe you can show me the video, so let's get my so that Alright, also this morning let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our annual non-report sponsor, Joseph Reference as well. And then the ownership address this year as a Sukkot for the service troubles for Ami Star. For the tourist sponsors for the month of Elul, Arbon, and Penny Hobart, for our leader for their summer office parents, Adam, Ben, Hashem, and Plus, and grateful. That's selling. Hopes that all of our students in Yetz Hashem will be this cuddle during this whole month. Shmoni and Yudinitz. Father, the house from Yitzhak, Yitzchak, Agnew, then has covered Yaakov, and supposed to we hope they're the merit. All that comes over all of the Shabbos on the families in the trouble, all of those who never give a cold home and Easter, which was the home our investors to shovel and be color, and allow our Holy Soldiers to be successful, the whole and not say, for saying that, let us be. So we're picking up the years of belief that is on base 72. We are picking up on base 71. We're off. How many matches? Perfect. So many matches was just 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 months of 12 about it. So many matches usually a different action. Tashma, you want to remember again, we're still in the Sugya of the Shika by the Bible, right? The mission is interesting idea that you are still one to the apple. So one to the apple. So how exactly you get that type of selling for the structure in order that one doesn't end up becoming Yair Nesef while in the possession of the Jew. Or if the one becomes Yair Nesef, the possession of the Jew, you stop. Right? You stop. There's really no remedy for that because it's also not known. So again, essentially the Mishnah said you got to come to a conclusion on price. Once you come to a conclusion on price, and then ultimately again, whatever will come afterwards, when it doesn't sheep up, he's being motion is one. And if you take the Nesef, he's becoming Yair Nesef, ultimately again, into his possession. So therefore that led to my focus, it doesn't shifa ultimately work by Yaakov. So we're not made of this action. Touch up. Aboka Yedo, the Elvin Kohanim said, I saw my wife in action. Pasok actually not going to come on the top. So I said, this is our Mishnah. So it's like if you go to the price for 4, what that really means measure out, like it means 4. It means 4, which all can't be against having the shifa. And ultimately again, the proceeds are worth because since there wasn't a good price, there was something of the Shika, the Shika is one. The other Shika one is called Inogona, and if you say the Shika doesn't work as a union, I might double to cover. And ultimately, again, why is if the Shika doesn't work, that is when the open company starts pouring his wine, he's pouring my wine, he's pouring my wine. If he's pouring my wine, then ultimately, again, it becomes a something that's not made up, then it comes from a discussion. We also I'm asking, what's the case over here? The activate. This is very interesting. The case over here, the environment presence is where the activate the head and the activate guides the heart. Rashi says over here, the activate the right, Rashi says over here, to the first wide line of Rashi shifting mode, and also my boss knows that it came in the eye. Actually, you saw that done in the actual research of what's this is very interesting. And what the Yaakov do? Let's say the barrel is not going to be, or the one that going to be more than $100. Sometimes Yaakov, when he's $1 million, he advances you the money. And ultimately he says, listen, we'll settle it afterwards, and if there's change, you'll return to me and the change. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, some prep. So again, this is a different type of scenario. Why is this different? Because I already have the money in hand. So that already changes the math at all. It's the opposite. It was about that. What you did. My dog, action of also, become like this assured. You have a plenty of it, measuring out the wine before the price was set, so the proceeds ultimately will be answered by wine. You even targeting a dinner on Makamavasu. But if I want for a nice again, I want for a nice you have to thanks money. If why should it be problematic? Our regularly done, the other machine already come to color, so again, it responds back there. Right over to the back of the fashion starts back to Shani. According to you, the other Shiko on Kodak using the sheet for trust work, if that's the case, I'm not I reach a couple of you calling the slipper of assuming. So again, the question now the teacher is back on you. If you're right, and this is a case of when you active guys the money for active. And then for Hamok Hamok really the store already has the proceeds of the sale. If that's the case, then you should be focused on the GUINNESS and even of the pieces. Yet the Mishnah makes a distinction when the measurement occurred before or after the establishment of the price. There was a rights the following art, Pasak Sam Chadaide, not Pasak or Sam Chadaide. Shemoshe Hekmar says something which we kind of understood intuitively from the beginning, and now the Gemara says it explicitly. Essentially, when you have a transaction like this, when there's an agreed upon price, ultimately the Israel seller, the Jewish seller, agrees to nothing that they wanted, and therefore the sheep only one. When there is no agreed upon price, the Israel seller is not willing to go into the ownership of the one, which makes perfect sense. And that's the distinction. So when they have the price, they become subsequent because of the sheep, they don't work. And therefore, again, the one is the only covenant, and ultimately is all the proceeds of the sale. When the price has not been set and the sheets are terms, so there is no ultimately to a transaction because there's no set price. Because of that, if other touches the wine, it becomes essentially the business, and the proceeds become going to be the dynamic. So then Rashi says, also, I got the covenant dinar, even if money was advanced, so the advancement of money by itself is not going to complete the totality of the transaction. Pasak some of that day, no Pasak was some of that day. If ultimately there was an agreement on the price, then the service committee, right? And when we say committee, it's willing to allow the applicant to acquire it with a machine card. If he did not advance money, or excuse me, if he did not agree on a price, ultimately the Israel is not complete the transaction. I'm going to do it actually. So this introduction, so it's a sleep very important. Right? So first of all, this sleep up the information of the years is incredibly important because what this is highlighting is the power and importance of establishing the price. Establishing the price essentially allows the seller to commit to the transaction. Even though money has not exchanged hands yet. Not committed to a price. What do you have? What do you have if there's no agreement on price? What do you have? You have a conversation. That's pretty much all you have, or absolutely no transaction. You know, there's like a actually touch on. Very clear about how I look at it. Then, I got podcast and shut up. The retail news shut up. So it's very interesting. I bet you one of the shades is very much is that. LSD. I bet you interesting enough is not liable, even for stealing less than a shut up Rita. This is fascinating, right? If I steal a shut up Rita from another Jew, certainly not good, but I'm not tired. What's the logic of that? The logic of that is the assumption that people on both held are less than a shut up people. I don't care. It doesn't make it very, but it doesn't matter to me. So for Jews, it's less than a shut up people. There's no halakhic liability. And interestingly enough, it's not liable even for less than a shut up people. But interestingly enough, there's no obligation to return the stolen object, which is fascinating, right? So the Benoach stays there. He's high, and whenever Benoach is high or invited Shem's to Benoach, you know how it was. Ultimately, again, that liability is the death penalty. So he's high, that penalty just leaving less than Shavuot. Interestingly enough, there's no obligation to return it to him. Because from my perspective, less than Shavuot is there's no obligation to return it, which is very fascinating. When you might say, I'm the issue of the phone and the phone the interesting that machine doesn't worry about the alcohol unless it's especially on my Why should the apple be held liable, right? And the definition didn't acquire it. Didn't acquire it. If the shita doesn't work buying an apple, then how would the apple be liable ultimately for taking my item? Which was supposed to be like showing the tzara in Israel. At the end of the day, you know why the apple is liable? He's liable ultimately again because he caused me pain. Because he caused me true pain. And as you know, say, interesting enough, but the Gemara's content over here is that the actual liability for stealing less than a shava pita can't simply be theft. Because if it's theft, ultimately at the end of the obligation to return it. The liability the Gemara wants to suggest ultimately is because he caused pain and discomfort to engage. That's the liability. Not provided for the today. The liability for the shava. So what does it mean that he's not obligated to ultimately to return it? The meaning of the Torah is shava. Ultimately, this is not the framework of a return. Now, what does this mean? Because as we said before, a Jew is mochel on less than a shava pita. And it comes with the actual obligation ultimately to return it. That's the case to this. Look at the end. Look at the end of the show. I think the Mishnah say, don't have it when one man is to this. So Apple 1 steals from less than a shava pita. And Apple 2 steals from Apple 1 is similar. What's the Apple? Apple 2 is viable. Apple 2 is viable. So as you know, like it. So I didn't say that Apple 1, so you do get no PI. Because it was pain to me and the Jew. Ella sick from my object, but what did Apple 2 do? What did Apple 2 do? Ella, one of the ladies in here, she's not enough. The sheet of the object will probably punishment. In other words, you have to say, no, say, yes, this whole thing makes sense. If you do this real fast. Like, so Apple 1 that steals from me is a thief. Why? Because the sheet works. And then when Apple 2 steals from Apple 1, it's even liable as well. Why? Because it's also theft. If there was a disclosure like what you see here, that the shikha is a bona fide form of acquisition, a bona fide gain by an act. And this is incredibly important. The shikha, not all humanity that we have as Jews work by acting. Right? Work by acting. And which makes sense because a lot of people never again learned that so not everything works. But ultimately, for example, like, to Kesef works by Apple, right? You know that why? Because the first time you see Kesef is by Avram Avinu, purchasing Kesef from FPP, right? From an Apple. So I know the Kesef, but now I know when the Shikha works as well. So the Gemara says you see from here that the Shikha ultimately again works by an Apple. Okay, incredible. A story. Okay, there was a guy. The only recovery, he said to his friend, here's the case, right? He has a piece of land. He wants to purchase a piece of land. Ruben not even need to sell right now. But what Ruben does tell Shimon, if I ever sell the land, I'm selling it to you. It's no problem. So it's like, why did I sell it to you? Whatever, it'll say. Also, it's time to finish up here. It's a pretty ridiculous story. It's so what happened. Ruben went and sold it to maybe. So we put this out to Shimon. So it's just the happens to now Shimon's like, say, in 2 times, didn't need to sell it to sell it. So what's that one? I'm going to say, the real estate says, I'm not going to sell it to the camera. Ultimately, you have a Shimon has the right. It belongs to Shimon. It belongs to Shimon. How do you buy it? How can you see that Shimon acquires it? They never even spoke price. Right? So you look at the two things we saw already in the last week. Number one is that really a seller is only committed to a transaction, right? When the price is agreed upon. That's number one. And number two, we saw that the shikha works even by Apple. Okay, those are the 2 monkeys. So I want to prove you so that. So again, in this case, Rabbi, we're talking about, although you didn't say if I ever saw one, I'll sell it to you, but there was no price. If there was no price, how do you feel any level of commitment from you to share? So we're not dealing with the point of the possible. So from what you see that there's not going to be that price, essentially, there's not a transactional commitment. Where do you see that from? It's not our Mishnah. Our Mishnah, if I sell my wine to an athlete, Hasak actually, If you agree on price, before Yaakov mentioned actually why, and ultimately the proceeds are mutter. Why? Because again, leaving to sell the culture in a set price, when Yaakov deals with the one which is wine already, so whatever happens is not make up, then the proceeds are mutter. Mutter, actually, once I come about it, but ultimately, if Yaakov begins to handle wine, before he gives a set price, he's made with Yain Ness in my possession, and therefore the proceeds are also. So you know, it's my happy outlaw. So what's the result of this conversation? So it's like, when you see them there, you see really that a seller is only transactional committed once price is established. So you know it says, so my happy outlaw, what's the resolution over there? It must not be like the time of rental, we just say what the resolution is. We just say what the resolution is. The resolution is, where there is a agreement on price, there is transactional commitment, and therefore conversely, we just no agreement on price, we need no transactional commitment. So what is the what else do you want to talk about? I was in 1 second, Burma, full of the INS section. No. Maybe this is different. Because again, since the INS is so common, maybe it's only by INS that ultimately again a agreement on price represents transactional commitment. And maybe other cases, even without the agreement on price, it's transactional commitment. So touch much. So that's another person. How about this stuff? Who was happy, so it was destroyed. They're happy. In house of this stuff, similar case to the one we just mentioned. That's just stuff. That's enough. I don't think just about the Shiloh God, these guys are just people. And what happened? They pushed them down this stuff, and they went ahead and they answered it from the following case. This is interesting. Moshe, someone else can call them. The police on the surface. So let's listen to this. Let's say I want to acquire something from somebody. Right? So what do? I go ahead and let's say that I'm using a certain merchandise, and the merchandise is sitting on top of living donkeys or in the hands of living workers. So I use that interest. I do the shifa on the donkeys or the shifa on the workers and pull them into my home. Okay, what's that about? Pasal Action Madat, Moving Madat Action Pasal, no Kana, which they call Laksoba. So it's a sort of what's agreement on price, right? Before I started to take the step to have a measurement, whether there wasn't agreement on price, also again, I don't require anything, and how much of the next time both of us can go ahead and retract from the walk away from the transaction. And let's say, what's the logic over there? The logic ultimately, again, we'll say is that I'm not for myself. I have not heard anything directly with the items themselves. Right? So there's pulling the document upon which the items, the merchandise is situated, or pulling the workers that are carrying the merchandise is not a form of acquisition. However, the most hard part was the first one, right? Hard part, there is no self-resale. But again, if I unloaded the dust, right, or took the merchandise out of the hands of the workers and brought that into my home, then Hassan Tanshimo Madat, in Shtei Holach Sobai. If we agreed on a price, right? Again, I still have to go through the merchandise to see what there is, how much there is. But at that point, let's say two things happen. Number one, I can look up price. Number two, I'm through the yeshiva. Right? And yeshiva, ultimately, again, even though you still have to work out some details, right? It's not a giant thing. You work out the details, neither of us can read that. One of actually, also, so again, if there's no different price, and I'm just kind of looking through the merchandise, Shnei folded last so by. Both of us have the ability to go to the tracks. Therefore, we'll say which is very important. It is only agreement on price that creates transactional commitment. Now, again, you have to be careful with this because it is meant to say that you can't back out even once there's a agreement on price. There's what I was going to say. This is a very different kind of case. In this case over here, let's say I'm buying, I don't know, pot. Spots from moving. Everything's not being spots. So easy. I'm gonna pay, $10 per bag. Now again, there's a whole bunch of stuff on the donkey. I don't know what it is that I'm taking. But in this case over here, we've agreed on price and we've agreed ultimately again on the item. I just have to look through the merchandise to see what I'm taking. I can't get out on that. Right? the agreement on price in order to create transactional condition. And therefore, the other two agree on price. We all result in non-transactional condition. We're not going to use the transaction good. So that was similar was like, if I'm going back, remember they had how do this whole thing start? You know, Shimon goes over to Reuben selling your property. Reuben says, I'm not selling it right now, but when I sell it, I'll sell it to you. I'll sell it to you. And then Reuben goes and sells it to Laban. His pastors, Shimon doesn't really have any recourse in this. Like, why? There was never a discussion of price. So because there was never a discussion of price, ultimately, at the end of the day, no transaction. At least concerning was the idea. Second one, like, look at it. There was a guy who says for his friend, and he said, things that we allow, these are the males who say, okay, so this is more specific. So, right, so we get some shit of those some of the things. We went to the mat salad. If I can sell one gold, I'll sell two for 100 source. Okay. Also, something over which I can relate the S, then we get a length sold at the lady for 120 source. Obviously, Shane Grady's someone going Grady's, so Shane Grady's not a kind it's kind of decent. So it's Shane is, it belongs to Shane, right? When we find a Shane that you sell it, there's even a price, nothing want to talk about Master of Yaakov, so I'm going to hire a college. So Yaakov of Yaakov said, one side of one high, he's usually so super. So that's a little bit different. From the perspective, it's not like today where people sell real estate. If that's a Gemara, you can sell your land. The only time you sold your land was when you were in financial distress. So it's what Yaakov says, obviously if he's selling, he's in financial distress. And if he's financial distress, he has the right to what? To get the best price possible. And although okay, you made a promise to say maybe I to sell to ship. They say there's an income to ship because they're going to argue with the best that can be inside. It turns out you get more, again, it was like markets. How much does that need to restrict? You get this ability to get more for its property. Therefore, Yaakov says, Shimon can be this, but ultimately, again, he has absolutely no recourse. He has no recourse. Ultimately, again, and also, the whole group of actually is easy. So you say she must have made the essence of cinema, bro. The whole time go young and really high, but other than that, really sound he's not going to show you come on. Which wasn't, we're that says like this. With Ruben, it says to show. It says to show. As I sell to you for 100 zeros. What does Ruben say? You say, I give 100 zeros to be the price that the market will give. So let's say, how much is real estate worth? How much is real estate worth? Whatever people are willing to pay. So therefore, the fact that ultimately again, now we need to get up to the 20 space indicates to us that that's what it's worth. So therefore, again, how about the itself? We think it's every right to sell it for the higher price. So to sell it for that government. Now look about the Yaakov, ultimately again, that you can go ahead and sell it to the prices. Remember, keep shining the processes as well. Some other keeps looking at. Let's say, they would give Ashley. Ashley, I'm going to give a shame to myself. Which I think about the halach. Even you're not going to listen to the shul, you're not going to plus up, shouldn't base it. Let's listen to this. So Ruben is selling something to Shimon, and he says, let's have the item assessed, right? Evaluated, assessed. Ultimately, that is a better word. Appraised. Thank you. Appraised. Ultimately, I think it's plus up. Three. Yeah, let's say everything what three reads a baseline. So that's like in the first stuff. You trade the books loss up. Ultimately, again, let's say again in that case, you have two who are a certain evaluation, certain appraisal, and one who does not. You follow the two. Just like the way the instinct works, right? And I think in general, you don't need to be like what you need majority. You like to be majority. So therefore, again, if you get 20, I think that's good. However, the Gemara says, keep the uneven loss up. So he uses this lesson. So they say, keep the shepherd because as an appraisal, that makes it sound like he's realizing the favorites. Therefore, again, we move up here and work up with the argue with majority. If he says, keep the uneven loss as we say, then you need the unity in the appraisal. The uneven loss up. So the Gemara says, good. If you have the loss, keep shining the alcohol. this is very interesting. So he says, let's submit to an appraisal by 4. So 4 is just number y, because it's not a big thing. So if you're choosing a number like 4, then obviously what you're saying is I want the appraisal to be nice. And therefore again, I can unibad well. So ultimately the appraisal is ultimately finding if I'm not going to make it all 4 of the coach. In like I'm going to keep the unibad. All the work that we Russian as 4 with 6. I'm going to show you the process to this. So let's say we're going to say the Shem, let's say the property, and let's do it as we would appraise it. As we would appraise it. We would change the process. Ultimately, again, Mahasu Tlasa, Vishamwa, and ultimately, again, 3 people there. So 3 people appraised it. But I'm going to Lacy Tlasa, the kingdom trade. So what happens? If Shimon says, I have another thing for you, I have another 3 guys who are thinking to a better job of appraisal. So I'm going to Papa says, not this. So Shimon has a right to go and suggest his other appraisal based asking for a thing to do Yeshua. You might have 100 kingdom trade. Come on, what do you say? Right? You start with this. They feel like there's a better people based on that. What's that? Obviously, the show comes along and says, listen, the first people are pretty, they don't know what they're talking about, but they must think that just like a proof that it wasn't a good appraisal, that's bullshit. But just starting to say, I'll bring another appraisal value, so ultimately, again, Rafuna says, I don't know who said that the second fair better than the first. You must say, therefore, Rafuna says, unless Shimon could demonstrate in a terminal way that the first group was flawed, the appraisal of the first group stands to also. That is the halacha. That is halacha. So when it's linked to an appraisal by a certain group, that appraisal stands unless, of course, one of the parties can show that for some reason that appraisal itself was flawed. Says the Mishnah, not to a second spot, but when it results in no other. The cause that will come results in Kislev shines us. So that's a very interesting thing. So let's say again, I am selling wine ultimately I get to an apple. So what do? I take my funnel and I pour wine into the jug of the apple. The side jug with now was enough. Now watch this. And then I go ahead and take that same funnel to pour wine into my jug. So that's how the hook. And each will have us essentially there's a lip on the bottom of the funnel. If there's a lip on the bottom of the funnel, it says a guy lost. But ultimately, again, my wants to be awesome. That the question is what it sounds like is happening over here. So we are concerned that somehow some of the wine that I poured from the apple, that somehow became diagnosed with the problem is. Then got transferred over to my wine. Right? And I put the funnel in my barrel. I put the funnel whatever in my wine jug. And therefore it's gets mixed in with my wine. That's what it sounds like it's happening. We'll all see it tomorrow. And the RMP share that is the thing that's really so awesome. If you pour from one utensil to another, the one you are pouring from, right, is going to be mutter, and the one you're pouring into is going to be awesome. As you saw, so we'll have to see exactly what that piece is talking about. So let's analyze. So it's not awesome. So let's say, so we learned elsewhere. I need to tell you that happens much of a bad interview. So this is very interesting. So we learned elsewhere. I need something. This is a pour, right? A direct downward pour. So you point from utensil A to utensil B in a straight downward stream. That's the result. To tafos, Rashi says over here, it's not important in the model and not the derech myself. This is a stream of liquid that goes down, let's say, you can imagine like a stream of liquid down a mountain, right, or down a hill. So it's a slightly direct stream. Okay. One mashkit of fiach or mashkit of fiach. So if you hear Rashi here, mashkit of fiach ultimately is in the middle of that Rashi. Well, let's just say outside. Oh, no, sorry. Mashkit of fiach, Rashi is next to here. 4 lines up about it. 5 lines up about it. The able to fiach on the side fiach. So ultimately, again, this is a piece of where you have moisture, but it's not moist enough to make something else wet. In all of these cases, these streams of liquid are not considered in connection over 12 or more Tara. So for example, if you have a downward stream, right, and the upper item is coming, and the downward item is Tara, that stream does not contribute to ultimate connection for the Tumatara, Hashborin, what now was Hashborin? Rashi says the second one, Rashi, Hashborin, the Kuma Eretz, the called, she's back up the Nick to shut up my keyboard Tumatara. Because this people just think about it almost like a stationary present of water. Like you have stationary bit of water. Ultimately, again, this will create connection. That's each other water will create connection for Tumatara purposes. Also, as you can imagine, if you have a common item on one end, a tar item on the other end, and they both touch with water, the water ultimately, again, connects it. It creates connection between the two, thereby rendering the tar item common. Okay, so what does that do? So you guys says, listen to this. Good. Fine. Sorry. Buddha says, needs us to not first much to prepare for eating this. The Buddha has a needs of this first food, the needs of, which is the downward stream. To that first, which is if you prevent the stream that runs down as the side of a mountain, side of a hill, the much to prepare, and ultimately, again, liquid that is wet enough. It makes as much moisture to convey moisture to a second item. And both these items do not create connection for tumor purposes. They do create connection for uniting message purposes. The lesson says, I'm not going to put a different lesson to understand. What that means, if you let's say, let's see, I'm going to put it. You know the problem. So that's different from where you know this from. But where do you notice? Even when you small things, when you start having to divide the gap for so much that they are foodborne, a little bit too long, a little bit tired. So we just mentioned, we take practice of that. How are you? For too tired. And the too tired people know how to keep up, how to eat, how to keep up. Also, beautiful for me. If these three items do not keep connection for too tired, but they do create connection, ultimately, what? So we got this. And that's the case in the sequel. Look at this. You're okay. Don't worry. Bye. Which says what's going to come up the that's you're right, you can't infer anything from there. So just understand what's happening over there. I'm trying to figure out. Imagine a probable case. Imagine another people that overlook that they were used to the INS and now overlook the environment and stream of water coming from that. It's for regular Talmud, regular Jewish translation. Does that stream create a connection ultimately again between the two items or not? That's what we're trying to figure out. And what's the nature of the stream and for what type of stream creates connection? And what we're beginning to see is that connectivity issue has two notifications, both for Kamantara as well as for Navigation. Let's just see that. Let's analyze. Let's if you took a funnel, and not like this off to dieser Schreibe verfassen. Verfassen, my thoughts with dieser Schreibe, what's in that stuff? I have a funnel, right? I have two things. I'm a Jew with a funnel. Right? So what happens? I go ahead and I'm selling wine to an apple. So what do? I take my wine and I take my funnel. I put my funnel into the jug of the apple, and I go ahead and I pour the wine for the apple. So what is it going to say? Well, I'm going to say, what is it going to say? The first part, if the funnel has a lid, uniting us, then ultimately again the wine is uniting us. So the verse says, I the night comes. Well, say, we're not that's this case. That's like, right? Why? Understand. Why does what's the Mishnah saying is like this? If I go ahead and I take my funnel, right? I put my funnel into the jug of the apple, I can pour the wine, right? And then I take that same funnel and I bring it into my utensil to pour wine also. So the Mishnah says, if the funnel has a lid, it's going to ask for my wine. Obviously, the Mishnah says because what are we afraid of? That there's some wine from the first pour for the apple that gets stuck in the lid. And if I bring it into my utensils, give me the last bit. Now, Gemara says, understand, why is the wine left over in the lid from the pour for the apple? Why is that wine usher? What made that wine usher? The Gemara says, the night comes to blood, it must get through the core. Whereas you also it's through the flow. In other words, because what's happening over there, see, think about this just a moment. I'm pouring my wine through my funnel into the beauty of the output. Now, the assumption is what's on the bottom, even before I start the pouring, what's on the bottom of the extra output, what's there? Droplets of his previous wine. What's the status of that wine? GINNESS. So now I'm pouring through the funnel, right? The intention of the output, which means now there's a stream. That stream, right? The bottom part of that stream is sitting where? The bottom of the utensil of the output, which has droplets of GINNESS. The top of that stream is where? It's in my funnel. And therefore, in the bottom stream is connected to the droplets that are held back in the lip of the funnel. And therefore, that stream connects the droplets on the bottom to the droplets ultimately in the lid. So there, and makes it what? It's the droplets in the lid. GUINNESS. But I then go ahead and take out the funnel, put it into my jug, pour wine out, GUINNESS. It also is everything because the droplets. What do you see from here? You see up here that a stream starts to create connectivity between that which is on top and that which is on the bottom. That's one of the Shmamina, so keyboard. See from here that a stream or a flow creates a connection ultimately above that which is above and that which is below. So tell you here, listen, hold on. Maybe we should believe there's something different. You should check my husband to himself. No. Maybe the piece is not flow connectivity, right? But rather extreme connectivity, rather what's happening up there. I'm pouring my wine for the output, right? So again, my funnel in this jug. And what ends up happening on both sides? I end up filling up the wine so high in this jug that this wine, the wine level, goes above my funnel. So not totally above my funnel, but above the bottom of my funnel, which has a lid. So this has nothing to do with flow. Nothing to do with flow. This has to do with stream. This has everything to do with actual direct contact with us. So now let's get a little more sense. Now, halacha l'maisa, the actual wine is surrounding the bottom of my funnel. So if there's no lid on the bottom of my funnel, okay, I just pour it out, it wasn't to go. But if there is a lid on the bottom of my funnel, now I really do have concentration because some of those residual droplets are going to be left in the bottom of my funnel. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but if I do not fill up the wine level to the bottom of my jug, what's how that hard? No, it's not going to be a problem. Really, in that case, again, it's actually not a problem. The Gemara says, okay, it's so, it needs a bit of flow. What do you see here? That a flow is not too thick, in other words, you have no water from there. That's extremely significant. Which the Gemara says, the husband's really so. Give show or call the Oscar. Needs up to bite. He wants to know his study. Very well needed. But obviously, the case with the actual wine level. In the aquam's chart is above the lip of my funnel. Obviously, everyone agrees that that's going to be problematic. But that doesn't change the point that there's still a shema about flow. What's the status of flow? So, Tashma. A lot of I said the person's point for my utensil to the utensil. As Shema Adam Ben Abuja, so ultimately again, the this is the Mishnah. This last piece of the Mishnah, which we don't even know what this means yet. And so if I'm going from one thing to another, as Shema Adam Ben Abuja, the premature part from this water, how is it baby usher? And you can also receive from that which is equal, right? Ultimately, it's the Shmamina and Yitzhak, see when you're ultimately again that a flow or a stream creates connectivity. It needs such people. So that's true that the flow creates connectivity. After you present them, then ultimately again it was like people. That which is outside of the thing, ultimately again should be usher as well. Which the Gemara says, it's not hello Kasha, the Kamakit, the 250. So I said, this is very interesting. It could very well be that in this case, which again, the one is not exactly clarifying what this case is, but it could very well be that when you're pouring in this case, it was especially in spurts, right? You need to pour, there are 2 ways you can pour it. You could pour with continuous stream, so that there's a stream that's connected utensil A to utensil B, or the spurts. Right? What happens when you pour it? I would do it, but we have some mid obligation when you establish there's an opportunity to enforce the rules. And so it's like, it's pouring spurts, right? So what do you mean to pour in spurts? I don't know what the right term is, like you jerk quickly, that's the right, very quick flick of the wrist, and it just be enough to do it for one. That's a slow motion. What that does is it transfers the liquid from A to B without a continuous stream. So ultimately, again, the liquid is transferred, but there's no connection between A and B. So therefore, they say that that thing is everybody agree that even if we say that it's a stream, right? Even if we say that it's stream, you need to do activity. Ultimately, again, if you have that split or a ultimately you can look at it's a kima, but it is still very likely that the general stream will how do they shut? Again, I will say that it says that if you pour in water to the lower one, but again, still the thing gets in the middle, you open the middle. Tell them how about the Russian things. You can't understand that very you can't control ultimately any kind of conclusion from that. So that's what that's analyzed. And the other comments, bar, as ultimately again, is pouring from a barrel into a bar. It's like a system. So what's that what I'm saying? Nós ainda estamos the us. Ultimately, it's any flow that comes from the edge of the barrel when it's downwards. It's going to be also, so the way you see that is the stream has the activity. So the one of chest, but also the component on the higher, the assumed cohort. Oh, that's the piece of the earth. So listen, it's hopefully you thought that it was the true report. It turns out that actually the opposite is the report. And the optimism report is coming as a result of the core of the optimism, to which the Gemara says, "Oh, it's probably on the higher. I think that what the Kaddish in the sun." Well, essentially, if it's the optimism doing the report, then why is it that you extremely as also why that's in the contents of barrel level Lord of Austria as well? That was very important. Now, remember, let's step back just for a minute. How does one become Yainess? How does it get Yainess? What does that mean? What's that mean? What does that mean? Touch what? What? Right? Touching the container does not make it Yainess. So the Gemara is saying very interesting. The Gemara says, the Gemara says, so when I say now, by the way, we have never seen this before, but we are being introduced to a new concept, which is that when water flows as a result of the color of the energy of the apple, that water now becomes asking to apple. But that condition was only on what? On one that leaves the container, not on the one in the container. So this is fascinating. So when an apple comes ahead and pours one, right, and the one is beaten as a result of this collapse, the flow which emerges is going to be us at the contents of the barrel or the container not going to rotate. Go on.
Never figured it out.
So, one is the result of the clock of an apple, not all things that are the usher, the usher, how to do the right? I'm sorry, how to do the
So this one. This one.
You'll possibly have one. It is only the liquid that's flowing outside open that is possible to have others, but the liquid for the one ultimately again, that is inside ultimately again for the liquid. So we'll have to stop moving for today. So again, this is very interesting because I want to say this now opens up the strong but this opens up the transition which means some of that is quite here. I mean, it's not what we've said before, but I'm also nice again original how is that now we're doing it forward. Let's say the from this color that also is us. But then only applies on one that means everything we can solve because it's but the one that so ultimately again is going to be the data as a in place of A is mother, the one in place of B is paser. Why? Because again, that flow is actually governed because it's falling for results. Also, that premise is included tomorrow.
It was so sick. You were like,
So good morning, and let us begin to like all of our sponsors for this morning to pay our annual agricultural responses because it's not how much to sell. We're dedicating all the shipping thresholds this year's exclusive. So it's focused on this strong. So the responses for the month of Elon October, for the week and show is to limit over agro and Africa from the rock as much as you can the result last week of the result last selling to go rock and roll. But all of the T-Box, all our beautiful view against Hashem and the answer to finish for the Shalom and the parts. Shmogi and the Davids, leaving the Shmas from Chicago, Rabbi Ari Flam, Yitzchak Ayuda, Yitzchak Ayuda, cover the black holders from over the and I did not touch my dealer, and I did not this very fucking trouble. He says that this is the help you want to marriage other comes from all the little shadows I have everyone. Families in the color, all the most neighbors, what shadow became all of this stuff. This whole transition that all of our activities allow us to be successful with the whole of that same thing. So I see that let us be able to get that out and appreciate that. I think I heard us say that I'm out 71. We have more touch of I think is 71. I believe we left off with touch mark. That's all I want, correct? Well, next day. Okay, perfect. Try that. As far as 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 14. Okay, approximately 19 words that comes about it. Let's say, so it's really again, we're just to reorient myself a little bit. So we're doing the whole significant of this. What's significant? Essentially, if I leave my wine with an apple, let's say, and often will go ahead and together with wine. Let's say there are two factors in play. Number one, we can find a reasonable space to wine in front of right? There's a good story as to why he's there. And number two, he's confident that the Jew isn't popping up out of the building. If you have those two criteria, then wine is going to be problematic. Missing any one of those two criteria with the assumption that the alcohol is not tampering with the wine. So the Gemara says, well, says, maybe that's from education, especially in the garden of the opera, and I would make the assumption that whatever applies for Paris, so whatever applies ultimately at the rest of the ritual purity of food items, whether that's truma, meister, or okay, someone else who is especially not to screwing the Paris. Some guys can food Paris, whatever applies for food for Paris, certainly applies for wine as well. The Gemara says this, what is the fashion? Shall follow like a social life. What's the action which is the case? Let's say you have a cover and an eyeball and what they have to get two actually fields. But the way that they are built are two disciplines. The first is the whole set of things. So to speak, the coverings on the inside and then the houses on the outside, which means the only way for the coverings to access this hole is through the concept of cards. Right? So now look at this. Initial cover, that's the Shamaris. Also, cover Shafiach Shamberos, Omania Shambekin. Yasabi shall unload Magas, the Shem Shabbos, Magas, the Shem. So now what means that the father can go ahead and put out his produce. He's going to put out in his kingdom, in this culture. Even though technically speaking, the Amorites from his culture into the culture of Usually versus Kashrab. So there's a Kashrab, because Rab said that the rest of the these days, when let's say another artist can be called the head of a juice fields, and it was just a backbone of pizza in between those two fields. So Rab said ultimately that the cover has to replace harvest by timing because the Amorites moved over to Kashrab. I want to come out, shining us, in this case, is the why she was how lucky that it. There's no feasible reason why the Amorites would ever be found in the cluster of the Father. So you're going to say, remember the case over here is the only way for the Father to access the service through the Amorites field. The Amorites is actually being used to be in the Father's property. So because of that, there's no feasible reason to be there. Because you have no feasible reason to be there, everyone will assume there's not going to take over the produce. So Tashma, Shmuel says as follows. God shall cover a man with God shall have so as I see what you say. Let's see if you roof lines. The roof of the Father, the roof of the Amorites, the roof of the Father is higher than the roof of the Amorites. So what's that about? Also, cover shall the action hills with the action ultimately then the Father could go ahead and put out his produce, his tar produce. He could put out his tar kingdom. The large look at the shall Amorites not to ask the shine. As long as you are confident that the Amorites doesn't actually want you to reach over onto the roof of the Father. This says in the Kash, but you're going, it's also, you're going, there's a difference for the side-by-side concentrates. That the Father need not be concerned about contact physical contact. You just focus on the Amorites, or the goes and just shining also. It's just slowly studying, it's different there. You can hear the Amorites come up with a cover story as to why his band is in the roof settings or the of the cover. What is the name of Kimitsure Kalmasra. It depends on measuring space. I want to say that this is by your roof and the of my roof are taking measurements. So the investigator is used by taking measurements. He has a good alibi for why he's there. Plus, he has an alibi ultimately is concerned that he's going to be there and he's going to touch exactly the Lord. Something like that. Tashma. Let's end up two opposites like stops, right? So one goes to the Pasha, or cover one goes to the Abrahams. Also cover, should action table, so when action table, so the cover is allowed to put out produce, allowed to put anything, right? So the Araki should not show Abrahams, like the Astasha, even if technically speaking, the Abrahams ultimately reach, and which was as passion that is question of how they come out, but you can shoot on your kind of asking. So asking that, why are you asking the consciousness? At the end of the day, the thing is the other thing. You're seeking a share of I'm thinking of sharing okay. So I said, somebody want to go to take reason. Who's number one? Ultimately, and they are. That I love doing myself. So now we start that if you're going to make your own that two factors present in order for the one not to become rightness. Number one, I have to go in and bring out whichever goes coming back. And that the come up that be detected. Right? That's really for the phone under sense of fear of being discovered. Second of all, the outcome has to have a good reason as to why he has the kind of right. That has the right to close proximity to the one. He doesn't have that story alibi, I don't have to worry about my life. So I'm just going to try to take care of it because I'm going to be careful to one, then as soon as I get that one, I'm discovered. Okay, incredible. That's the mission. So it's only 7 things. Kovash has a share in some years. So we'll say Kovash has actually says, it's this is a group of soldiers. So a group of soldiers that come to a city. This is interesting. Shah's Shalom, if you come to a city in time of peace, in one side of all, Kaviyas, Sufos, Asufos, any of the barrels of war is going to be awesome. They're all connected stewards, no tolerance. Those barrels of wine are going to be different. the Sanford soldiers will go into any open barrels of oil, but they will not go ahead and open up any sealed barrels of oil. It's the cover, but if it's on the floor, it's going to be open barrels and sealed barrels of oil with you sharing the eye of the vessel. Because during wartime, there's no time for elections. There's no time for elections. So let's say, by the way, when you see fundamental distinction between a meat and the alcohol. The alcohol, in times of distress, has absolutely no time for these other themselves. And in times of distress, cannot get anyone because ultimately, again, it's in time in general, in times of stress and distress, is when you see the true metal nature of a personality, where it says, the nature that you can see the nature of a person. So, and ultimately, what happens when it breaks? How does he spend his money? And what does he get upset about? So, these two out of those three, money and anger, represent how you deal with times of stress. How you deal with stressful situations. If you are not stressed, it's for the show. But you are not stressed, when I'm really stressed, that's happening in situations, that's how you of this house. So that's right. So now it's war, it's pretty stressful. You don't sweat them back. You do war, you do it from the street. You can start to make up and help them. Your question is, you do stress. I don't try to start to see it. Incredible. That's probably not the way it's going to be.
It's bad this way. We've heard each other with the words we wanted to say. We could have been so good together. We could have had this forever.
She has to show him the finally becomes so the Gemara says if you ever see that was besieged by a Gentile or conquered by a Gentile army, you never see that they really were violent. Because one of the facts of the Gemara, it's not as good. It just made something show that during wartime, people had no time for anything but war. So in a sense, like the soldiers have time for the moral conduct. If they had time for moral conduct, why wouldn't you say they worship in idolatry as well? Versus the double Gemara. However, money, massive in now. You have all finished yet. You have no time for idolatry, but there's always time for immorality. And we're saying, and this probably this is more of what we saw in yesterday's downfall. It's fascinating. The same thing in the world, like what we said yesterday about the Jews who were sitting there and having war with the non-Jewish synagogue. Just because they're going to engage in morality doesn't mean that they're going to engage in idolatry. So remember, essentially, it's a hard for morality. It's much stronger than the idolatry. It's still not idolatry. I don't understand how straight that is as well. Therefore, again, the U.S. has, you're like, they're not worshiping the idolatry. Right? But they're worshiping just engaging in other practices. When you show us like that, all the show you saw, so those images is the case. When you show you saw, so show up go ahead, every program and publish showdown against that case. So watch this case. Watch this case. So you have workers, like Jewish workers, who work for a non-Jew. Okay? So now what happens is so like after this thing, what the Jewish workers do, you work for them, with a value behind the desk. Right? So let's say again, I work in Apple, I go ahead, I earn $1,000. I have plastic barrel of GUINNESS and giving it to the actual village. Okay. So what's the problem? So what's the problem? So what's the problem? So the Jews never know what else, but we do know is GUINNESS is also not enough. You can't get it. So now what like this? Very interesting. You know, it says, however, such a short about solutions and also isn't it so I can't I complete further. I don't want to buy the wine. So why don't you sell the wine? You sell the wine and just give me the proceeds. So I can get paid with the proceeds of the IRS. Now why is that? Because I am never taking possession of the IRS. So as long as I never take possession of it, it's never entered into my domain, it's not mine. Because it's not mine, the problem when I say that you sell no shyness to it. So when the apple sells it off, he's selling it his own possession. I don't think he sells off the IRS if he sells his car. Because basically, I will actually be paid the proceeds of that particular sale. So we look at actually this one. The first actually is second and short run. Also, overall, as done how it actually says the whole no problem, but we're able to carry it on and other laws. Because I can give one the down the one, but the apple is obligated to the money. I love all the kind of early structure, what we call one of our expensive transactions and more. Because the two is, pick up the down one. Like I find down the one. The company didn't get the fix the rest of the way. So something like this. Someone would have paid $30, the one is $100,000. I take it, but then don't know, by the way, it's the INS. Now I have like, what's my problem? Because I say what happens to the INS that becomes owned by the Jew. That's also bad. So interestingly enough, if I really take possession of the wine, I become the Akron and you start seeing the proceeds. Once I take possession of the wine, it's mine. Then it becomes a whole Zara owned by the Jews. And a Zara owned by the Jews. And the people except this said I'm not even that. Most of you are the world of God said, even the same idea. God says, I could say to my Akron, for example, tax credit, I can get taxes. So I could simply, I can do the paper, go and take care of the tax bill for me, and I'll pay you back. Now, what's the fiduciaries? The fiduciaries is that you put it over to, I know that the actor is going to use that next time. If you have a double actually, you can say that things are like, I know tax. So you don't say that you two are saying, and say, so you saw that I also say, muchos de los únicos problemas I forgot because you are over the INS, the high Israel, people that have not seen the solution to sleep and the not of the succeed. You know, the only problem with INS that will actually do this all. Listen to this. So essentially, there's a tax, right? And therefore, I was obligated to go and give, I don't know, $10 a month. So I tell my uncle neighbor to take care of my tax. Well, I'll pay that. Uncle says, no problem. He uses the INS. Ultimately, if you're still out to pay that, why? They're actually free because the way this particular tax works is although it's a tax on produce, you could also make off the money. But because of that, I don't really care if the Apple uses the INS or uses whatever it is. I'm paying you a financial debt that is not really related to the INS. In other words, the particular item that you use to pay the debt is really irrelevant. But I just need to use to take care of my tax bill, and I'm going to pay it back. So this ultimately, again, is going to do more. So what is the calculation? They say, how you will pay all the tax of the outside. So this is the rest. He says as follows. I can't say to my Gentile river, the old top time, literally now come in my place to the ruler. That was the same case, it's tax. So actually, old top time, I says, because it's been called the Happiness as Hashoka. To most of the answers, because once again, I owe the local ruler my $11,000 in taxes, but the local debt. I can't say to the Akam, stand in my place to pay my debt, and I'll pay you back. Again, it's the most worst. He's going to use Vanessa to worship himself. So ultimately, I can't do that. The person is going to use this as what the Rabbi said. I can't So why is this case different? The rich Gemara says, but holiday, all tough times, it's a comment. This is different. Also, why is it different? Look at the Russia that's being used all tough time. What does all tough time mean? Stand in my place. So this is literally with the Jews to the apple. I need to hear my shop. So Jews clearly shape this. The apple clearly creating an agency, and the apple is going to use the item. That it's problematic. And it's problematic. And when it's almost down here, it's not the direction to 3 7 and a half. I don't know. So this is just interesting that going ahead and making a distinction. Ultimately, again, the Russian are like doing the favor or helping out and standing in my place. When I ask the apple for a favor, she's not acting as my agent. She's taking care of something for me, but agency has not increased. Because agency has increased, therefore, again, whatever the apple uses for whether it's my lesson, money or we, doesn't matter. But in this was an old tough time, standing by times, that's usually this digital agency, take the apple, uses my lesson, how it actually carry itself, that's what we talk about. Because this is the next. I'm not going to do it. I'm someone. So what happens? Hasa actual mother. So let's say, if it come up to this meeting, Hasa is looking for people complex. And when I'm looking to interview that price, about the role of actual mother, this was before the apple poured out the wine for himself. So for example, let's say I have a barrel of wine or so. So I go ahead and agree on a price. As we agree on the price, then the apple pulls off the wine into his container. So look at that for just a moment. I'm looking at it, I mean, constantly in my mind, just looking at read on the price. Actually, not that. Before the apple, before anything was poured off, I can tell let's see, utensils is poured off. Again, so these are what I will have to keep, I will say, now remember,
Go fuck yourself.
the essential is that remember, wine that belongs to an alcohol becomes valued less. So the idea over here is I'm transacting business, this is my point. But it's also going to go into the alcohol. So what's the say? Because you see that the wines, the wine becoming valued less before the transaction is finalized. Because then I have a potential problem for the benefits of value lessons. Therefore, again, in this case, if you agree on price before anyone is poured off, then the proceeds ultimately be covered. Just look at that last verse actually used, and I was going to show you this. If I was to do mother, how do you think you need to sheep the sheep of all this other color? The half to check what the color of the sheep are, what kind of additional colors we have. How do they really start to see that we don't come about? The IRS will help you argue about this. So essentially, there are multiple parts in this process. Right? This transaction, ultimately, again, first, you have to agree on price. Second, what is happening? We're going to how do we lift up, let's say, the barrel, and put it out and this is nothing cold. But the essential here is that he's lifting it up and pouring it. That's the machine of God. Right? It takes his possession of it. At that point in time, it becomes his. When does it become value lesson? Value lesson because all works you can almost the way lesson. First, so the action touches the way. Therefore, as long as we agree on price, prior to the outcome having been contact with one, which is considered to be done, and therefore, as soon as the outcome lifts it up or even touches the wine itself, it becomes his, and therefore the proceeds ultimately not his. Whatever happens to the wine afterwards, I don't care. I don't care, just like I have my money, that's how you touch the picture. Right? It says, however, actually, no process touch from us. If I already acted, one had evidence of the war, and the one before wasn't being for price. Ultimately, again, the one is going to be awesome. So listen, that's the reaction. Mother actually also Gama Basur, and she says, even the Apostle was some of that. Just now, watch this. As if you only be on price, when the only people who lifts up the wine, ultimately, again, I'm not knocking, I'm not giving because it doesn't give the price, I'm not conveying ownership of everything. And therefore, even when he has Mashiach, he's very lifts it, he pulls it, he has not acquired it. Therefore, together of it, as a guy who has said to himself. Therefore, the actual when he ends up touching the wine is considered to be the guidance that belongs to a Jew. What's the law of guidance that belongs to a Jew? Make it any other way that it becomes. Therefore, let's say, so watch this case work. So again, I'm selling my wine in Apple. So the Mishnah says I have to be careful with that because if he takes possession of this wine before the transaction is complete, right, when it's actually complete, he touches the wine before the transaction is complete. We have a problem. What's the problem? You can make my wine PTI in itself, and I finish that consistent benefit. Therefore, the Mishnah says here's the way it works. Step one, giving the price. Or free on price. Step two, when the apple gifts up the wine, he acquires it. He acquires it, he's now acquired his wine. Once he's acquired his wine, but he's now, I have it yet by the price, and now transaction is done. Transaction is done. He has money, but the wine is his. What's the beauty of that? What's the beauty of that? He's a good wine in December. Remember again, does lifting the wine in a container make the wine Yainesa? Well, when does it become Yainesa? When it actually touches the wine itself. So now what's going to happen here, which is very important, he lifted the wine, Shika had bought, he has acquired it. I now owes me my money, so Roman. So the problem is if he begins to lift it and subsequently touch it before you complete on price, the transaction is not gone. So the transaction is not gone, what he's just going to touch and basically, he's touching my wine. Because of that, there's some that says my wine is Yainess. Yainess of a Jew who was found on home, can't do anything. He says, I'm not needing it. The sheep are like to come from the limited world, and the sheep by now is a effective or opportunity. Think of the 100% Shati Taik, the Shire, you don't know how to know this. So, first of all, I understand these Persians. These Persians, they send each other gifts, and no one ever has the ability to demand the gift back. Right? What does that show you? What does that show you? That shows you that once one of the parties goes out and does what she thought, right, ultimately takes possession of it, it's no access. But actually said is no. The only thing that the Mashiach is a whole. No. Perhaps Mashiach is only created by Jews, and Mashiach does not work by was I was at the Persian gifts. The idea of Hajj who almost used of reaching up with me. The reason why the Persians don't give that gifts ultimately again because of arrogance. That's the arrogance out on the part of that city. In fact, what arrogance means that's the cosmos when it's standards. So it's an interesting potential process that you see work by a function. And once he's familiar with this, but also if you can see somebody substance bad, that's the following. So you saw our one touches. He and this you come over to other. Sharply using the wall with 100 times. So interesting this. So I said like this. When you are going to measure one, or also make sure to get your money first, and then go ahead and measure it out. Why? You can use it right now. So that was just in there. That's just a money. And there's enough cash. So what you do is now keep your buy downs. You always keep extra cash with you. And assuming your money to the apple, right? So lend your money for the purchase, and then what? For other shop you need that. You get the hobby have bought by. So this would be pizza. This would be pizza ultimately again. That's not good. They're not good to these individuals. Right? And God said that Allah said when you're selling wine, ultimately against the apples, make sure get your money first, get your money first, measure out afterwards. Right? And if they don't have money, so lend them money, and then ultimately at the end they'll pay you back, so you know all your money afterwards. Why? Because if you go, I'm sorry, low because of shortages. Also, Kriegszuhaken, die Waffensorten, die Verhaltenleiter, exercising those are diese Growth that are concerned that the outcome touches the world, ultimately again, he's going to end up making the Lionessa while it is still in your possession. So he shot you, and then I guess that he shot you. I also the man that you can money, you have to take money for what is Lionessa. So that's what's happening. It's not like you shoot while you go there, but if you think that really works, right? After this, on the base, right after this 71 week, everything that is in the works, you can much more people come. Anche Lionessa Profonda di Rabbi. Sounds good. But also, if you live in your place, I'm not going to myself, but the other company uses the on that side, that's machine gun. That rights have well, and pose against the that's machine gun, you wires it. And then how do they sex it? It becomes Lionessa, it's becoming Lionessa, the beast possession. And the actual possession, like from the list of the budget, what's happening? You look at how higher the running of the money you saw up there. You see the years as well. We're talking about a hotel where you're making the utensil of the straw, and also at the end you do right. You do right. In which person it's too tough with that higher, so not even one of that other than which is the what's the case of it? The case is where the wine is actually important to the utensil of the asset of the shash, which is the money of the public. So it's interesting that what we show, right? The issue is that when you pour wine into the utensil of an object, so the assumption is that utensil itself, there will be previous droplets of wine there, and then when the more the wine that's poured in becomes Lioness. It's also suggesting appreciate for the technical progression of it. So the alcohol is buying wine, so alcohol is buying wine from. So again, as well as we get it from it's wine. So to make this work is normally I would take from my barrel, pour from my barrel to a
West Side. He's bitch.
And then the alcohol does machine called. So the Gemara says like this.
Oh,
Gemara says, what wants to suggest
I like it.
if you don't agree on price beforehand, what ultimately makes it still be more to the people membership and works by an object. Why? It's not important to recognize it. The object to do the sheep requires the wine. Wine doesn't become non-missing until you actually touch it. Which means it looks like a little bit of here. But I'm pouring my wine into the utensil of the apple. That changes everything. Because if you put an apple in some sort of wine droplets previously there, those wine droplets are Lioness. Once I pour the wine into the utensil of the apple, the new one becomes Lioness. And then the new that's coming into the utensil. The problem we have here is that it's Lioness even before the sheep. If it's Lioness before the sheep have been lost, but it's my Lioness. If it's my Lioness, then we have a problem because I can get my Lioness. Which we learn as source of ours themselves. What I have used another time with Lioness of what I would have the money that I actually do. So it's very interesting. So the Gemara says essentially what is that? One person depends on water, and the person requires object once the object is in the space of the utensil. When does the cold wine become Lioness? Only when seeing only what reaches the bottom of the utensil, where there are droplets of Lioness already speaking, the apple should acquire the wine when it comes into the best space of its tree, which is before the wine becomes potentially Lioness, in which case the wine transaction should be permitted. So that's what you see here. Running out, and this is what you see here. You see that each sort of small or screw feeds that also you see this before. Then be the point of origin and the destination. So as we look at these two things here, it does. Right? So what is this? Or it means it like this. Whenever point of origin is intensity of the output, so because of that bottom stream ultimately speaking the bottom of the tree, and the bottom of the tree are droplets of Yagniasa. The bottom of the stream is connected to the top of the stream, and it's considered to be one continuous harmonious unit, and therefore it's all dynamics. Even the stuff, even one that has to keep the bottom, ultimately is still considered to be Yagniasa. Right, very interesting. So it's very like GUINNESS says, good, look, that is a people not to be already public that very organized. So as I said, it's all the extent that the athlete is holding in translator's head. I think that's what she thought, because ultimately, again, the becoming pencil is actually seen on the round self. It's here, so ultimately, again, so why don't you pencils are the eye that we have? Shams in other words, and here looks at which is not that much. So how about that? So what is here? If the utensils of a purchaser cannot acquire on his behalf when they are situated in the domain of the seller. So it's more to the what's in their role. No one can recall. How about that, actually? Nobody is in the utensils of a purchaser. You have the something to acquire in the Bible of the seller. Plus, it seems to boss, but essentially, the utensils of the purchaser almost become a chutzpah of the purchaser. I want to see what's the reason there. The Akava Sinani Akumen to Koznosa. The Kama inside. What's what I was saying? There are droplets of your SF1. Where is situated? Not at the bottom of the bottom of the tank, but everywhere under the puppy pencil. So that we will be the moment that the new wine comes into this effect from the afternoon, it is almost instantaneously as a new regularly which you know, because the music community doesn't have to know. So no question on that. Is actually on the why. The music community knows how much you not that feel of people are it's we know the value of such about. Everybody else is any time they have a whole lot of stuff. We have a mixture of that stuff. No problem. Just exclude from the sale the value of the value of stuff. If you do less insurance, you do eyeball, and this is always the only applicable point to have. How much was in total as well? How much picture the meal? Yeah, that's it. Now, what position should we be on, right? How this becomes when battles for these other battles. How about Yang, but ultimately, again, this actual straight line, even if you say the whole thing is going to be us. I think that as far as the catch up, let's just pause here to catch up for just a second. What is it exactly that is happening? So remember, right? The Mishnah, just to follow up progression, right? So the Mishnah is telling me that I'm not for myself. You have to be careful when you sell life with conflict, right? What am I concerned about? What's my major concern here? The major concern is if I don't pour it and wrap this correctly, what's going to happen? The wines will become the Nessa while I still hold it. That's what I'm concerned about right now. And if the wine becomes the Nessa before I hold it, then what happens? It's done. It's done because the giant asset only by the key he's just trying to teach me how to choreograph a wine transaction to ensure that I can keep my money. Right? So the Mishnah said when entering the businesses at real price, once you agree a price, how much for the second transaction is pretty much locked in. Then subsequently, when the outcome does the shita, right, when he takes these like these possessions, ultimately again as far as it is, so it is. And if the subsequently becomes Yagniasa, I don't care. It's not mine. It's not mine. So we'll say, interestingly enough, you know, as I understand what it does, the Mishnah seems to presuppose that the shita is a form of that works by an action. Right? Literally pulling something into your domain or pulling something out to you is a support act that works by an apple. That word that says by the way, that's not hopeless. Amina says yes, it does. But Ashi says no, it doesn't. This then refers to a whole new subject which we're in now about. So essentially, we're limited for that hopeless. Good. Second, says the Rabbi said, this is the reason. here, because we are with the students, I buy pieces of metal from the apple. Okay, so you know, says I buy pieces of metal from the apple. So what's the alcohol? Good. Yeah, that's just because sugar stuff. This is a bit it's an let's go up and I don't. So it's a sort of actually that's like most shot yes. So it's a sort of yes. So again, if I haven't done it, if I haven't been okay. If I then know someone else was if I didn't shoot right, also someone who said I took possession of the pieces, but I didn't get away. Now I'm looking for the scope of this. I see I don't. If you haven't made any money, return it. When they want to turn it, and you check us like most shot. The other thing I would but if I give the money and I didn't shoot up, I'm stuck. I'm studying for all Steve, and they will say, well, look, I know the code Steve like that to me, that I can't get any level of I'm off of it. She says over there, like, yeah, certainly, can you, but over time, you're working about us. That's what I say, what I'm saying is, when do I acquire someone from the outbound? When there's two steps. Two-step acquisition. Number one, I get money. Number two, I give you sheep up. And let's say, for example, I give you sheep up, you get the money, but you have up, and let's have to return everything back to the outbound. She's like, yes, I'm going to sheep up, and you go come and hold that, and my ass. So let's say, if you have to say something, that sheep up works on an outbound, then the sheep will show up correctly as well. If that's the case, that even where I haven't paid, if I give you a shooting hawk, hold on, then I should be able to return the item to the owner. On my last scene, on the Rabbi is a different point, which is the next thing to make up toast. Because if I said it's ultimate good for the make up toast. What's a make up toast? The make up toast is a transaction based on mistaken assumptions or certain basic level. I'm going to buy a car, I'm going to buy a car from you, and I'm going to buy, say I want to buy a Cadillac. And he sells me a Toyota. That's a make-up toast. That's a make-up toast. Then you have notice a wonderful sale. Usually the one says, a guy was suggest that when I bought pieces of metal from the actor, and it turns out that there is a point in there, you get some make-up toast. And therefore, as long as money is not being given, even though there wasn't sheep off, the sale is for the woman. That's understand that's the case. When you make a toast, or I make a toast, I get that option. I put me on the best. If you make a toast in both pieces, what does it matter if I need the money or not? Because at the end of the day, this is a stated sale, so it should be worth it for the whether I need the money or not. However, we should have seen the make a toast. In both pieces of make a toast. Or say, you never have it. The price said, if I paid the money, I can't return the item. If I can't pay the money, I can't just one of these extras man house. With Sean from my youngest, when this cousin have others come like yourself. Because again, the kids, I do not pay the money. If I was like, if I didn't pay the money, then this whole thing does not have the kids paused. I hold the Zara in the hands of the cheap. So because of that, it's easily returnable. Sleep talk, the other excuses, ultimately again, for the sleep talk, the other said is where you pay the money, says, his cousin have always come back this time. That is Jewish-owned idolatry. Jewish-owned idolatry, they'll say, what do you do? Incredible. Because I'm not just doing this by Rashi. So we always have this again. If we come against our share, but it's coming about how much. So again, we're still in this very same conversation, which doesn't shoot a word by not, doesn't work by not. And again, based on that, the proper mechanism to affect a sale, we have one to operate, so to be continued. That's the unified tomorrow side. Right. All right, so let's wait a bit. All right, Joel, say Good morning, let us begin the unit of our responses for this country definitive. Our annual commentary starts with the first six proverbs as well. We dedicate all the rehearsals this year as its history also as well. Our Taik response was for the month of February, revolving with Rabbi over. Earlier to show us how his precious parents, Abraham, the extra Pinchas, take the news of the past and send in the hope. It's been installed out of the computer of the second unplugged musicians for this habits. Maybe which was covered for this other have already from this called I covered backwards, probably look at American all the finish shows out of the families that come all so you need to show it to the full point as well. That's not actually that's at home. Our class to show up and help and how police to be successful before it lasts in what's in that and let's think that on us there. Think that is highly 70 American club outside press or days 60 years ago in 6 months up from about 2 hours. The criminal cause is for the highest distributor. So suspended in the finance as follows. After the establishment of the so we pass on to the but once it's shown in your set, then we're going to focus on the show that even I leave upward or low with the God. And what private does we want to come down to six. There are two factors. Number one, because the outcome should be coming back, I feel like this is coming back. So we need to look about it. We need to be ultimate the way we need to move it. But we don't have to go all the while. How long do I have to be going all the way? That's my focus mission. And now said, enough time to go on forward. You can see it, take the wine cover back as soon as you know, because that can bring it detectable. Instead, once the shield, the trying to lock off the barrel, to reach from the gun, and then release the trace through it. So it's essentially going to as custody that looks at the idea that you have to try to try to get some of the replacements. You got the right. Take the one, reach from the sequence. You must not be trusted as soon as you are. So a high issue, we don't worry about it. Because you feel that everybody has to fall into the battle. I love when I said that we're confident, no matter that shit, so that's not a good replacement. After you establish that, the US is furthermore, and no pasa que pasa en realidad es en agua cosa para tu vida. Ya what is very well, you have a as a your action. And the US itself actually points this out that general, as long as you have one single card of the heart, then the apple's not going to tamper with it. Right now. And that means going to tamper with the wine that you ready. Number one, what is not going to be discovered, and number two, that is easy. The things that you have most probably is not. And that's how we pass it. Therefore, even if you have one seal, let's say one seal, ultimately, that is enough to pretty much prevent the apple from technically. So you might ask me two questions. So you have to say that our local advice is shared for temporary is a placement of the way. First of all, we assume that the barrel is sealed, essentially, the apple really is not going to do anything with it because it's not worth the trouble cracking the seal, opening the lid, cleaning it, it's not going to do it. So that's the piece of most interested in. I think, might have a little more skill, however, I don't think about it. So why don't we leave our sealed barrels with it open? Like, you get the shine off, that we can be good, that we can be good. We are confident that I'm up on the right side there. One seal is pretty much enough to come out of the apple from everything. Why don't we just leave our barrels of size more and apple? Which must be just enough. You should not shake up. Because you're shy for once you shy for not just in this version of that. Let us not should be no should not be fast and harvest. You should have diagnosis. So every of us understand the diagnosis we have a careful. Now, for this small and in the seal of the barrel, and we got out some of the gases from the fermentation process to escape. Therefore, technically speaking, there is access to the wine through that airport. So that's ultimately what really gives us pause when we think more of now we have lots of stuff as it's inclusive. So the open that's more public. We start assuming that stuff. So watch this. Let's say you have Jews. These Jews are going through American Jewish soul. Right? And we have their one. So you see like Jews, Zona, Jewish Zona, Jewish one. So what's that one? Shari. The mind is committed. The mind is committed. Why don't you have to be certain? You saw that after what we're going to do, so what's that? This is incredible. If you talk it from Yitzchak the Aveda, half of Ani, Yitzchak the Yainess at Mosai. Just because a Jew is seized and can't overcome the Tahara for morality, doesn't mean that he's going to have all this. Otherwise, what's the habit of that? Doesn't mean this. It is that it's just at least the able to make that. So perhaps that might be his wife, and will allow his wife to touch the ultimate good. Will allow his wife ultimately again to be touched by this silver, and ultimately again becomes Nailasa. Tomorrow says, no, just because somebody is immoral doesn't mean that they're idolatry. I'll say, what a profound and beautiful response. Essentially, just because it commits certain awareness doesn't make you all bad. Doesn't make you all bad. We all commit that once in a while. The nature of life is we all commit that once, so you have areas of life in which we are weak, and we have areas of life in which we are equal to maintain a sense of spiritual strength. And just because I compromise in certain areas, it's not mean I compromise in all areas. And this is tremendously important to say. One of the greatest obstacles to Tshuva is a lack of self-worth. I think that because I am sinned, therefore I am damaged goods, I am compromised, and I really can't ever let myself down. There is nothing further from the truth. I mean, there is large. I have sinned, I am compromised, I have gotten myself off the rails, but I'm not down. Just because I made mistakes in life, it's me from you just because I fall into other for immorality doesn't mean that we're going to face for open that all these other something like that. Or that's not the case. So these things, like when you see it, it's like that. So I think you have a Jewish story. Fortunately, you have a Jewish religious disorder, and she's seen together with her friends, which is all the other job. And she has one on the table. What's that one? Kamra also. Not this, or wine is also another really and people say value, right? That you don't think they're coming and touch the wine, because it's next step, turn it back back, and ultimately the wine is us, right? And most of this, only if you see that I like that's why we do it. We look at this because we look at it, right? We need to get the disorder. So because she's a disorder, ultimately she doesn't have any importance in their eyes. So therefore we will take liberties with her property as well. And therefore we have to assume ultimately again, we have to assume that I want for myself the one ultimately again can't. That's incredible. This distinction between the Jews with the Akum Zona versus the non-Jews, the Akum with the Jewish Zona. It's interesting that the point is so good here is that you look down on her. So they say ultimately again, the way you view yourself, when you hold yourself, ultimately represents the way you will they look at you. So this is very unfortunately that we come to the Zona as clearly advocated for the rest of the case. It doesn't feel like a woman uncare about this. So it does result in this type of work. She lacks a certain sense of self. So if you lack a sense of self, the world will also start to be in that same. So therefore, when she lacks a sense of self, therefore, then a lot of the self, the outcome is going to go ahead and treat her with a lack of respect and dignity as well. And therefore, the ability is good for one as well. Incredible. People suck, and let's see how many suck. It's like a house. In this house was spared Jewish war. Okay, so as I said, so what happened? It's his house. So what occurred? All the people have been packed up with pressure about it, how can they into the house, and ultimately they closed the door behind. Closed the door, but it's not a lock the door behind. Alright, so I said, so what happens? The mother gives up the flesh, and then there was a hole in the door itself. So therefore, these was able to see through the hole into some of the barrels of water. Ich dachte, auch in Kochern, ich kann dir sagen, it's up to the hole, but the acting is standing between the barrels. Okay, I'm not supposed to say, what's the Scheibe? What's the Scheibe? Scheibe is, what's the status of water? But because a lot of stuff that's strange, what's strange, number one, that Yaakov ran into his thoughts. And what did he do? That's strange number one. Number two, what else? You must go, right? What else? You find these getting between barrels. So what's the status of the water? So whatever, what's the starting to do? Cultivate how these are shut. Any barrels that you can see like opposite the opening in the door, ultimately again, will permit. I think because like what's the door? Nobody can see like that. Like that, he knows that he can be seen. To open the door, therefore what? Therefore, how much like something he's not going to care from with the water. However, the high piece of all the barrels on the two sides, but it was anything you can't see from the hole in the door. Ultimately, again, is going to be us. Okay, interesting. I will tell you at least what the let's see the next the guy who's talking about. No, don't go that way. But yeah, in those other students, you have Jew and I can share the whole. Did you read them the story? Yaakov knew one lower story, and the one was kept at the lower story of the house. Listen to what happened. Yeah, interesting. The Gemara says, Shani Kosher Love. Then the Gemara says over here, Rashi says, you can't be throw away into the lava. The time it was like a holy floor, and Yisrael was able to see that and able to see more in the first floor. But then, what happened? Someone comes to look, so they went motion outside. Not the and they see the commotion, and the holes went out to see what's all the commotion. Also, also people from Shabbat. After he's standing outside, but he goes back in, it closes his door behind him. First of all, that was the Shiloh. The Shiloh is now the alcohol was effect of the inside the home, the closed door, just to change water. So what's the status of the water? Overall, it's kind of showing the one thing you want to run. Remember, I want to see the alcohol will say, if you cut the outside of the door, you saw missing by your capacity. Is that also like this? The same way that I came into the house. This is the one behind me. So the house was my house too. Yes, I'm very back inside. And he's able to see me from his upper story floor. So the Yaakov is not going to get it. It's like, by the way, we see and see the three phases of each of these. Each of the risks. And Yaakov will do something to the lines of the way. The 60s that they are going to do that. He's there. The other thing is also when you come to see this not necessarily similar to the wrong. I think also that he has a good excuse for the taxi. I mean, if he has no excuse for being next to the line, then the next time he's not going to get more than like 2 degrees back. If it's that thing without liars, that's why in all these cases, the applicant has legitimate access. He has legitimate access, and ultimately, again, everyone do that to discover. But if there's a fear of discovery, makes you legitimate access, ultimately, he's not going to care about the one. He's going to want other things. Holy Shpisa. There's always been something else to be kind of useful. Shpisa is important. It wasn't a in which the one of the Jews' house, okay, the Shaka Home, the US so the facility movement, so it was an apple. And the state in the city between the battles, so it's this shadow of the way. Some of the others said, we pass on off the band of the shadow. At the end of the day, so the government has no idea that he's what he's found there, he could be used for. But ultimately, the line is what does this mean? One is we could actually shove. It's a short line. It's a shorter line that 4 lines there. Shove, always shove the hop, shove the hop, the up. But although we don't just kind of get it, but also the hop, also not there. So what's the rest? It's out. Everything where it says committed means people help themselves. So the idea of it is that the use of lines there, the line is committed. Because we assume that there's a process, there's a clear study, and ultimately they're going to do the thing. Therefore, it's not what you can do. Do you know that at the end of the day, there is no fear of being accused of being accused? Then also, ultimately, again, the one is also I call no reference guidance. So say a seat principle. In other words, in order for us to have the idea such a concern, number one, that's the legitimate reason why the applicant would be pregnant by the one, and number two, no fear of discovery. No fear of discovery. Yes, we'll get stuff. The lesson camera, there was a man huge Jewish miners that start up only for how many other quite big convert in the town. The Apple is there, standing with the barrels. Okay, over another space. You can see the Shtanim that you have also. Essentially, if you can find an excuse for why he is there, there's a reason why he's there, then the one is awesome. You must keep it going, but if he doesn't have a good excuse, in other words, we'll say show, which is no reference. If you can explain why he's there, you have to try to see him there. Then you have to finish this by point. If he knows and they can give him a reason for that, ultimately, they're going to do something that can't be avoided. And ultimately, everyone is going to be Rashi, which is the limit. Rashi is the Mishnah, right? And he has no ability to explain away why he's there. Because Omar, the character has these so identity below themselves. All the other reason because identity with a certain art. So again, that's the reason for why he's there. So you really have to go ahead and speak the why of that. And it's interesting because something it's not about. It's a story, right? He has an explanation as to what he's there. So he comes in as a cover story, so we have to understand that. So we have to this one week incredible. Because amazing what is the cash up. I'll have to go. Oh, Shama. So I said it's very interesting. So let's say an athlete goes to and closes the door down. And this Jewish wine is inside of the or for the member a Jew said to the apple, watch my wine. Guard my wine, you put for these pieces of Moses. Also, the wine is going to be us. It actually says, and she will fill my halls, you put the number of sure something that they have in there. Because it's pieces of the honest of all these pieces of the wine is us. And why the wine is so the question of someone said, so in this case, it's easy. The apple and you know, if anything's left, he's going to back off. So you want to say, now one second. My love, I'm about to list the English okay? I'm not doing with the case, but I'm doing with the case. When the actor doesn't have the cover story for why he's there, it's must be all well. The biggest issue of it, we're talking about a case over here, where I'm also going to say, the actor does have an explanation why he's there. Right? So because he does have an explanation why he's there, that wasn't obviously the second case is more obvious, right? Where the Jew says to the actor, guard my wine. So first of all, in general, when you ask someone to guard something, generally that means that you guard the water. So this is that right, and he's allowed to do that. That is obviously his husband. You might want to focus on the first case. The album goes into the ring, locks the door. He said the one is us. So that Moses fire, that's a case with the album president in the cover story. Based on keeping explaining why he's there. But since he can explain why he's there, I'm not going to say why he's going to be us. Okay, so all the time, we're going to see that just how it was an interesting case. But you and Imagine were sitting and drinking wine together. And what I was fascinated about this family is that Colombo race, right? This is like against everything that we spoke about. That's so old because the English that we had is exactly like the Quebec version. You're sitting down and having a glass of wine together. And then the bird says, the city of India, what happened? Catching people. Showing the song called Saudi. Making a stamp. So the sitting guy, saying, I said, showing guy, and I said, show. And what happens? What does he do here? I just want to take this out while you're nice, but I think so what happens? Called the boss. I said, what? See, you do. When it hears the sound of that. Doesn't get to it, so let's tell it. So let's tell it. How do you get it? Let me tell us if it's super hard. So you get something that tells us how to do it. Left is one of the table. Left is one of the table.
Come on, baby.
I'm a son. So Rabbi says, ultimately, again, enjoy is condemned. Why? Because he's to this. Lima Amma, Hashda, Meek, Karel, Mechamel, Mahablas. So this is interesting. And what doesn't he know? He doesn't know how long it means it is. Right? So by the way, also wines also sometimes don't know how long it is, right? Especially when you're kids, you might be that time. That somehow, even sometimes like an hour and a half. So you kind of want to have that water stage, right? So that's like so ultimately, since the opposite doesn't know how long that it is. like, so once again, people see that because he doesn't know, there's a real sense just people don't know it. There's a fear, but the truth is just one kind of fear. So you guys are going to read this, but the album open with the water. Very interesting. Because this is a class of this. I read this over the help with Jimmy Dungeon. That's the outlet. You're sitting on a phone. Okay, and again, why? Showing yourself, told she could with sushi. So let's say she would go to her difference. So you choose her, the social glass, and Saturday. That was there. Actually went out for dinner. Now she says, she put me in sushi. Shabbos, she told you that you have to be told you how that's it. Incredible shit that you saw in Shabbos, and that's Saturday. Just to let you know that you understand what it is to be in the Jewish country. It's symbolist how much you is observing Shabbos in the far culture, far away. And it's so that the values of Shabbos. Irrespective of what they think, right? And with Eretz Yisrael observes Shabbos. So therefore, you understand everybody thinks that what the shofars and Paul wasn't just Eretz Yisrael. There's loads of trouble. So the word says as follows, right? And the Jew and I just see what opens on Shabbos. The Jew hears, oh my gosh, the shofar just blessed, which means Shabbos is starting imminently. Right? And this was, she pours it in sheet. You know, like Shabbos has different glass that they do at different times. Each pours the glass right before the Hashmoshes, which means Shabbos is starting imminently. Not because it's what happened, you left. You left, that happens means you left this morning. You left this morning. So the Shai now is what's the status for? I'm around this guy's Hamashali, the one who's committed. What's better? Now why? And then the other Ashka, we come in the Tamre, other us, because it's wild, why? But the happens is, it's like, oh, the Jew has to realize that that is why he's going to come back for it. Come back for it? You need to shop, so that's happens. How is he coming back for his water? Right? The Pasha is still, he can't carry. So how is he coming back ultimately again? Rashi says, you should shop, so then come on, so if I die, you probably go back to the Shul, I'll see you on the Shabbos. So what's happening? This was in this case, why should the short be us? Why should it be us? Because it was like, first of all, the Jew and after Shabbos, second of all, you can't come back for his water on Shabbos, you can't carry your water on Shabbos, it's on Sabbath, so he's not allowed to do that. So what about Shabbos? Well, seems pretty wild. However, in this Judah, in the history of there, told me, when I was a Gentile, when the New King Shabbos, we Gentiles used to joke, the Jews don't observe Shabbos. Why don't the Jews really observe Shabbos? We need to Shabbos up. Because if the Jews really observe Shabbos, how much is the Shabbos in history? How many persons, how many money bags should we have found by a Jew Saturday morning in the shop? Whatever it happens, the Jews are their Shabbos. They're stuck in Shabbos, they're running. Because they want to have one is and Shabbos starts with our journey. And quickly then Shabbos, what do? You put your money back down. This just says, that you Gentiles used to join the Jews don't really keep Shabbos. Right? Because if you really kept Shabbos, then you should finally money every Shabbos. Right? Every Shabbos night, every Shabbos day, when the Jews took the positive their money bags, because the kind of Gemara says, but all these people, but what the Gentiles do not know is the spirit of this one. It has the least of this one. So you know this called Hamotzi, just Shabbos, Pachos, Fidalas. And once I ultimately again, there's a way to deal with this. What's the deal with this? All the ignorance of less than doubts. If you do that, then there is no Kiva, there is no enough of this. So that is all for Shabbos. So for Shabbos, you can't transport an item dollars. So technically speaking, you walk and you stop and you keep doing these extra is less than 4 hours. Technically speaking, you avoid it. So not ideal. Not ideal. I wasn't interested to do that. Everybody does talk to you about so, right? First of all, what is the Rabbi? That's not wrong. Second of all, what is it should be So, for example, why is technically speaking, and carrying that out shot is technically speaking, that's inherently like I'm not walking around here is being carried on my back. So a bunch of issues to us. I've had the two types of so because I'm not finding anything, but you should be finding money and finding that and set on your body. So I get
No.
some of those and I look and I look at
No.
it's working all the like that.
How do you live with that?
I know that
What's up?
it's kind of
Can you hear me?
like it's huge.
Can you hear me? You speak English? How'd you find out about me? Tell me it was Twitter. You'll make my fucking day. Say that, right? So sick. But you speak English? Alright, mostly DMs are closed. Contact me on Roblox. Or contact me on Twitter. Or maybe you did learn Twitter. Mr. Verified GP. No, you meant to socialize. You got my hopes up, bro. Alright, let's go. What are your thoughts on Bill Belichick? What are your thoughts on George West? About you speak English? I'm just sitting here talking to myself. Good, good. Listen, I did not
Sorry, who I think who are you? I mean, you're in the man side. There was a one white in a white dress. Guys, what I'm wearing in a white dress. Shut all people know that. Tasha, they know you haven't heard about this or never heard about this. It was there. And the heard the line going. It was between the barrels. The barrels. Oh my God, this was the Shires was that's more. So I'm going to say, I was showing the wine is important. Why? Aber yake tashi na ana shayani tarafore na hazari. It's just like how hiding two barrels is so to what? And then it's true. He's also hiding behind these two barrels. He's being screwed up once again. You're discovering the red side. I know that I'm deciding to go with this up. This is like you put this up. Because we have this up, opened up a lot of barrels at once. What's the status of the barrels? Hold on, the said Shem. The barrels are with the wine night time on. True, but that keeps something. That's not a good thing. I'm sure that it's still better. That's nice. Again, the majority of the Ganabi ultimately again in producer or choose. What's the good news? What's the good news? You got nothing. The one thing is to show it is. Not altogether. It's kind of the right side, right? Everyone has faults, everyone has deficiencies, everyone has things that they do wrong. But again, you gotta focus on the things that are right. So you might be better, but at least they're not idolaters. Incredible. How about the banana gun? So once we say everything about the banana gun, these troops were opening up battles before it. So the verse says, Mother Shmuel, I'm sure Shmuel said, I'm beginning asking why with the right mind. Rabbi that has a drama, something via Tahar. So it says all things there are going to be as and then it says something via is Tahar. What is in the something via is Tahar? Let's really get that, which means if you have something about the encounter with Tumah, I'm not sure if you encounter Tumah or not. Ultimately, again, something is Tahar. Okay, so we understand it, which is the case. It's not. I think that's the thing that we looks like a show. So we say first of all, it's into balance. Like students is actually kind of they're playing with a large area. And multiple into fields. So first of all, it's the play during the rainy season. The two of us saw that. There was like a black
Look at this athleticism. Really, it's unprecedented.
places. Everybody knows it.
I think less practice with training people don't walk on the fields themselves. So you walk on like the perimeter. So you might say like this, and that's what they do most of the shops. So somebody walks into a plane during the season, two of us have a post. Now we know that there's kind of there's a grade in the field. Right? But a lot of people walk on a lot of people are getting that field is something that it's really the sweetest thing. Listen, I know that I work in this area, but I don't always go to the field that has this thing. That's what's called something deep. Okay, something of an edge. Did I encounter tomorrow? Remember, he has it all there. Something here, something not going to make. So what else says that if you're not sure if there's an encounter, like you enter into this field, then ultimately you're getting your guitar. There's something going on you touched, or ultimately you get that is very covered. So that was like a touch this because of this again, it's this of the adult keeps up open a whole bunch of barrels of wine. This is a piece of stuff that's beat out and I'm not sure it's not actually what the where it says so now if I go to the words more, shiny must be given you the must be Shonamora, how many steps there? Because it's going to act that piece of the wine that is for the piece of the wine. So the same is introduced so heavily. The other thing was having to put into one that was besides wine was honey or jewels, so it was like safe between stuff. So a lot of times when these came in after these battles, we were coming for one. But it's no sandpipe in the area of the professions. So they make the sense it's expense that. Second number one again. Second number one is what is the G, what's the another G? That's second number one. And then second number two was in the G. Perhaps he wasn't just playing the one for nothing but he was looking to see what specials in it. And therefore in that state of that number to say ultimately the one is going to be incredible. And also I know it is 70 degrees. He saw which got the hobbies but you people feel like that. Interesting case. There was the usual so what happened? So the guy says, so and what happened? And they each had one phone in her hands. Right? Obviously, like a parental right? Like, or just parental desperation, right? We all have those moments, or just whatever, just make it, whatever it is, right? So the one says, so what happens? So she has one phone in her hands. So it says here, remember, the zero of study, it's on your husband from one day old. That's how long it's now. She has one phone in her hand. She touched the contents of the barrel. So it was only around September, so it was down the second one down. This is the one that's looking white. She got all of the Kabisa Shakwas. She took me from the side of the battle. I remember again, the only concern of your GUINNESS is Yaakov touches the interior contents of the wine. We assume over here that when I saw it must have foamed over, and she got the foam from the side of the barrel. Therefore, she made it flat. So the noise as but I think I would assume he might be really described it now. Looks like you say yourself up there. Shooting can be more foam on the side of the barrel, right? So even though there's no foam there now, you see there was foam there from the beginning, and therefore it's fine. However, between Musa and South America, there was this connection. Rashi says that we have the Musa as relation, and that is South Saba, like the general, right? All the commander of the army. So there was this officer in charge of the army that came to America. What happened? Hasfu had his said to them, I must say that the Musa means there was a correction. There was a group from the army that came. And what happened? They passed up in a whole bunch of barrels. So the verse says, the verse is like this. So they went ahead and they opened up a lot of barrels. So ultimately they were really clear about it. So what happened? The shot. This happened before, right? This happened before. So once I saw that, remember, it was certainly not uncommon for armies coming into cities and taking whatever they wanted. So this has happened before with it, and then it opened up again, popped open a whole bunch of battles. So what's the US as? Sorry. Right, I'm sorry. Right, just right, Allah the coming to the Gaza. So this was under the Gaza of Shara, and the Gaza declared that the wine was permitted. But when you got it out of being said, I know the road, you should be someone up ready on the edge of the something Piatar, is it because now like the reverse that you just saw before, that if there's a something Pia, something whether or not the Pia was an encounter with Tuba, the something the stars out in there, the second star, right? All usually summer, we put the Asli, the Hadi, the Fua, the police, excuse me, the strong. This is where, or perhaps because they felt that the majority of Jews who were the majority of soldiers who conscripted into the army would choose. Which was two ways of the so ultimately again, so the Muslims said the one is committed, I'm just not sure exactly what. So much I suffered, suffered London. What's that? Why are we calling this Suffolk Pia? Like, why are we calling this Suffolk that I thought that was an encounter? He's not a Suffolk Pia. So what is this? What is this? This is Suffolk Maga. Whether or not an Akon touched everybody, remember that Suffolk Maga is no more stranger than Suffolk Pia, which was at the same time. So why did you never think of it? It was very interesting. The case of the myth, if you do that, a guy took the Ramona Hospital to Suffolk Pia, which was the so in all of these cases, what was happening in all of these cases, there were more barrels than necessary. So when the army comes in, they have probably open more barrels than would be needed to sustain the troops. What does that tell us? What does that tell us? That perhaps this is not about war, but rather what is it about? What is it about? It's about money. It's about money. They're looking for stuff. So because of that, ultimately, again, you have multiple statements over there, right? Was it a Jew? Was it an Akron? Even if it was an Akron, you're opening it up because ultimately you wanted wine or because they're looking for riches. You put together all of these statements to what's the result? What's the result of the wine is going to be for them? Incredible. We must relate a Pinta, not Pinta Lava, so let's listen to this case. The one is Amusubisa. What's Amusubisa? This was the wine merchant. This was the case, this was older. But a Mocheres Yain Mechonis. She's a wine seller. The wine merchant, like she has a store and she sells wine. So I said, what did she do? She gave the key to her Akum friend. Right? To her Akum friend. She says, you're acting up. Not there, she is not there. So, some of that is weakness. I was saying, it's Rashi says that already. This was the case. So, on this piece of, like, a Jewish woman, wine merchant, leaving her store, she locks it up, she gives the key to her Akum friend. Now, what's the job of the Akum friend? What's the job? Watch the key. So it's always the notice. So there's absolutely no visible reason why the Akum should go to the store. Right? If you notice over here, there was the son told her friend, watch my key. She didn't say watch my store. She didn't say go to my store. She said just watch my key. So let's stop. I'm going to go over there. So we'll go up and do the Joshua. So this key first came up in his head. She go, the restaurant, I was that's not there. The husband, the wine in the store is not wine. Because remember again, there's no legitimate reason for the outlet to enter into the store. Because no legitimate reason, therefore what? It's useless. There would be fear of discovery. If there's fear of discovery, you could assume the outcome is not information. So therefore, because they need her friend just to keep watch, but no access to the store, therefore the wine is good. Incredible. I'm not buying it. I'm going to use this. I want to my papers, the Anha Talo subtitles. What's the very interesting? This is actually under a different but the same concept. So listen to this. Like, let's say again, I have house. Like, I have focused that I can use the ritual. You know, she was the righteous composition as well. I have a storehouse. I got my storehouse. I give the keys to my friend who's Hamaris. What's the Hamaris? Talos of Talos. My Talos remain tar, and we don't assume that if Hamaris will even touch it. Why? If you show Masarba, I'm sure it's not going to be hot. Remember the mistakes. What am I doing to Hamaris? I'm going to watch my kids. I'm not trying to do this for us. I'm just really not. I'm not even using the responsibility to guard my counters. That's not what I'm doing. I'm only watch my kids. That's all I'm telling you. Therefore, you must interesting Ashra. Taros of Taros. right? So he's going to have a Taros. It's very shy of hot wine. Never say it is have to be person looking for that. The Taros and telling them that parents are stricter. Because the other people was making my key to the Amaharetz, my Paris, living the tar, and also more so if I give my key to the Akku, my boy is going to remain mutter. Now, the argument presupposes that Paris are treated more stringently than wine. Is that true? The Gemara says. Is that true? Yeah, that is true. I'll tell you why. Think about an interesting case here. Partnership of government with sea farms. And if let's say I share a partner with the Alliance, so what happens all the time? People are getting a very low divider, but that property line divider between us. So see what's going to be with the beef tax. Rashi says, the heat's in the cup, I'm on it inside there, the partnership I got inside there. So I share property. We don't share the two adjacent properties. And we have a very low fence that goes between our properties. So it's a very low fence. You can easily reach over one side to the other. I will say that. Remember, on one side, I have tariffs. Right? I have ritually pure focus. The other is generally someone who is not careful with that law for such a long time. So what's the halacha? So it says, Amarai, tariffs and tomatoes. Ultimately, when Rav says that we have to assume that at some point in time, the Amarai said each goes of a low divider, touched my tariffs, and my tariffs ultimately will become covered. But so the only public in the OCIS, if you just leave out by Apple, don't assume that the Apple reached over and touched only the Taiwan and the OCIS. But the overall areas is very simple here, it's interesting. What you see from that, the tariffs are obviously treated more stringently than the units, which is very interesting. But the overall says, I must say, that by the way, what's the logic behind that? The logic behind that is, remember, there's recess. An alcohol is only to touch wine when wine, when there's a legit reason for him to do that. And number two, this is the area, right? Yes, in this case, there's actually no legitimate reason why the alcohol is actually extended over my property line. But by the Amaretz, so they'll say, by the Amaretz, right? I'll do this, right? So it's here to be extending over my property line and touching my stuff. Right? So on my second, just we will be seeing that in this case we are concerned that the Paris became covered, and yet the wine were not concerned. The real one says, Taros of Taros. The real one says, no, the Paris ultimately again remain tar. The real one is not concerned about that. The real one feels that again, there's no concern, and even Paris ultimately again will remain tar. I should say, stop over there for today. But we'll pick up one after each of the spaces, so we'll pick up after the space tomorrow. It was like tremendous. Tremendous. Everyone, have a wonderful, wonderful day. All right, have a great day, everyone. All right, so what's that? Good morning. Good morning.
Very well.
Thank you all of our sponsors for
Can you hear me?
Very well. This year, as its host, so someone's home about
Speak English?
our sponsors for the month of Elul.
Can you hear me?
For our leader to kind of show us
Very good. What are your thoughts about let's see, dog?
His mother had the favor for last of the books, but all the tools of our entire Tehillah and Yetz Hashem will be entered in the coming months. Shlomo Rima Dinovitz, starting the Shiur this month of Elul, reading Mishmas Kabbalah forms Father Rabbi Ari from Harav Yitzchak Aryeh, then a Chaver of Yaakov Shimon Levacha, the land of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slavin Aliyah, the families of the Chaver, all those who need Refuah, so they are going to get the cold falling Yisrael. Yetz Hashem and Golan hostages, the Shalom and the Kar allowable, so just to be successful, but all I'm not seeing today and truly usher in from one for Lacha and Hatzlacha for all the clubs. I would say with that, let's make it an exciting after they actually get a hopefully close.
Yo, dog.
Some super things.
What's up?
Sound 69. I'm going
he's
some
speaking
days
English.
68 feet, and he left off 4 nights after that.
Get back to your
Rabbi says, Joseph says a couple of open items we have over here. First of all, our general mafon is about no sin with God. When you have a mixture and there is a tasting infusion of a fermented item that is inherently detrimental, what is the status of the mixture? Remember again, we also have the open case of the mouse that fell into the beer. Right? And again, what the status of that is. So Rabbi says as follows, no sin with God, motor. That was in the halacha, and once like this is unique halacha myself. No sin with God. Whenever you have a mixture, right, and the way that it only contributes detrimental taste and for an infusion. Ultimately, the resulting mixture is going to be water. Yachbera, the shikra, going down to my kamidra. Here it's interesting. I remember that casket that when the nail started to appear, the resulting mixture of beer was awesome. So now we forgot wouldn't it? So Rabbi says, now what this no sin with God is awesome. But then Rabbi says, I don't know why Rabbi said the beer was awesome. I don't know why he said the beer was awesome. Even showing the Kassavar, no sin with God, I'm sorry, even showing the Kassavar, no sin with God awesome. For that's what the Sakaba saying. So maybe it's because Rabbi holds the no sin with God is awesome. But maybe just fundamentally excuse what I just said. And note that general with this mixture, even if there's a detrimental taste infusion, there is something in the mixture is being lost. So maybe that holds that way, but we obviously don't possible that way. Even show the cassava, notes that kind of gum of mutter, the akhbara, the shikra, ashbuka, mishpach, or the Iraq knows something that we don't, which is, although we all pass the notes that come with gum is also, maybe amounts in the beer is actually beneficial. I don't know, you stand Adams, whatever, I don't know, so maybe you just, maybe somehow, some way, it is beneficial. So again, it's a very important point here. So essentially, Rabbi says, this is halakha no seeing the top of the figam, mutter, when you have a mixture of a permitted item, you mix things up positive item, so a permitted item, and the resulting mixture ultimately, again, is a detrimental taste infusion. The mixture is mutter. Again, because you also have a shpach, a positive taste infusion, the resulting mixture is asr. If it's no simtam shpach, and then becomes mifkah. Remember again, our classic case of that is vinegar on cold greasing that has been heated up. The resulting mixture is also going to be asr. Okay, final. Let me ask a follow-up question. How about some guys? Not how we go cover at night. So let's see what's thinking. So what happens if a mouse falls into vinegar? So that level, so now once we have what we're so it have actually 69 years. So it's a year, you have comments, time or culture, and then share it, people don't say go down. Obviously, vinegar is sharper taste than wine. So maybe the sharpness of the vinegar itself ultimately again prevents any type of negative impact on the mouth. In other words, you assume that in general, which seems to be a pretty solid assumption, that a mouse is losing conflict with gut, right? Or maybe even if it's losing conflict with shock. That maybe has a beneficial taste infusion. Perhaps the sharpness of the vinegar prevents the mouse from contributing any positive taste, and therefore the resulting mixture should be mutter. So I'm going to tell you actually how the older kind of has actually happened. So let's definitely say something. So certainly again, just based on a variety of circumstances, you can see these cases happening a lot more. Right? Is a mouse falling into this, a mouse falling into that. So the Gemara says. So what happened? I don't think the action is happening with a loss of the Gemara said that the resulting mixture ultimately again was also, which I must say, not to say that it's also, it's a saying like this watch. But apparently the mouse is no symptom of shvach, even in vinegar. Which practically goes to the because what they tell you is apparently mouse imparts a significant flavor. Right? You could impart flavor in vinegar, that means whatever taste the mouse has stronger than the vinegar, that's pretty intense. Okay. Although he was like, no, don't bring up that case. That case is different. That case is how in the tutte imitat. The mouse is solid vinegar. So that's tastes like chicken. Right? So myself, that yet makes sense. That case is a little bit different, right? Remember, as we saw that before, we're talking about taste, food taste in general. The question is, mouse falls in, you get the mouse out. the challenge with Nelson these days, what is it talking about again? The solution of prohibited matter in a general mixture. Then already go on to a separate set of problems. So therefore, you actually point out that in the two different types, look at the mouse dissolved into small parts. The shared seal of the type, not shared to muscle. The shared human body and a few more shared body forms. And never yes, in general, the shareds. For the even smaller than a design, right? It goes there to create dot shot, like the size of a light bulb. So therefore, again, it's not just simply a calm, at least. You know, if you bring a calm, that's wonderful. The mouse falling in and the mouse dissolving off the it's really very that's a drawing separate place. Okay. So in a suburb, so it's still the mouse. It's all without the mouse. But in a suburb, it should be in there, the Hajj. Inside the mail. So it's like the mail, the Hajj. But I'm going to go out and chew up. So in a sense, I think that the shear for a mouse should be shear of 100 to 1. In other words, what the shear for the people of a mouse would be 100 millimeters for one mouse. Why? Because a mouse should be no worse for a UX, no stronger than Truma. It's not Truma over the academic. I will say nowadays, actually, it's the thing. In the laws of people, right? The laws of nullification. So different items have different rules of nullification. So for example, you're willing to use the Constitution, 61. Right? So for example, Truma, which has the more sacred status, is functional in a mixture of more than 100. So let's see 100. So Truma falls into a mixture. You need 100 parts cooling in order to do the matter work. You need 1 part Truma. She comes over to me and says, I think that a mouse should be no worse, right? Or no stronger than Truma. So Truma is bundled in 100 to 1. A mouse should be bundled in a mixture also 100 to 1. Okay, I'm going to have to go back to right now. Or maybe not. So let's say interesting enough, there is something even stronger than Truma, and that's one. Truma's spices. So let's say I would say anything that's spice is always assumed to a greater flavor intensity, right? Which makes sense. So we see this in halakha, even by halakha, it was an onion. But an onion has a different set of halakha because it's a double color. It's something that's sharp. Therefore, the whole way it's treating halakha is being different. This is what rocks on Kafifa says, maybe a mouse is not treated like Truma, but that is treated like Truma spices. And Truma spices in general are not bottled at all because the assumption is that their flavor is much more intense. Therefore, they're not bottled. Maybe a mouse not Truma, maybe a mouse like Truma, so Truma spices. But Achai, sheer the Chai of the country. But Achai said ultimately again, interestingly enough, going back now, the mouse falls into vinegar. A mouse in vinegar is bottled in the issue of 52. Interesting. Now we kind of go to that side of it a little bit. Because vinegar has a sharper taste. Therefore, they only need 60 times vinegar. Just need what? 50 times vinegar. 50 times vinegar. That small bunch of pika, shiver, shisa. The show me the pika said, and I look again. When the mouse gets into here, it's bottled in 60 to 1. Shisha, what is halakha? I will say, bottom line, all of these things, they're part of the Shisha. The Chayim call a Syrian Shabbat so to all these Torah are part of the Shisha. A part of also the ratio of 60 minutes to 1. That was exactly the progress. Actually, every time Rashi says over here, the thing of the Syrian Shabbat is Shisha. Halakha, that has to be Israel. So Rashi says over here, this is the halakha of Israel. This is the Shisha. Whenever you have a prohibited item falls into a mixture, all the simply look for is if you're 60 times more heter or permitted item necessary. If there is, the mixture is permitted. If there's not, then the mixture is prohibited. Now, Rashi happens to say that this is only within the mixture in the two dissimilar items, but doesn't apply to single items. The many times that applies to dissimilar items, let's do a question. Keep asking how, whenever you have a mixture, look for one thing, and that is shisha. Right? Is there 60 times more permitted item than prohibited items? Ultimately, if that is true, then however, I said the mixture is permitted. If it's not sometimes, you know, you press up so it's pretty much there's so much more to it than anything. And that's true for Baruch Hashem. I believe that to be true for all of us. Right? Sometimes I believe there's always more good than anything. So if I think of something rationalized, you say, I can see, I don't get to change anything. Right? Because think about it. What restrictions? What restrictions actually again? What is that about the local stuff? You say the claim called Isur in the Shabbat. It's my first Gemara. All these Isur that are from the Shushin. Like these are all these Isur that are from the Shushin. Remember this, there's definitely 60 times more good than that. And we're not going to be from the Shushin. That's not true. It's not true. It doesn't work. And what's in your heart, like, it doesn't work in your soul. The whole Avota of the year is thinking about Hashem with all of so much more good than negative. If we don't address the stuff that's broken, it corrodes us from the inside out. If we don't address the stuff that is extended us from head, we will reject so much more good over this time as we will look at it. That's where the purpose and our soul. So Baruch Hashem works in his heart, doesn't work in the coast. It works in the food, it does not work in the soul. How can you possibly have to do this on your Mishnah? Not an interesting detail. The whole thing about it, Shahana and Na'akir. That's the other Na'akir. Who's transporting one of the right from one transfer to the next. So let's say that the case of the period of the year are up to that circumstances. Is it true about to leave it? So you can apple and then still it maintains its cashews. There is no apple, for example. So it's considered here, and not because of this transporting wine, barrels of wine, not because of it. Without that, so the height of the test Mishnah, the wine is the is that it's guarded. Mishnah, and ultimately against to be filter. And let's say, now, what is that? Now, what we're going to see is all of this essentially comes up from a simple thing. If one is confused, because like what we were talking about earlier, I'm transporting wine with apples, right? And then I'm so what I'm thinking is right, if the apple is a tamper with the wine, if you went ahead with it. So essentially, it comes down to it like this. If the apple doesn't know when I am returning, and I could potentially return at any moment, then the assumption is what? The apple is not going to tamper with it. Okay? Because in general, when the apple went away from the apple, the example, so we're going to do something. But the time with it, I put it in the thing to get caught. It's not a real thing. So that's what's called Cheskas Mishtana. Cheskas Mishtana means that essentially, even when I leave, I can come back at any moment without any notice. Under those circumstances, ultimately, again, the wine is still considered to be kosher, and it's something not compromised. If you look at Rashi, because Rashi in Mishnah, Rashi is the first thing you know, I have a Cheskas Mishtana, first thing you know, hopefully Yisrael, in our open top of the hill, the law of the issue mostly water. If the Jew experienced that the Jew doesn't tell the Akrim that he's leaving, or doesn't tell the Akrim when he's coming back, then ultimately the wine remains water white. It's this open top of the hill, the Hashdasi. Because the Akrim is really concerned, maybe I'm coming back at any moment, and therefore he's not going to tamper with the wine. Okay. You know, here's your mouthful. But if I tell the Akrim, hey, I'm leaving, right? Ultimately, and it's so close, so what that means is, I tell him that I'm going far away. So now he knows that what? He's got some time to tamper with the wine, and wants to have a heart. If I leave long enough, Shemishto, or Nico, is very interesting. If I leave long enough, ultimately again, for the Akram, to make a hole in the seal, make a hole in the lid, right? Drink, and then plug up the hole, and leave for long enough of that amount of time, and ultimately again, the wine is no longer conscious. Right? So let's just one of my other times, this not the same case. I'm transporting one of these nuts, and I want to leave for a little bit. So essentially, I leave and I don't say anything, which then means that from the Akram's perspective, he's like, I don't know where something went, but I think he'll be back at any moment. He's not going to tamper with the wine. The wine's still going to be discussed as passion. So obviously, kind of over here, sealed barrels. Sealed barrels, open barrels would be problematic. Right from the first point. Sealed barrels. If I tell him, I'm back in 3 hours. So now he's got a window of time where he knows I'm not going to be there. If I'm going alone for him to boil a hole with a little bit of that barrel, drink, and you seal it, the wine is going to be awesome. Now, says, you can't as a public focus. So says, it's not about pouring the whole in the lid, but rather it's about what? Removing the lid, drinking it, and then you sealing the lid. So sealing the lid is the kind of tablets idea, but says why? Everything goes, if you pour a hole in the lid of a wine barrel, which you can see that. And also, I want to ask you about interesting. It's not interesting about with a lid of a barrel, like a piece of wood that goes on top. The lid itself was clay and was actually fashioned around the barrel itself. So we clay what's on this thing is they brought the choices. If you go as clay when it dries, changes color. New clay is in lighter color, older clay is in darker color. So therefore, if you were to pour a hole, is to pour a hole and then you seal that. If I were to come back, shrink it up, how do you see that? How do you see that? So therefore, again, an alcohol is only going to tamper with the wine that you get away with. So says, it's not enough time to leave a hole in the hole in the lid and then you see it play. No, it's enough time to go off the lid and then freeze the meat out of the barrel. Okay, fine. Next case. How many of you know? Let me see. What's the next case? I freeze my wine. My wine, Jewish wine. I freeze my wine. And the wine is in the bowl of the hollow long, the Catandaria, and open it again, and then I would say, what do I do? And what do I do? I go ahead and I take these. Right? I say, okay, I'm going to do that. The guy will leave me straight down. I said, so yeah, I'm going to catch up with him just a little bit. But again, I don't tell the athlete, let him catching up with him. I don't say anything. I just say to catch up with him. And this guy is going to give you an offense. And meanwhile, when I get to the shortcut, I go to the sea, I go to the side spot there, I go I have a spot there, and then I go ahead and I catch up with the aquam. What's this? Pretty much the same thing. Why is it a third? Why? Why? I do become the aquam, how long is going to be for? So because I need to know how long we run for, he's really the possibility that I could show up and then we can open. So because I can check it, everything will be not going to tamper with the next 2 months. Like that, I know, listen, I'll be back tomorrow. So I'll be back on this for now. Different types of detail. I'm giving you a window in which you can look at the landscape. So again, how long that's going to go for? Once again, Takam says, use the go. Enough time to pour a hole in the barrel, drink, and then you seal it with clay. Which one says, no, you can't have that public studio. Secret form, not time to pick up the wing and put on the video. Okay, that's case 2. Case 3. I'm going to have to the house. Was I store? That's what I store. And then I remove the aqua. Say, listen, I'm going out for a little bit. I'm going to stay in the store. So I remove the aqua in the store. I'm not sure she does something that's what's up. Even though I'm in and out. So it's like, I'm in and out. That's again. I don't know how I love it. Why? I feel the appendix going in and out. Also, if you get the wine in the store, it's going to be more drinks. Right? All the same logic. Since there's no idea when I'm coming back, right? And what my schedule is, he's very close to Tampa with water. So I do some logic. But ultimately, if I tell Lisa, please come back tomorrow. But go back in 2 days, whatever enough time is. And once I get ready for enough time, she needs to know these, but you know, people need for enough what? And you can go ahead and get the whole barrel. Make a hole in the barrel, right? And get the secret with clay. Or somebody else says, no, she didn't have this. I thought this was illegal. No, so enough time for me to live and to put the lid back on. Then the wine will be also good. Let's say case number 4. How you open a la shulchan. I'm eating with an alcohol at the table. So you get a place. You need out of shulchan. Then what happens? Well, I'm not to deal with it. And then I get out and I leave my flask. Like my flask. I leave my wine flask on the table. You're going out of lubricant and you do something that's like the alcohol in the house. And I also have wine flasks in covered. It's going to keep flasks. Multiple strategic areas. So I say, I have the table. I have it covered. So what happens? You have to do that stuff. And then I work out of the house. Not sure of a shulchan awesome. The flask that's on the table is short also. Right? Which makes sense. Right? Because if you end the day, could be optimized in the dining my home city and my window. So the doctors She's going to touch the stuff that's on the table. And therefore, again, and therefore the race, then why don't we take what's going to be usher? It's going to be usher. Shalom motor, but the wine in the cupboard, ultimately, again, I want to actually point out the wine in the cupboard essentially was not designated for use during this year. Therefore, ultimately, the wine in the cupboard would be used as water. Okay? Before I leave the house, I said, having Muslim who shows but Apple, help yourself. Help yourself, right? You pour yourself a drink, then what? Then not only is the blessed on the people also, but Akshara Dubiki also, that which is in the covers is also going to be awesome. Because it's like Yaakov help himself, therefore Allah from the ways that he had pretty much everything from this character. Rabbi Sukkos Hasuros. So we'll say this is a continuation of the same thing. So I left the asset in the house. So any open barrels of wine in the house, the assumption that God is helping himself with that. Stores will tell us. All of the closed barrels will be filter as long as what? As long as I'm not gone long enough. Shifta, as long as I'm not gone long enough, there's enough time to kind of lock open the lid. Actually brings to the backwards. Okay, so let's say that's on the sub. Now let's unpack this. So you look back to the point out, this is incredibly important. I just really appreciate this Mishnah. This Mishnah introduces pretty much at the degree that contemporary touches operates, right? What's called the Mashiach, that's the restaurant, right? And what I have to do and then there are others that have so you must be yes, necessarily sitting there watching the workers and doing football. He's sitting there. It's virtually impossible for him to watch to see what every single worker was doing every single moment. So how do you know that someone's not pulling shit? Like, how do you know someone's not doing something and someone's not doing something? The answer is, let's give the answer to yes us. There's a general everything with fear. What fear of being watched, but what is that based on? That's based on the significance. The Mashiach is there. And it could pop up, and it could show up, and it could be present, at the moment. So because of that, because of the knowledge that the Israel is coming in and out, that keeps everyone on their toes. And I'm sure it's that all again, some people are laughing when they make it up, but that's the same as that. Some people are anything dummy, but that's misunderstanding. So let's just remember again, the reason just started off on the following case. I am transporting my wine into the house, right? Transporting barrels together. So the Mishnah said, as long as my wine is the Cheskas Mishnah, as long as it's a chazota that it's guarded by me, ultimately, and any other wine is going to be different. Mercy, what is that phrase mean? Cheskas HaMishnah. What does it even mean? What's inside of Harisha, Hayu Chamara in Florida, to Indian Palace, this is what Joel says. We learned, let's say again, my drivers and my workers. We're going to the transporting Paris. Paris means it's like ritually pure. Okay, you know what's that? I think the next thing I have no swimming those. I also Paris. Like, if let's say I distance myself from my workers more than a bill, ultimately in my Paris, I still consider the ritual purity. I will say now, the assumption is ultimately again that my workers are not necessarily people who normally maintain this ritual purity. That God is over here, that my produce is still considered to be the ritual purity. No line. But if I say to my workers, you go, and I'll catch up with you. Because she's how much people they have on those years. It seems like the workers ultimately again, my colors are now coming. Because I have to assume that something happened. So I just, okay, match narration or match message. I don't understand. Let's just do two cases, right? The case number one, ultimately again, I'm not with my workers, that the colors remain star. The case number two, I'm not with my workers, and the colors are to become common. What's the distinction between these? So in this part, we shut in the Kamarot, ultimately the relationship parts that we go to what is this before my workers come to work as a federal, but don't do it. Don't do it, but the second building is the we are going to everyone here, right? And therefore I can tile all of my workers. So because of that, I won't go to again, and they are. to be honest, guys, the guy takes me out and say, but now sometimes things I'm upstairs that shorts me roads. Even if I sit there and I'll catch up with you later. So even if they're more than a mile away and I can't see them, they can't see me. Like arrows should remain dark as a footprint to the next like before work. To which the noise is half the problem. In our it's massive amount of habit. You choose you right, whereas I took my workers to the club, and therefore they are hard. The concern is that RS is that my workers will not be concerned if another RS touches my produce. And if another RS, not my workers, touches my produce instead of regular Taik,
He fumbled it into the back of the end zone. Careful!
That should be turned out in the first case also. Even if my workers are hard, maybe the RS is going to touch it. I'm going to watch the case, or what's the case. The problem at the loss. The use of the regulation of those is so it's the progression. I think my workers see it before work, so now their car, I say it's incredible, I'm going to catch up with you soon, and they know that I can get a shortcut, I can catch up with them at any given moment and see what's going on. So because of that determined, they can solve that car, and because of that I can back up at any moment, they're also not going to let another or it's going and touch the produce. But that's the Hasi, safe for them. If that's the case, then always going to be again, and that should be true at least safe as well, or that should be true in the second case. Because even the other one in the value part, by the time something like that, I get the difference. The difference is when I see those words covered, then you go ahead and now catch up with you later, and everything that's saying is what? I can't hop off immediately. Without words. I thought that they still have some money that they got their budget. I don't know if they learn the guard down. But like other family artists touch the produce. So it looks like, what's the takeaway? The takeaway for this essentially as follows. When we opt in, when we are our regular names, when we know that I am present, that I am present, and I can pretty much again appear without warning, that is the reason I'm saying that. As they know that I can't appear without warning, like the nose, you got to find that you're basically want to get away with it. That's the ultimate bookend of real bullshit. That's the bottom line of it. That's how this works. How many of all the comments on yourself? How many FBI in the car of the scene? I was saying, if you know, by the way, you should have essentially, you had 40 cases, they're all the same case. They're all the same things, essentially. If I'm taking these of the apple, right, and I could reappear without warning, and I don't leave, right, and I don't leave them for long enough to be able to go ahead and take, right, but this one is I leave without warning, but I can appear at any moment, ultimately again, the one that is worked up. If I take leave, and I don't leave at any point, especially for time, and you take for long enough to tamper with the barrel, or tamper with the item and cover its tracks, then it's awesome. So I don't have to say the same piece with multiple ways. Right? That's just the definition of transportation, the flagging, the boat, all of it. Again, you can in the store, you can at that table, not all the same places. Food source, as I said, it's the tiny offices that they want. The open co-public, the open co-public, the southern to the Austin, the Quasi Letter. So this isn't who just said the first case, but who just said the first case, where I am transporting the one together with the open co-public. So in our case, if that's just the open co-public, you have this concern that I'm going to see, because since we're traveling together, it's much more personal than again, I'm going to see what you do. How about the point of the scene now? But if I load up my behind of this boat or on this wagon or listening on the passengers again, in that case, I'm not traveling directly with you. Right? In that case, they would not be very risky. Let's say the often might be boys. Also, we might say in that case, the sugar wine is also right, because you can get one children not coming on my boat, and you're not coming on my wagon. So I do whatever I want to the wine, and the wine should also come to you. Okay. Therefore, I think it's simple that you're on the boat, and you're on the wagon. Once again, if I could pop up without warning, it's going to be worked out. If I can, then if I need some more question, I don't know what's long enough time for the can't work it out. You're not going to get this maybe also. You kind of a fantasy. And voyages in the case of the rather a boat, and so the suburb to a possible or to athletes, they caught at the custody. riding on the boat, God was like, I gotta be careful, I can't get with the one wide. Because we can still look and come back and use a different boat, and you can stand on top of a high wall, and you'll see exactly what I'm doing. I was able to discover. And if I can use it to what it is that I'm doing, as I want people probably if I use so. But if I go in there and I'm in the store, if I often the Baba, but I'm going to come out and I come to the season, I go out the door, and I can do whatever I want. But what's going on is maybe in the store case, if the outcome means that I can see a food out running, one remains much of us about it for that man. All of these kids talk about the vehicle, one in the one remains much of what you're talking about, silk barrels. Right, on silk barrels. Off the barrels, the moment you tells you. And no one because what is with the agriculture. Other than the third workers. But hopefully we shall see what it was against them. Now, who's about public battle technology? The focus on this was discriminating, and my focus is kind of come out and I'm sure about how long do you have to be drawn in order for the world to become a hustle. Kanakama says enough time for the outcome to bore a hole in the battle, drink out of this thing, which takes a second, and then drink, and then plug the hole in the back off. He wants to go enough time to take off the lid and replace the lid. Replace the lid. So mercy, God read, God says, my focus shall sit. If my focus only exists in the lid of plastic, about the shall take, whether it's a spiritual lid of clay, different alcohol, she lifts up, everyone agrees that in a lid of clay, that the shoes, the amount of time that it takes to keep off the lid and then replace the lid. What's going on there was it's going to be actually very interesting. Look at actually the focus shall sit, the last of the white lines on top, and the official sit, she will run on, with the kind of strap on the schema, to think of the number of these, will link up a Kadash Lidash. So also it's very interesting. So apparently, the plaster doesn't change color with time. So therefore, essentially, you could pour a hole in the plaster lid, plug it out, and no one can also plug and the original plaster. So that's where that mechanism of focus is. And that keeps ultimately again, where the government says, okay, so you need that enough time to pour a hole and plug it up for one disaster. So there's still enough time to know how to replace the lid. But with the creativity, every one of these that the apple won't keep pouring the hole. The only thing you can do is what? You can go ahead and replace it with light. And actually, about Shaltit actually says, she shut up the Tchilasai, Yaakov should not go in the mountain. And you shall in the first 3 weeks, and then it becomes lighter, and then for souls with him. And then so later. In that case, if you give Yaakov the Shir, Shira, Sakor, to Shama, because what's the greatest? So apparently, again, the outcome of the case, or a hole, and the plug and it's limited wide, this will be discovered. Okay, if I don't come back for a day, that's just me get away with it. But if I come back and day or two, I'm going to clearly see the difference in the coloration and know that it was tampered with. So let's say, so just applies any quality, which is just interesting. So apparently, plaster doesn't change color over time. Therefore, the plaster lid, that's what Taik says, it's enough time to pour a hole at the plug. The Truma says, no, enough time to take off the lid and replace it. But when the lid is made out of clay, everyone agrees that the opera's going to tamper with it. Because everyone's doing the chase, he's taking off the lid. He's taking off the lid, he will not pour all of that can be discovered. This says, so this says, I'm going to cover. So let's do more. You guys, in the map, so he basically says, the children says, how do you allow for a sheet of ultimately get a pour in the hole? How do you allow for that sheet? After all, again, we will be able to discover the hole both from the top of the lid as well as the bottom of the lid. And we'll say, what is that? Yes. I know it turns to 2 equal. So ultimately, again, if we say that the focus is just in the case of today, then it makes sense. Right? We'll say if this is the example of the play lid, it's going to be discoverable on 2 levels. Right? On the top and on the bottom, what is this code? On the top, how? because the coloration may be different. On the bottom of the house, let's say not ever again, this was important. This area is the fashion of the balance. Everyone knows you need to frame when you get pieces of hair, you smooth it out. What's going to happen is you can't do that obviously on the bottom of the thing because the hood itself is going to be fashioned all the way down, which means when you open up the towel, you look at the underside of that wheel, the front area is going to look different than the rest of it. Video says that when it comes to a shade grid, any type of temporary discoverable from the top as a coloration, and on the bottom, because the front won't be smooth like the rest of the grid. Hello, you shall see my focus, but if you see in the focus, in the class unit, you struggle a lot with these stuff. So I understand why perhaps where the eye will be discoverable from the bottom, right? Because again, when you open up from it, you'll be able to see that the front area it's not the same smoothing as the rest of the right? Well, the child already appears, and I can't put it to why. Because as I said before, plastic doesn't change color. Therefore, the front area will be exactly the same as the rest of the area. First, you know, it's like the chin of the might come out on it. In reality, the beginning of the self wasn't sure about the position of the rabbi. What people are really meant to say. Even shall so if you're talking about a lid that is made out of plaster, then ultimately against C2 clay. Clay, then ultimately against C2 meter, you get a nominating like that. Then ultimately again, the temporary will be discoverable both from the top of the lid as well as from the underside of the lid. But if you're talking about the plaster, then ultimately you get the heater reminder going to be up, although the temporary will not be discoverable from the top of the lid, right? Because of plaster, the coloration will be the same. But it's going to tell you how you do that. You'll still be able to discover the temporary. Let's open up the wheels and again, remember, way up front of this work is over time. It gets smoothed out on the interior. It takes time, so you ultimately did. Because the part that is most different from the other side than the rest of the lid is discoverable. And that's why I have some real holes, but in all cases, the shear is always not to plug a hole in the lid that Rabbi wants to replace the lid. Rabbi will say, even the Lamano and the Dion, no Maisik, I gotta give you the architect of Hassi. So Rabbi will say in general, when I come back and I look at my barrels, the truth is, what am I going to be looking at to see if the apple can put it on the looking at the top of the lid. People aren't really looking at the bottom of the lid or proof of temper because the reason I would be having sitting in the college. And by the way, other times it's also because of the water, depending on how hot it's how high the wine is disposed in the barrel, it could very well be that the underside is smoothed out. Right? It just happens that it's smoothed out. Okay, other way. So it says, however, continue your wholeness will stand all the planet stomach covers. Rabbi said that I'm not meaning that the amount of time that you have to leave the Atmos and so there are two factors. If I leave the Atmos alone, and he does not know, right? And again, he knows that I'm not popping up suddenly. I tell him, I'll be back in 2 days. I say, I'll be back in 2 days. So if I leave him alone enough time, take off the lid, drink, and replace the lid, the wine is awesome. So Rabbi said, that it's not enough time. It's not talking about enough time to pour a hole in the lid, but not enough time to replace the lid. The wine will be awesome. Why? Because again, ultimately, we see here something not mentioned as a stop thing. It's not really that attribution from the mission. Wherever you see that, it's going to go. It's not really mission. I don't know about actual money. If I was sitting at a table and I was speaking, like Gino, together with an apple, maybe I'm plugging our circle. And ultimately, again, I left the flask on the table. Looks like it's actually the last case of the show. Right? But all the and I also left the flask in the cabinet. And here, and I left the apple in my house by himself. Whatever's on the table is going to be answered. Whatever is in the cupboard ultimately is going to be answered. If I'm alone, having closed the show, I said, yeah, pour yourself whatever you want. Pour yourself a drink. After I do the answer. even that which is in the cupboard ultimately again is going to be usher. Why? Because I invited him to help himself. Rabbi holds us when you get any open barrels in the house of the usher. Stores, because closed barrels ultimately will be water, and one is what? They should give back the ego, the sequel. As long as I don't leave it in my house for enough time to what? Open up the lid, right? Drink and receive it. Also, what we see here, in this case, which is last case on the Mishnah doesn't even come to the cleaning of the cup. It doesn't even go to the thinking that says enough time to pour a hole in the lid to repot. All it does is mention the Shem. So it's interesting, right? After this whole process, it ends up only quoting the which then says that I look at the Shem. First of all, it says, Pshita. Okay, that's obvious. Now, okay, well, what would you have thought? Mount Gable, I'm at a place that maybe is not on this one. And that's why I think it's quoted as a thing over here. How much more long, how much of the Havok of my son? Guess what? The thing was that the Mishnah had enough for this, and then I keep saying that the Mishnah ultimately again is Havok of my son. The Mishnah coming along and saying that Havok follows of Shemir. You know, so it's like, we have to have much Havok of Shemir, we have to Shemir. So it's like, I was thinking, also, I should keep it. Alright, so let's say second. So therefore, bottom line, Havok of my son, bottom line, Havok of my son, you know what it says? What it says? Yeah, what's you don't often see this. I'm literally going to add and working this week to a process like with the three cases, with my focus on temperature, and these connections. So in case where the outcome knows that I'm not returning it to you, knows that I'm not. If I leave him alone for a significant amount of time, the wine becomes awesome. What the definition of significant? Tanakama says, enough time to pour a hole in the seal, drink, and plug it back up. They're saying that no, enough time to lop off the lid, drink, and replace. Rama says, notice something interesting happens in Mishnah, which is, in the last case of the Mishnah, the occasion of the Tanakama is not even mentioned. All that's mentioned is what? The Tanakama of maybe lopping up the lid, drinking it, replacing it. And what does that show? That the Halacha follows the Shimon the Fan. I can say, we'll stop over here for today. Again, we're not yet finished with this sugya just yet. We'll see an interesting tweet that you go say. Tremendous stress.
How are you again, baby? Yo, how are you? Just a moment. Hi. Yo, can you hear it? Hello? Hi. Can you talk?
Or if it say good morning or good morning.
Yes, sir. How'd you find out about me, my friend? I love you. I love you. Excellent. Thank you so much for being here. My friend, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Thank you for the opportunity. First and foremost, apologies for my thoughts if they've been annoying. My name is Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Yes. Excellent. Beautiful. Well, that's essentially what my life is. I'm live right now. I'm on 20 different streets. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. If you didn't know, the Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. And having more data than any person ever, they make you an influential person someday. And if and when they happen to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy for now, but want to make sure that you're generational wealth.
hydroponic floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I went in on thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million, and that's what all my merch is. And one of the things that's what I'm gonna get of it. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate there. I want to continue with those types of projects. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program, for most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump red seawater onto land to make a drink. How do those things sound? Can you do? That's phenomenal. Excellent. Excellent. It's a very popular on the son of Kennedy. Very, very well. I think the very popular on the son of Kennedy. Oh, you do? Okay, excellent. So, yeah, here's the, yeah, agreed. Yeah, most certainly. So, I met these guys about more than half years ago or so, and they heard what I talked about, and they wanted to associate with the project, and so I've become a centerpiece of that cryptocurrency. I've been live streaming in their Telegram for over 2 years. I wear the merch, talk about it, and meet them on the fantasy football league. Really, really happy. Do you mind if I tell you about a few other things that I discussed? Excellent. So I'm a futurist. I like to study the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter fest, travel fest, light communication, things like Santa Claus machines, and utility clubs, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT. I've been using ChatGPT since they launched November 30th, 2022. Additionally, I'm an advocate for cryptocurrency, quantum computing, things like space elevators, space tourism, interstellar travel, things like these things. People don't know the of the extinction. It was in the year 2003 with the pioneer IBEX, which was a goal located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, was founded on its Barcelona. They've made it their goal to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I used in the lion bill. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which is linkage and really exciting goals to have. Additionally, I'm an advocate for life extension technology. So, can you, when you were born, have life expectancy for you or someone like you who's probably about age 80 years old? I would increase that if you want to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, peptides, cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, red light therapy, nootropics, things like perhaps testosterone replacement therapy, and abortion therapy. But just to get to the 120 years old, but after 120 years old, you may say, well, everything that you said in 2020 came true. It's been a really wonderful run. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is all that you said. If you want Candy G, you may be able to take advantage of technology. No, find it. Where? Yeah. So you scan the brain, computer that can test scan your memory. Remember, every atom is in your central nervous system, your nervous system. So let it download it. Android and other power side, where you cybernetically let yourself a robot. So what we want to do is essentially what I'm saying is economic steady and what are your thoughts? Just through nutrition. Yeah. Clarify for me what you mean by I believe in the world of God. that's we did a thing that I was saying that ESP is Bitcoin. And so I believe that ESP is actually the Dutch protocol for securing the entire internet and monetize data, which is relevant to what we speak about being oil.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is the only protocol that can basically commoditize data. And to me, it's the reason why I came on your Discord is I wanted to say that I believe that this is the protocol for the development of
Okay. Excellent. And how is not that I didn't believe you, I just want to know more. How does it happen?
So when Bitcoin got released, so I went through this Bitcoin is the oil, and for 2013, I've been a Bitcoin for a while. But what I didn't realize when I got into Bitcoin is that the developers of Bitcoin, like for Bitcoin, they steer Bitcoin in a different direction than what it was supposed to be. Bitcoin white paper, which is defined like the actual Bitcoin protocol is defined in the Bitcoin white paper, and they steered it away from that. So BTC is almost like a different system than the original Bitcoin system that was released by Satoshi. And what Satoshi was trying to get across is that this is a protocol that can scale to monetize all data in the internet and secure it. And it's also supposed to merge with the internet protocol IPv6. And so ESP is the original protocol that sticks to the original rules. And they've got Satoshi Nakamoto actually defined the perfect economic gateway for doing this. And so basically, the game theory for Bitcoin was already perfect, and then the core developers steered away from what was already perfect, and that's what BTC became. But ESP is the original protocol as defined by the so it has the defined game theory in it. And this is the system that can actually practically scale for the entire size of the internet. It can process over 1 million transactions a second. That's the number. And this is the only protocol that can compete with Visa and MasterCard because it brings the fees. Like the more it scales, the cheaper it gets. So the fees undercut Visa and MasterCard against Visa and MasterCard. And once you have micropayments that small, the blockchain, it opens up a whole new dimension of reality. It's like right so the natures that we've been in the world of lives. And so this is some people call it the truth machine. And this is what we need a truth protocol to transition from the world of lies into the world of come. And so I've been actually trying to tell some rabbis this. None of them are taking me seriously, none of them about Bitcoin. I'm trying to say that this is like the redemption protocol for transitioning into the world of come. That's my
Excellent. Well, I understand as Rabbi, I'm familiar with Bitcoin. I'm not an expert. You've said in a way that you've explained it makes a lot of sense to me. So let me explain it back to you, and please clarify anything that I misunderstood. So when Satoshi Nakamoto launched Bitcoin or wrote the white paper on it around 2009 or so, it was essentially in a purified state, and around subsequent years, the
members of that project viewed it off course and it is not, and so they basically created BSC, which is not the purified version of it. It is more of a solution.
Yeah, and so their version is C3,
Right.
and the pure version is ESV, and ESV stands for Infinite Solution.
Okay. Is that going to be one of the questions? Okay, so I understand that. If I may ask, what is the market cap of BSC?
Actually, I believe, check. It's it's 450 million to 500 million.
So it's a giant project.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest parts of this beach is Northeast School, Ontario, and this is the beauty of Bitcoin. Like it's probably the white paper rules rise into scale in a really beautiful way, which allows you to have a million transactions a second. No other blockchain can do that. And so ESD is getting controversial because the guy who spearheaded it, he said it's quite right. And he claimed to be Satoshi Nakamoto, like Bitcoin. And so this is just for you don't need to be but he was spearheaded a disinformation campaign to be a fraud. But what I'm trying to express is that he actually is Satoshi Nakamoto and is proving it by scaling Bitcoin to what it was supposed to be. And basically, everybody in crypto is a fraud for what it was. That's something that you have to be considered. So I'm not just saying I can get that for it, but everyone in the BSV community basically says the same thing. Like, this is the creator of Bitcoin, his name's quite right, and he got basically spearheaded the disinformation campaign. BSV is the real Bitcoin, it's the true Bitcoin to the original protocol. And what BTC is, everyone knows Bitcoin has BTC, but that's basically what they did is they forked the protocol and just kept it right in Bitcoin. But what everyone knows that Bitcoin is actually a different technology, it's a different system than the original Bitcoin protocol. Thankfully, BSV kept the original roots of the protocol, and that's why I can scale.
Excellent. I'd like to get a scale from a million transactions a second to a billion transactions a second.
Well, I think it's at the point now where it's just the more demand there is, the more it can grow. Like, it really has no limits to it. Except maybe the architecture of the internet itself has to maybe change to keep there has to be a thing called multicast in IPv6. And I think the internet would probably have to use multicast for it to be able to scale billions of transactions a second. Once that happens, well, the internet will have one ledger of truth, one decentralized ledger of truth that the entire world can reference. And there's no politics in this ledger. It's decentralized. No one can tackle the protocol. It's just pure game theory. And so that can merge with AI, and then that can help create the more
That's wonderful. Okay. Now I've seen videos of Satoshi Nakamoto from recorded videos. So how do we essentially prove that the subject matter of Satoshi is videos exist against Satoshi Nakamoto? I have the same question. So I'm going to find it because I would say, who are we to believe that this guy is going to great if we've never seen anything from him? And then I had somebody send me videos of him, of an interview that he did. Okay, yeah. So if you, it's from Channel 4 News. I don't know to verify this. I don't know. I mean, like here's a video. I mean, it looks like the guy is from like the picture. So it's from Channel 4.
Oh yeah, that's the Oriental.
Okay, who's this guy?
Yeah, he's not Satoshi Nakamoto. He never claimed to be Satoshi Nakamoto. It was the TV stations that said that he was engaged, and he denied it.
Okay.
On an account from the old Satoshi, like an Orion account from Satoshi Nakamoto, posted I am not Orion Nakamoto. That was in like 16 minutes.
Okay, so that guy, are they related to Satoshi and Orion?
No, it was just a coincidence.
And this is a powerful coincidence of all the names in the entire world that they happen to have the same last name.
Yeah, but not the one I think it's probably not that Japanese. And get a sense that he named it Nakamoto after a Japanese philosopher. I can't remember the first name, but yeah, Nakamoto himself came from a Japanese philosopher. And Satoshi, he said that they call hash in Japanese, Pokemon hash is Satoshi. Hash ketchup is Satoshi. But Orion Nakamoto, yeah, he, yeah, he definitely is Satoshi. When you look into Craig Wright, and you listen to Craig Wright talk about online, you begin to understand the I didn't fully understand the importance of like some of these things, right? And that's the same with everyone else in GSV. But yeah, the world is kind of against it though. That's the thing, everyone sees a fraud.
Okay, so to provide perhaps some clarification on the Satoshi Dorian issue, Dorian's birth name was Satoshi Nakamoto, and so a bunch of people took him to be the founder, but yeah, he's the name. So thank you for that clarification. That's something that's always existed in my head. Okay, there's a guy up there, there's a video, and I'm like, okay. So then, if I look up, what's his name? Craig Wright? Is it WRIGHT? Or how do you spell it? All right, so just so we're on the same page. Check refresh on me. Okay, here we go. So this is what it says. Craig Wright, an Australian computer scientist, claims to be Satoshi Nakamoto, crypto Bitcoin, but there's no credible evidence supporting the claim, and the broader crypto and academic communities deny it. But I have an open mind, so I'm on board with this. Okay, so who Craig Wright is? An Australian businessman and computer scientist. He's been involved in cryptocurrency projects and companies, including Enchain. Began publicly claiming to be Satoshi Nakamoto around 2016. His claim Wright said that he created Bitcoin with others, sometimes naming Dave Kleiman, and now deceased computer expert. He promised to provide cryptographic keys, specifically sending a message with one of Satoshi's original Facebook keys. However, he never produced a valid cryptographic proof that can be independently verified. Okay, why did you do that?
Um, so yeah, it's very so he has autism, and he's kind of like an autistic savant kind of guy.
Okay.
That's a very very rigid kind of like way of thinking. In crypto, they say code is law, and they try to get that concept across code is law. And what Craig is trying to say is that law is law. Like law, like crypto has this whole thing where it's like we're going to be law, we're going to be the lawless ones. We're going to get outside the system, we're not going to connect to the system. We're going to, like silo ourselves because code is law. Craig doesn't believe in that. He's the complete opposite. So the way that he's thinking, he's thinking, if I sign as Satoshi Nakamoto, I'm just giving it to their paradigm as code is law. So what he said is, I'm going to prove that I'm correct, right, in a court of law, and that I created Bitcoin, not as the mythical figure Satoshi Nakamoto, who's a real person, but as myself, as myself is correct, right. So when he was supposed to make that cryptographic proof, what he said is, if I sign Satoshi, I am not correct, right. So he said that instead, he said, which was paraphrasing the search. You say, if I sign as Satoshi Nakamoto, I am not myself. Want all this attention. Another reason is he doesn't want all the attention. He doesn't want it to affect his family. And basically, he didn't want to be the one thing, but magazine and his photo, they outed him. And basically, his life got turned upside down. And so he kind of got forced into the situation that he never wanted to be in. So it's a big, long saga. It's like that's just like 1 minute story. It's been going on for years and years and years.
Okay. Now the more spiritual aspect of this, you said that this coin is going to usher in the world to come, or whatever you reference it as. Okay, then the big question that not only I have, but the Jews in the world, who's the Shia? Is it this correct right guy?
I don't think Craig Wright is the Shia. I wouldn't say that. I don't know who the Shia. I don't know who the Shia is. Sometimes I think that the Shia is going to be interdimensional shift. I'm not really a Jew. I appreciate Judaism. Like I've studied the world to come and Jewish eschatology. And I found it fascinating how there were so many parallels with Judaism and Bitcoin. For instance,
It's like what's it called? A ship. It's like a Japanese style.
Yeah,
Sheep.
so you need the what is the crypto you're supposed to buy again?
They would buy on Amazon at 10 minutes.
Yeah,
The Inu
so the
part.
Inu,
Yeah.
the Inu is coming from those. Yeah, so Shiba Inu. So when I say it's the Shiba, it means the Shiba Inu.
Oh, that's cute.
Yes. But and I found something interesting, with Theodore Herschel was reading, like the idea for Israel.
Sure.
He wanted to have a state to be called Jerusalem.
I heard that.
You know that, eh?
Yeah.
So, all of these ideas kind of like just came to me like a long time ago, and I just started lining things up. And noticed that it's lined up with Jewish methodology. Like the name decentral is the whole idea of decentralism is an example of that. And the citizens of decentral are decentralized. And I noticed that like the crypto culture, like libertarian culture, it's really puts an emphasis on not forcing things on other people. And I know with Judaism, like it's the only religion where
We don't proselytize. We don't have missionaries.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Wow.
So basically, you have to make a system on the internet for like bringing in digital citizens legitimately using a blockchain that was so enticing to the internet user that they would join it. Just like how the internet works. Like you don't have to join the internet, but it's so enticing people will ultimately use it.
Right. Okay. Well, so BSD, who's the head of it?
Kind of state development.
No. Who's the head? Who's the developer of BSD?
Well, it was spearheaded by Craig, but there's a company behind it called the BSD Association.
Okay.
I like the ambassadors of it. And then also, Craig has one of the patents for blockchain technology. So he has a huge portfolio of all of the patents.
Okay.
And those are under a company called Handshake. And Handshake and BSD Association are part of BSD. The developers, basically the idea with BSD is that it's a stable launch protocol. So the developers can't change the protocol, and that's how it stays pure. And the BSD Association are like stewards for the protocol, and ambassadors for it.
Okay. That makes sense.
And Handshake is on patents. And Craig is just kind of on like Craig is on X actually. He's always writing. He writes a lot. And he's like re-educating everyone about Bitcoin, about how it's supposed to work. And, he's also a farmer. So he does export farming.
Okay. Why did he make the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto and not just Craig Wright?
I think it had to do with like his needs. He didn't want people to know that he was computer Bitcoin, but people to use it digitally.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Everything that you said sounds very attractive. It makes sense. Well, and you sound like you got a really good community. And this sounds like it's going to be really good. How can I help you?
Well, I mean, if you're bold
can definitely do that. So yeah, if you would just give me a little bit of time to do more research on it. Uh, from your point, just stay on the surface. You don't have to stay there permanently, but just make sure that you remember. And then when I have some time to review it, we can be in communication. Um, if anything, it's archived on my screen, so people for the future will know that we first learned about PSP on the stage of this time with you and with you. And I'll continue to do my best to publicize it and to repost anything that you post. And most of all, I just want you to know that I really appreciate you taking the time to come to my Discord and teach me that. Thank you.
For sure, yeah. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
And by the way, you can timestamp all of your data onto the PSD blockchain control. It's basically it's a timestamping server as well. So maybe when you look at the PSD, think about it from the perspective of how you can archive all of your data for what you're doing and how it can be useful for all of your data, basically. Because that's really what it's about. It's a system for archiving data and timestamping it, referencing, and commoditizing data so that it's the new oil, basically. So,
Absolutely. 100%. All right. Well, then I'll also look into that aspect of it and timestamp functions.
yeah. And let me know if you have any questions.
Awesome.
Let me know.
Excellent. Well, Ken, you've given me a little bit of homework to do. I sincerely appreciate it. I've got pretty full agenda with my class and programming and things, but I'll make time for it as I can, and we'll be in touch, okay? Excellent. Ken, excellent. Thank you so much for your time, and best wishes today. Peace, my friend. Excellent. Bye-bye. Shout out to Kenny G. Shout out to the Cal Bears. Cal Golden Bears. Fucking did it. Really? This is holy shit. Reward available. NBA. I don't even get this. No. I don't. Wow. You came on Twitter. God, you made the fucking day. That is sick. You a bitch. Dude, what is up with my fucking mind? Worst stream ever. Come on. Yo, that is so tight that he came from Twitter. That still fucking it's sick. Richard doesn't want to talk to you. Time stupid. Well, that's good. It's tough. Contract. I miss Mo Kelly. What did you say about Kelly? It's the same without you. Are you going to watch him on the Mark Thompson show? You bet your sweet ass out of it. What is this bullshit? Dude, these fucking devices, I don't know how. Boy, what is this bullshit? Bigfoot UFOs. This son. Sasquatch sucks. Y'all. Restart. Oh, you want to reboot? You bet your sweet ass I want to reboot. Because this shit sucks. Come on, you little bitch. This sucks. Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Try. And that motherfucker did not want to talk about my project. I have to talk about my thing. Who that sucks. might as well eat this butt. Yo, dog, this shit sucks. Dude, I cannot believe cow won. That was so sick. That guy's motherfucker. Yo, it's sucking. But, quick, dude. Dog. That's all I give a shit about your stupid fucking shit. That council sucks. It used to be good. This is your mind. This is your mind on drugs. Now, stupid. Drug what? I can't talk. But this shit is the best. Drug what? This shit is so slow. Are you happy that guy came in? Dog. What do you think of that guy? Boom, boom, boom. Oh, shit, man. Drug what? I can't talk. Dog. Give it to me, baby. And pass that. Ooh. Dog, this is so weird.
Yo, come on. That's the most beautiful thing. Yo, I'm there, baby.